Chapter 1 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 1 Why the Danger Sign Was Up. Danger! That sign might have been over an air hole in the ice, or it might have been near rapidly moving shafting and belting in a factory. As a matter of fact, the letters, white against the red paint on the door of the shed, meant danger in the most terrible form. It was the sort of danger which, defied too far, would send one traveling skyward. The shed stood in a lonely corner of the big Farnham shipbuilding yards at Dunhaven. Now, it was the Farnham yard in which the Pollard submarine boats were built, and this shed contained some 24 Whitehead submarine torpedoes, each with its fearful load of 200 pounds of that dread high-explosive gun cotton. It was in the month of February, and the day, at this seacoast point, was cold and blustery, when two boys of 17, each in natty blue uniforms and caps resembling those worn by naval officers, crossed the yard toward the shed. Over their uniforms, both boys wore heavy, padded blue ulsters, also of naval pattern. "Danger!" laughed young Captain Jack Benson, stopping before the door and fumbling for the key. "Well, I should say so. Something like 2.5 tons of gun cotton in this old shed," smiled Hal Hastings. "That's not mentioning some other high explosives." "It's this gun cotton that begins to make our calling in life look like a really dangerous one," muttered Jack, as he produced the key and fitted it into the lock. "Once upon a time," murmured Hal, "we thought there was sufficient danger just in going out on the ocean in a submarine torpedo craft and diving below the surface." "Yet we found that submarine travel wasn't really dangerous," pursued Captain Jack. "Really, riding around in a submarine craft seems as safe and twice as pleasant as cruising in any other kind of yacht. After we've gotten more used to having hundreds of pounds of gun cotton on board," smiled Hal, "I don't suppose we'll ever think of the danger in that stuff either." Jack unlocked the door, swinging it open. Then both young men passed inside the red shed. It needed hardly more than a glance from an observing person to make certain that neither boy was likely to be much bothered by any ordinary form of danger. For a number of months now, Jack Benson and Hal Hastings had lived all but continually aboard submarine torpedo boats. They had operated such craft when awake and had dreamed of doing it when asleep. Being youths of intense natures and unusually quick to learn, they had long before qualified as experts in handling submarine craft. They had yet, however, one thing to learn practically. It needs the deadly torpedo fired below the water and traveling under the surface to make the torpedo boat the greatest of all dangers that menace the haughty battleship of a modern navy. Now, at last, Captain Jack Benson, together with his engineer, Hal Hastings, and F. Summers, another young member of the crew, were about to have their first practical drill with the actual torpedo. An officer of the United States Navy, especially detailed for the work, was expected hourly at Dunhaven. The three submarine boys were eager for their first taste of this work. Barely less interested were Jacob Farnham, shipbuilder and president of the submarine company, and David Pollard, inventor of the Pollard type of submarine craft. In this shed, placed on racks in 3 tiers, lay the 24 Whitehead torpedoes with which the first work was to be done. As Jack stepped about the shed, looking to see that everything was in order, he was thinking of the exciting work soon to come. F. Summers was near at hand, though up in the village at that particular moment. There was a fourth member of the crew, however, named Williamson. He was a grown man, a machinist who had been long in Farnham's employ, and who was considered a most valuable hand to have in the engine room of a submarine. Williamson, during the preceding fortnight, had been away in the interior of the country. He had taken a midwinter vacation and had gone to visit his mother. Now, however, the machinist knew of the work at hand, and his return was expected. "Really," declared Jack, turning around to his chum, "Williamson ought to be here not later than tomorrow morning. He had Mr. Farnham's letter in good season." At this moment a heavy tread was heard on the light crust of snow outside. Then a man's head appeared in the doorway. "Speaking of angels," laughed Hal. "Williamson, I'm mighty glad to see you back," hailed Captain Jack delightedly. "I'm glad to be back, if there's anything unusual going to happen," replied the machinist, as they shook hands all around. Then, as they fell to chatting, the machinist seated himself on a keg, the top of which was about half off, revealing, underneath, a layer of jute bagging. "We're going to have some great practice work," declared Hal, moving about. "We're just waiting for that Navy man, and then we're going out on the new submarine. The one that's named after me, you know." Out in the little harbor beyond rode at anchor two grim-looking little torpedo boats, each about 110 feet long. The older one was named the Benson, after Captain Jack. But the latest one to be launched, which had had its full trial trip only some few days before, bore the name of Hastings, after the capable young chief engineer of the Pollard boats. Both of the boys, by this time, happened to be looking away from the machinist. Williamson, in utter unconcern, drew a pipe out of one of his pockets, filled it, and stuck the stem between his lips. Next, he struck a safety match softly against the side of the matchbox and lighted his pipe, drawing in great whiffs. "Just how far does this practice go?" inquired the machinist, still sitting on the keg and smoking contentedly. At that moment Captain Jack Benson caught, in his nostrils, the scent of burning tobacco. In an instant a steely glitter shone in the young captain's eyes. Firm, strong lines appeared about his mouth. All that part of the face showed white and pallid. Just a second or two later Hal Hastings also turned. Like a flash his lower jaw dropped, as though the hinge thereof had broken. When Captain Jack's voice came to him it sounded low, yet hard and metallic. One would have wondered whether he had suddenly become ugly. "Williamson," he directed, "just step outside and see if F is there." Hardly noting the unusual ring in the young commander's voice, the machinist, still with the pipe stem between his teeth, rose and walked out into the open. With an almost inarticulate yell, Captain Jack Benson leaped after him, striking the man in the back and sending him spinning a dozen feet beyond. Hal Hastings, too, dashed through the doorway, then paused, grasping the edge of the door and shutting it with a bang. "What on earth do you mean by knocking a fellow down like that?" demanded the machinist angrily, leaping to his feet and wheeling about, leaving the lighted pipe on the snow crust. "Look at the sign on this door," ordered Hal Hastings, pointing to the big white letters. "Danger, eh?" asked Williamson, speaking more quietly. "Well, that door was open and swung back when I came along, so I couldn't see any warning. But what is there in the shed that's so mighty dangerous?" "What do you suppose is in the half-open keg that you were sitting on?" demanded Captain Jack, rather hoarsely. "What?" queried the machinist, curiously. "The head of that keg is half off," Jack continued. "Now, if any sparks from your pipe had dropped down and set the bagging afire, well, that keg is almost full of cubes of gun cotton." "Whew!" gasped Williamson, beginning to look pallid himself. "Nor is that all," Hal took up. "Of course, if you had touched off that gun cotton in the keg, it would have sent us all through the roof. But the smaller explosion would have touched off the 2.5 tons of gun cotton in those Whitehead torpedoes. That would have laid the whole shipyard flat. In fact, after the torpedoes went up, there wouldn't have been much left of any part of Dunhaven." "Great Hercules!" gasped the machinist, his face now losing every vestige of color. Then, after a moment, "With so much sky-high trouble stored in that shed, you should have a sign up." "There is one, on the door," replied Captain Jack, "but the door happened to be swung open so that you couldn't see it. Yet I guess you're the only one in all Dunhaven who didn't know what the shed contains." And how does the little town like the idea? Demanded Williamson, beginning to smile as his color slowly returned. Why, the people can't expect to have very much to say, Jack replied. We have a permit to store the explosive, and it's at the request of the United States government. You're not afraid to be near so much rockety stuff, are you? Williamson gazed at the young skipper reproachfully. Now what have I ever done, Captain? What have I failed to do that should make you think me only 40% good on nerve? Though I'll admit that my appetite for smoking won't be good when I'm near this shed. How long is the stuff going to stay here? That is, if some idiot doesn't play with matches in that shed. I expect it will about all be used after the Navy officer gets on the scene and drills us in using torpedoes, Captain Benson answered. It isn't intended to keep that sort of stuff stored here all the time. Oh, then I reckon I won't toss my job into the harbor, grinned the machinist. How soon are you going to want me? You can go aboard the Hastings at once, replied Skipper Jack. It won't do any harm to have the machinery of the new boat looked over with a most critical eye. Any gun cotton, rack-a-rock wool, or dynamite silk stored on board the new craft? Inquired Williamson with a look of mock anxiety. Nothing more dangerous than gasoline, Captain Jack smiled. Oh, I don't mind that stuff, chuckled the machinist. I want to smoke. That's why I'm particular about not going to work near any stuff that has such a big idea of itself that it swells up every time a match or a lighted pipe comes around. I'll go aboard now. With this statement, Williamson strolled down to the beach, untying a small skiff and pulling himself out to the newer of the pair of very capable submarine torpedo boats that lay at moorings out in the little private harbor. Hal, in the meantime, had quietly swung the shed door to and locked it. The great white word, danger, was once more in plain view. What are you going to do now? Asked young Hastings of his chum. I reckon I'll spend my time wondering where the Navy man is, laughed Captain Jack. Let's go up to the office, then. Mr. Farnham may have had some word in the matter. As they neared the door of the office building, F. Summers, who was a combination of first officer, steward, and general utility man on board the Pollard boats, came in through the gate, joining his friends at once. Readers of our previous volumes are now well acquainted with these young men and their friends. In The Submarine Boys on Duty was told how Jack and Hal came to Dunhaven at just the right moment, as it happened, to edge their way into the employ of Jacob Farnham, the young shipbuilder, who was then engaged in the construction of the first of those famous submarine torpedo craft. The first boat was named the Pollard, after David Pollard, the inventor of the craft and of its successors. By the time that the Pollard was ready for launching, Jack and Hal had made themselves so valuable to their employer that the boys were allowed to take to the water with the boat when it left the stocks. F. Summers, freckle-faced and sunny-haired, was a Dunhaven boy who had fairly won his way aboard the same craft by his many-sided ability. Yet, under the direction of Messrs. Farnham and Pollard, these youngsters so rapidly acquired the difficult knack of handling submarine boats that they remained aboard. In the end, Jack Benson became the recognized captain of the boat. Some notable cruises were made, in which the great value of the Pollard type of submarines was splendidly proved, thanks largely to the cleverness of the boys who handled her. The Pollard was present during naval maneuvers of a fleet of United States warships. Captain Jack conceived and carried out a most laughable trick against one of the battleships, which attracted public attention generally to this new craft. In the second volume of the series, The Submarine Boys Trial Trip, our readers found the young men engaged in giving further and much more startling demonstration to naval officers of the full value of the Pollard type of boat. Incidentally, it was told how a grasping financier attempted to get control of the Farnham shipyard and its submarine business, with a series of startling plots that the submarine boys were instrumental in balking. The submarine boat itself passed some of the severest trials that could be invented. Yet the trials through which the builders and the submarine boys passed were far greater. Yet, in the end, just as Mr. Farnham and his associates were about to go to the wall financially, the Navy Department purchased and paid for the Pollard. In this volume was also told how Jack and his friends were the first to discover a simple yet seemingly mysterious method of leaving and entering a submarine boat at will when it lay on the bottom of the ocean. Then, in The Submarine Boys and the Middies, was related how Captain Jack and his chums secured the prize detail of going to Annapolis with the company's new boat, the Farnham, there to teach the midshipmen of the Naval Academy how to operate boats of this class. That narrative was unusually full of adventures, including the laughable recital of how F innocently brought down upon the trio a first-class sample of hazing by Uncle Sam's naval cadets. Captain Jack had many startling adventures with the secret agent of a rival submarine company, who sought to discredit and disgrace the young commander of the Submarine Boys. In the volume preceding this, entitled The Submarine Boys and the Spies, the third of the company's boats, the Benson, named in honor of the young captain, was discovered in Florida waters. This newest submarine had been sent to Spruce Beach in December to undergo some tests and to give an exhibition, the U.S. gunboat Waverly being on hand to act as host. In this volume it was related how Captain Jack's very life was at stake, from the foreign spies gathered at Spruce Beach to pry into the secrets of the mysterious submarine. Here the United States Secret Service officers were called into aid. Yet it was Captain Jack and his friends who contributed to the full success of the government sleuths. At this period of his career, Captain Jack's greatest dangers came through the wiles of charming women spies, especially one beautiful young Russian woman, Mamselle Sarah Nadaboff, easily the most clever of all international spies. Yet the cleverness of the submarine boys carried them successfully, and with highest honor, through the gravest situations in their eventful young careers. Just at this particular time, the young men had been going through dull days. Beyond the fact of the mere presence of the heavily charged torpedoes at the shipyard, there had been nothing like excitement for some time. This dullness, however, was destined to turn, suddenly, into the most intense and exciting activity. As Jack pushed open the outer door of the office building of the shipyard, Jacob Farnham, the owner, happened to be bustling through the corridor. "Hello, boys," came his quick, cheery greeting. "I was just about to send for you." "Any word," queried Jack good-humoredly, "as to when that cold molasses naval officer is going to be here?" From within the office sounded a light laugh. "You'll see him shortly," grinned Mr. Farnham. "But come in, boys." As the three submarine boys entered the office in a group, their glances fell upon two men in the uniform of United States sailors standing at ease near the door. In a chair near Mr. Farnham's desk sat a third man, dressed in ordinary citizen attire. He was a man of about 28, dark, smooth-faced, slender of figure, yet broad-shouldered. "Lieutenant Danvers," called Mr. Farnham, smiling broadly, "I want to present my submarine boys to you. First of all, Jack Benson, our young captain." Realizing that his question had been overheard, Jack went forward with a very red face, holding out his hand. With a quiet smile, Lieutenant Frank Danvers, U.S. Navy, took the boy's hand. Then Hal and F were presented. "I see that I was mistaken about the molasses," laughed Jack. "Nothing as sweet as all that about the Navy, eh?" smiled Mr. Danvers. "However, my delay in getting here was due entirely to delay in official orders. I am now on the ground, however, and ready for prompt—" At this moment the outer door shot open with a bang. Hal looked out into the corridor to see what had caused the disturbance. "Look here," sounded the voice of Machinist Williamson, in an injured tone. "Here I am, looking about for a quiet place for a 5 minutes' smoke. Captain Benson sends me out to the Hastings, telling me that it will be all right there. So I light my pipe on the platform deck and go below. Great Jehosh! The first thing I run onto is a couple of torpedoes, about a mile long and 200 yards thick, loaded up with gun cotton or pistol satin enough to blow the ocean up into the sky. And I haven't had my smoke yet." "That's all right," called Hal quietly as the machinist's somewhat shaking voice died out. "You're always safe, man, in following any lead that Captain Jack Benson gives you. Go back to the Hastings and have your smoke out." "But those 2 torpedoes, loaded up to the muzzles with artillery felt or some other exploding kind of dry goods," protested the machinist. Those two torpedoes are dummies, laughed Hal Hastings. They're aboard just for dummy torpedo practice. There isn't a kick in a dozen of them. Go back and get your smoke, man. Hal must have looked at the machinist with unusual sharpness, for Williamson went promptly out through the door, closing it after him. I'm ready to go aboard, Mr. Benson, proposed Lieutenant Danvers, and make a start whenever you're so inclined. We'd better put it off for half an hour, proposed Skipper Jack with a laugh. That'll give Williamson a chance to have that smoke of his over with. That'll suit me, agreed the naval officer cheerfully. In fact, Mr. Benson, if you won't think me too much like cold molasses, Jack winced, I would propose that we start at a little after 1 o'clock this afternoon. Even at that, we'll be out long enough between that time and dark. Any arrangement that suits you, Lieutenant, suits me, nodded Jack Benson. You're going with us today, aren't you, Mr. Farnham? Don't you believe for a moment, retorted the shipbuilder, that I'd let anything keep me from the first torpedo practice on one of our boats? And I'm almost ashamed of Dave Pollard. That fellow, instead of being here, is away somewhere in hiding, dreaming about a new style of clutch for the after end of the torpedo tube. Oh, yes, I'll be with you. Hello, muttered Eph, stepping to a window that looked out on the yard near the street gate. What's this coming? 100 people at least, and they look like a mob. There was, in truth, a goodly inpouring of people, and fully a dozen of these newcomers seemed to be trying to talk at the same time. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 2. Torpedo Practice at Last. Perhaps they're coming to make a row about having so much gun cotton stored close to the village, hinted Lieutenant Danvers. The same thought was in Captain Jack Benson's mind. However, they were not long to be kept in doubt, for Jacob Farnham had moved hastily to the outer door. Good day, friends, called the shipbuilder as he pulled the outer door open, for he recognized most of the faces of men and women in the crowd. What's wrong, friends? At the very doorstep, the leaders of the crowd halted. The Mary Bond isn't in yet, Mr. Farnham, called one of the men. That was the name of a fishing smack that put out from Dunhaven at regular intervals through the winter. She carried a Dunhaven captain and mate, and altogether 14 men and boys. When should she have been in? Queried Mr. Farnham. The crowd had halted now, and all but their chosen speaker remained silent. Yesterday morning, sir, replied the spokesman. Do you people fear that harm has come to the Mary Bond? Queried the shipbuilder. Why, it must be so, sir, for the smack wasn't due to go out more than some 40 miles. With the winds we've been having lately, she could come in any time within a few hours. Perhaps the captain had a poor run of luck, suggested Mr. Farnham. He may be staying out longer than usual. No, sir, for all the reports that have come in off the sea are of big catches. The ocean has been swimming with fish these last few days, replied the spokesman. Then, friends, I take it there's something you want me to do. What is it? Demanded Jacob Farnham. We've come to ask you, sir, if you won't have one of your torpedo boats put out and look for the Mary Bond. Your boats can go a big distance in a few hours. We're afraid, Mr. Farnham, that the smack's canvas or sticks may have suffered in the big blow of yesterday. We're afraid, too, that the Mary Bond may be drifting about helplessly on the sea, just for the need of a little aid. We're afraid, sir, the good Dunhaven men may be in great danger of going to the bottom, and leaving behind families that... The spokesman stopped, a little choke in his voice. As though in answer, sobs came from some of the women. Now, friends, if that's the trouble, we'll soon know about it, promised the shipbuilder, one of the biggest-hearted men living. One of our boats is going out for practice. But, if you'll supply a good sea-going hand or two, the second boat shall go out and sweep the seas hereabouts, looking for the Mary Bond. A cheer went up at once. Mr. Farnham flushed with pleasure. Not above doing a kind act, he also enjoyed having it appreciated. "Who'll command the relief boat?" called one of the women. "Jack Benson?" "No," replied Mr. Farnum, shaking his head. "Captain Benson must go out on naval business today." A murmur of disappointment went up from the crowd. Jack Benson was a young skipper on whose success a Dunhaven crowd would make bets. "But see here," proposed the shipbuilder, "I'll go out myself on the Benson and take Williamson along with me. Now, you folks find any local saltwater captain and a couple of good deckhands to go with me." "When will you start, sir?" asked the spokesman. "The minute you have my helpers ready. There's Captain Allen among you now. If he'll go, he's as good a saltwater dog as I want on a cruise with me. Let him pick 2 sailors out of the crowd. We can start in 5 minutes." Another cheer went up as Jacob Farnum, leaving the outer door open, hurried back to his own party. Captain Allen, a retired master of coasting vessels, had 5 times as many volunteers in the crowd as he needed. "Jack, I'm sorry I can't go with you," sighed Mr. Farnum as he returned. "But the call of humanity is too big a one. I'm going to take Williamson with me. The rest of you go with Lieutenant Danvers and his men. I'll hope to be able to go with you tomorrow anyway." "Isn't there a tug hereabouts that those people could hire?" questioned the naval officer. "Oh, yes, there's a small one to the south of here, but her captain would charge at least $50 a day," replied the shipbuilder, as he drew on a heavy deck ulster. "I suppose these people expect you to go out for nothing?" hinted Lieutenant Danvers. "Oh, yes, of course," nodded the shipbuilder. "But one can't be a crank or a miser when women are red-eyed and weeping from worry over their missing husbands and sons." There was a suspicion of moisture in Mr. Farnum's own eyes as he snatched up a cap, bidding his own party a hasty good-bye ere he ran from the office. "There goes a good-natured man," laughed Lieutenant Danvers. "A big-hearted one, you mean, sir," corrected Captain Jack Benson. "He's a man with a heart bigger than any torpedo craft he could possibly build and launch." "I wish him all luck," said the naval officer heartily, "and that crowd, and also the poor seafaring men that put out in the like of the Mary Bond." The crowd had gone from the office building now, following Mr. Farnum and his volunteers down to the little harbor. Jack, his chums, and the naval party slowly followed down to the waterfront. Little time did the shipbuilder lose in getting under way. A rousing cheer ascended when the grim little Benson slipped her moorings and turned her nose out toward the sea. "Your pipe-hungry machinist went on that craft, didn't he?" asked the naval officer, as the crowd began to turn back from the beach. "Yes," nodded Captain Jack. "So there's nothing at all to prevent our getting the Hastings out on the wave as soon as you like." "I'm going to send my men up to the hotel first for a jolly big feed," proposed Lieutenant Danvers. "They've been on the rail, eating on the jump, and now they'll appreciate a good square meal." "Suppose we all go up to the hotel for luncheon," proposed Captain Jack. "Then how about having torpedoes aboard when we return?" "How many real torpedoes will you want for today, Mr. Danvers?" Benson inquired. "2 besides the dummies will be plenty." "Then I'll run over to Mr. Partridge, the superintendent of the yard, and he'll have a foreman and a gang attend to it," suggested the young submarine skipper. Accordingly, this was done. Then the party slated for the afternoon cruise went over to the hotel. By the time that they came back from the midday meal, the 2 service torpedoes were aboard the Hastings, and the target was in readiness to be towed out to sea. This target was not a handsome-looking affair. It was an old scow, some 30 feet long and broad of beam, that had once been used up the coast in seawall construction work. Mr. Farnum had bought it a short time before, and it now lay at anchor near the beach, ready to be towed out to sea for its last service to mankind. The scow was heavily laden with rock, this being intended to sink the craft's keel as far as was advisable. The old scow had now something more than 4 feet draft, with less than 2 feet of freeboard. 2 of the workmen, in an old whaleboat, waited to row the party out to the Hastings. Jack was soon able to welcome Lieutenant Danvers on board the submarine. "You can look around all you want, Ewald and Biffins," suggested Mr. Danvers, "and see if you can find any great differences between this craft and the Pollard and the Farnum." The 2 sailors accordingly made themselves wholly at home in the interior of the submarine. "Both men have put in tours of duty on the first 2 boats turned out by your company," explained the officer. "They know all about the 2 Pollard boats that the Navy bought." "Then they won't find very much that is different on board the Hastings," Jack replied. "All that is new here is in the way of a few more up-to-date little mechanisms and devices. A man used to running the old Pollard would really be wholly at home here." A few minutes only were allowed for inspection of the newest submarine of the lot. By this time the workmen in the small boat had made fast a towing hawser between the bow of the old scow and the stern towing bits of the Hastings. "Use my men all you need to in casting off, or in boat handling generally," requested Lieutenant Danvers. Jack therefore ordered Ewald and Biffens forward on the upper hull to cast loose from moorings. Hal stood the trick in the engine room, while Jack himself sat at the wheel in the tower. In another minute, despite her rather heavy tow, the Hastings was nosing briskly out of the harbor. The gasoline engines this little craft were of a heavy service pattern, which adapted the submarine to the work of towing at need. "How far out do you want to go, sir?" asked Captain Jack, as the Navy lieutenant took a seat beside him in the tower, after Eph and the sailors had gone below. "We want to be sure to be well out of the path of coastwise vessels," replied Danvers. "That's the main thing, you know. We can't take any risk of sinking a merchantman while we're having our fun." "With this tow, then, it will be 3 o'clock before we get out where we really ought to be, sir." "That will give us at least 2 hours of good daylight," nodded Mr. Danvers. "Of course you know this coast well enough to pick your way back after dark?" "I'd run the craft 5 times the distance under water and hit the harbor without the thought of an accident," spoke young Benson seriously, "and with no thought of boasting." "Jove, my young friend, if you can do a thing like that, you're a genius at the work," muttered Danvers, after a swift side glance at Skipper Jack. "I've done as much before," laughed Jack. "Either of my friends could do it, for that matter." "Then you're veritable young kings of the deep," declared Lieutenant Danvers heartily. "Oh, we're not wonders," smiled Jack good-humoredly, then added, more seriously, "If we really do anything worthwhile, my friends and I, we're to be regarded simply as the products of constant practice." "You're modest enough about it," agreed Danvers. Presently the naval officer himself took a hand at managing the submarine. Jack, knowing that the boat was in fine professional hands, slipped unconcernedly below to chat with Hal Hastings, who sat doggedly by his engines. "What's the matter? What makes you look so solemn, old fellow?" asked the young submarine skipper, when he caught sight of his chum's solemn face. "Oh, you'd laugh if I told you," smiled Hal. "Seeing omens of ill again?" persisted young Benson. "I suppose," sighed Hal. "Well, I have a sort of premonition." Premol," stuttered Captain Jack, holding comically to the port side of his jaw. "Oh, pshaw! Call it a plain United States hunch. What's the tip the spooks are giving anyway, Hal?" Hastings smiled again, though he went on. "Oh, it's just a queer sort of notion I have that something is going to happen to us this afternoon." "Right-o," drawled Jack. "You don't have to shove off from that, Hal. Something is going to happen to us. This afternoon we're going to have the first drill in the actual firing of submarine torpedoes." "Oh, I know that," Hastings admitted quickly. "But what I see ahead, or feel as though I see, is some kind of disaster. Now, you'll think I'm a sailor croaker, won't you, Jack?" "Disaster?" repeated Jack slowly. "Well, to be sure, we've the outfit on board for a disaster if we wanted one. 2 real torpedoes that hold, between them, 400 pounds of gun cotton, or danger calico as Williamson would call it. But cheer up, old fellow. There's no danger after all. Williamson and his pipe are on the other boat." "Oh, of course nothing is really going to happen," laughed Hal. "It is just the feeling that is over me. That's all." It was fully 3 o'clock by the time Lieutenant Danvers decided they were far enough out to sea, and far enough from any craft in those waters. Not a stick or a stack of another vessel showed within 10 miles of them. The scow was accordingly cast loose and allowed to drift. Captain Jack was at the tower wheel again, as Eph and the 2 sailors returned from setting the scow loose. "We've got to be sure to record one good hit against that old barge of stone," muttered Lieutenant Danvers, who stood beside the youthful submarine commander. "The sea is roughening, and I doubt if we could pick up that scow in tow again. We've got to destroy her, or she'd be a fearful menace to navigation, drifting about in the night in the path of incoming vessels. "Oh, I guess you'll get rid of her easily enough," spoke Jack confidently. "You're a professional at this business, sir." "So are the two men with me," nodded the officer. "By the way, Ewald can just as well come on deck and take the wheel, if you want him to do so. Then you can go below and see all that we do with the torpedo." "Now that's what I call a great idea," cried Benson enthusiastically. "I want to know just how a torpedo is handled at the time of firing." "It's the only thing you have left to learn about this business," smiled the naval officer. Then he passed the word for Ewald. When that sailor had taken the wheel, the naval officer and the young submarine skipper went below. "We'll swing in one of the dummy torpedoes first, of course," announced Mr. Danvers. One of the dummies was, therefore, hauled forward on a truck, then forced on into the torpedo tube. Jack watched intently this part of the business. The torpedo itself was a cigar-shaped affair, with a propeller at the after end. This propeller was set in motion by means of an engine in the after part of the torpedo, the engine being so constructed that it was set in operation at the moment the torpedo left the tube and entered the ocean outside. The propeller was fitted with apparatus that would drive the torpedo in a straight line. "The torpedo looks like a miniature submarine, doesn't it?" muttered young Benson. "It surely does," nodded the naval officer. "And since the torpedo has to travel underwater, what better model could have been chosen? Now, the engines in these dummy torpedoes can be set for 2, 4, 6, or 800 yards, and the torpedo, once it enters the water, travels forward in a straight line until the engine gives out. That is, the torpedo travels ahead if it doesn't hit something. So, in actual war conditions, we would always get nearer to the object than the distance for which the engine is set to run. The speed of a torpedo like this underwater is a good deal better than 30 miles an hour, but the distance the torpedo can go is naturally short. That is a direct consequence of its speed. Now, Mr. Benson, would you like to know how to fire the torpedo, since it is already in the tube?" "Certainly, sir," nodded Jack, and then he continued as if reciting a lesson. "Just give that firing lever at the back of the after port a quick shove to the right and downward. That releases the charge of compressed air and forces the torpedo out. At the same instant, the forward port opens, so that the torpedo can be shot out into the water. The compressed air also serves to keep the seawater from rushing in through the torpedo tube. When the lever is swung up and back again, that closes the forward port, and it is then safe to open this after port." "You have committed that to memory," laughed the naval lieutenant. "Oh, we've often talked this over, all three of us," smiled Jack. "Then, since you understand this part so well, Benson," proposed Mr. Danvers, "perhaps you'd like to go forward on deck and see when this dummy torpedo is fired?" "I surely would," agreed the submarine boy, "and Eph can just as well come with me." The two submarine boys, therefore, hastened above, out on the platform deck, and then further forward on the upper hull, until they lay out along the nose of the Hastings. Danvers reached Ewald's side in the tower, while Biffens waited below, at the lever, for the firing signal. The Hastings was now drifting, rather aimlessly, something more than 400 yards away from the scow. As the sea was roughening all the while, the two submarine boys out forward were having a hard time of it. Added to that, icy spray was falling over them. Lieutenant Danvers quickly rang for speed, and then brought the submarine boat within about 300 yards of the scow, and at a position that pointed the nose of the Hastings at the middle of the scow's hull, the line of fire making a right angle with the scow. "Get ready to watch out there," warned the naval officer. "Now, Eph," glowed Jack, "we're going to see the thing we've so often dreamed about. We'll see that dummy torpedo leap forth like a real one. For a little way, at least, we ought to see the track of the torpedo." "Feel like betting the dummy will bit the scow?" questioned young Summers, half doubtfully. "Of course it will," retorted Jack Benson scornfully, "with naval experts on the job." Lieutenant Danvers gave the firing signal. In the silence that followed, the two submarine boys hanging over the nose of the boat heard just a muffled click below. Then, "There it goes!" shouted Jack Benson with all the glee in the world. Down beneath them, under the nose of the Hastings, an object shot into brief view. First the warhead, then the middle, then the tail and propeller of a 14-foot Whitehead torpedo swept away from them, 2 or 3 feet below the surface of the waves. A line of bubbles came to the surface, showing that the torpedo was headed, straight and clean, for the stone-laden scow over on the ocean. Then the torpedo, still under water, passed out of their range of view. "Hurrah!" yelled Jack Benson, leaping to his feet with all the glee and fervor of the enthusiast. "Hurrah!" "Hurrah!" bellowed Eph Somers, for the glory of the game had gotten into his blood, too. Both submarine boys capered up and down on the platform deck. But Lieutenant Danvers sat with left hand on the conning tower steering wheel, his watch in his right hand. He was counting the seconds. "Look out for the signal," called the naval officer coolly. "When I tell you, then look out for what happens over at the scow. Now!" They were too far away to hear the impact, but the two submarine boys saw a slight commotion in the waters under the scow's rail. Then the dummy torpedo bounded back, rising and floating on the surface. Spent. Had that torpedo contained the fighting service charge of 200 pounds of gun cotton, it would have shattered and sunk the biggest, staunchest, proudest battleship afloat. "It's uncanny, isn't it?" gasped Jack Benson, feeling an odd shudder run over him. This is the end of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Submarine Boys' Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Fajardo. The Submarine Boys' Lightning Cruise by Victor G. DURHAM. Chapter 3. Struck by a Submerged Foe. "Yep," agreed Eph Somers, blaster of daydreams. "But say—" "Well?" demanded Captain Jack. "At the same time," muttered Eph, grimly, "I'm glad that scow isn't a real battleship with half a dozen 12-inch cannon turned on us." "Huh!" muttered Jack, dryly. "If that scow were an enemy's battleship, 12-inch barkers and all, we'd be 20 feet under the surface, and we'd be out of sight and out of mind." "Quite right," nodded Lieutenant Danvers. "In a contest of that sort, I'd feel 50 times safer here than on the battleship we were after. Now, Benson, you've seen the first part of it. We have the other dummy to fire. The real gunner on a submarine is the fellow at the wheel. Do you want to take the wheel, maneuver the boat, and give the order to fire the next dummy shot?" "Do I?" uttered Jack Benson. "Just." Orders were then given to place the other dummy torpedo in the tube, and, this done, Jack took his place at the wheel, while Eph Somers and the lieutenant stood outside. At the naval officer's direction, Jack Benson came up on the other side of the scow, about 300 yards away, with the nose of the Hastings so pointed that the torpedo dummy could be delivered straight amidships. At just the right moment, Captain Jack passed the order to fire. Then he watched the scow with a strange fascination. Danvers stood, watch in hand. "Now!" he shouted. Barely 2 seconds later, the dummy torpedo arose, a few yards back from the side of the scow. "That torpedo struck full and fair," nodded Lieutenant Danvers, turning toward the conning tower. "Mr. Benson, if you always hit as full and well, you'll be an expert torpedoist." "Why, it's nothing but holding the nose of your own boat full on the other craft, amidships, and the torpedo itself does the rest," uttered the young submarine skipper. "That's it," nodded Lieutenant Danvers. "But when you're below the surface, the problem becomes a harder one. But then I'd come up and use the periscope, get the bearings of the enemy's vessel," declared Benson. "Then I'd drop below, using the compass for direction and the number of motor revolutions to give me the knowledge of distance traveled." "That's just the way it is done," agreed Danvers. "After all, it's just a matter of accurate boat handling, and being able to judge distances by the eye alone. And now, Mr. Benson, if you'll run over yonder, carefully, we'll pick up the dummies. After that, we've got to make as good a shot with a real torpedo, and sink the scow." "And if you don't, sir?" smiled the young submarine officer. "Then we'll be guilty of poor shooting, and have to try the second loaded torpedo," replied the naval officer. "If we miss with the second, then we'll have to contrive either to tow the scow or to sink her somehow. If either of the loaded torpedoes fails to explode, we'll have to pick it up at all hazards. If we left a loaded torpedo floating on the surface of the water here in the paths of coast navigation, it would sink the first ship that struck the warhead of the torpedo." The sea, by this time, was rough and white-capped, and a brisk wind was blowing down from the northeast. It was no easy task to get a rope around first one dummy torpedo and then the other. Yet at last this was done, and the heavy objects were hoisted aboard and stored below. "Now we'll get off and sink the scow before dark," muttered Lieutenant Danvers. "Are you going to let me fire the torpedo at her, sir?" demanded Skipper Jack Benson eagerly. "If you feel sure you can do it," replied the naval officer. "For that matter, if you fail, there will be one torpedo left, and I can take the second shot." At a sign from the young skipper, Eph hurried below to relieve Hal Hastings, who wished to see some of the fun. Hal came up into the conning tower to take the wheel, while Jack Benson slipped below to direct the loading of the torpedo into the tube. Then Biffens, the sailor, took his post by the firing lever, while Ewald stood back to pass the word from the conning tower. This loaded torpedo, like the dummies, had been set to run 400 yards. Captain Jack, therefore, determined to release the torpedo at a range of 300 yards. The Hastings had drifted somewhat away from the scow, but Jack, one hand on the steering wheel and the other at the signals, ran the submarine over so that he could head the craft around to deliver a broadside fire at the scow at right angles. When he had the Hastings in this position, he shouted down, "Be ready, Ewald." "Aye, aye, sir." A breathless instant followed, during which the young submarine commander took his last sight from the conning tower. "Fire!" "Fire it is, sir." Jack and Hal could just barely see, from the tower, the slight commotion that the torpedo made in the water at the bow when released. Hal, watch in hand, was counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Suddenly there came a low rumble, followed by "Oh!" The explosion was a dull and sullen one, but loud enough to make the blood of the submarine boys tingle. A column of spray shot up, followed by detached whiffs of smoke, for the torpedo had exploded beneath the surface. In the same instant, a sound of rending timbers reached their ears. Then the scow, where was it? only the waters rolled where the scow had been. Captain Jack and Hal rubbed their eyes. "The same thing would have happened to a battleship," smiled Lieutenant Danvers, who had come up behind them. "Now you young men begin to have something like an idea of what an engine of war you are handling, because this craft would be much more deadly and vastly more nerve-wracking to an enemy, because she would approach under water, and those on the battleship would have little or no means of gauging their peril. Incidentally, Mr. Benson, I must congratulate you upon the neatness of the shot." "To accept congratulations for that would be like robbing the poor box in a church," laughed Jack. "It called for nothing but aiming the nose of the boat straight." "And, even under water," replied Danvers, "it calls for but few more calculations. With really trained men all through the crew of a submarine, you can now understand what show that battleship of coming days will have against a single hostile torpedo boat. Why, the captain of a torpedo boat, if he has but one torpedo on board, could sail in under a fleet, pick out his battleship, sink it, and then scuttle away, under water, from the rest of the fleet." "It seems almost like cowardice, doesn't it?" asked Hal Hastings, soberly. "Not exactly," replied Lieutenant Danvers, grimly. "In the first place, the game of war is to destroy the enemy with as little loss as possible to yourself. Moreover, the commander and crew of a submarine torpedo boat, during the naval campaign, would have to take risks enough to make most men's hair turn gray." "I'm not wishing for war," muttered Jack Benson. "Still, if one has to come, I hope I'll be in command of a torpedo craft that sees service." "I think you'll have your wish, my lad," nodded Lieutenant Danvers. "Of course, none but regularly commissioned naval officers may command the craft of the Navy. Still, in our Civil War, and in the war with Spain, we had to commission a good many volunteers. So, in the event of another war coming, I don't believe the Navy Department would feel that it could possibly pass by boys trained as well as you three have been." "Are you going to use the other loaded torpedo today, sir?" asked Jack. "Against what?" demanded Danvers. "You've sunk the scow as deep as the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean." "Then I suppose we may as well put back to Dunhaven, sir." "Yes, Benson." Jack accordingly signaled for slow speed ahead, turning the nose of the Hastings towards the west. Hal and Eph, as the submarine started back, took a drill in loading and unloading torpedoes into the tube, performing this work with one of the dummies, Ewald and Billings assisting. Knowing that Hal was not in the engine room, Captain Jack was content to run along at slow speed. Nor had the boat gone more than 2 miles when something struck the bow. At the first impact alert, Jack Benson felt his heart leap into his mouth. It was as though the Hastings had struck, lightly, on a reef. Almost by instinct, Jack threw the wheel over to port. Something was rasping, forcefully, under the hull of the submarine. As the helm went to port, that something underneath, whatever it was, sheered off. "What was that, Benson?" called up Lieutenant Danvers, sharply. "Struck something, sir, I'm sure," Jack called back. At the first sound of trouble, Hal Hastings leaped into the engine room. Lieutenant Danvers sprang up the stairs into the conning tower. He was in time to find Captain Jack swinging the nose of the Hastings around. Then the youthful commander signaled for the stop and the reverse. "Mr. Somers!" shouted Jack, coolly but promptly. "Aye, aye, sir," called up Eph. "Take a lantern and get down into the compartments along the keel forward. See if we're taking in any water." "Aye, aye, sir." "We struck part of a derelict, or something else submerged," guessed Lieutenant Danvers. "We're lucky, indeed, if our plates are not sprung." Then he called down to Biffens to follow and aid Eph Somers. It was almost dark now. Jack, reaching over, switched on the electric side lights outside, and also the white light at the signal masthead. Then he turned on the searchlight, sending its bright ray through the gathering darkness. "Look over there, sir," muttered Jack, holding the searchlight ray steadily on an object he believed he saw. "Don't you make out, sir, bobbing up and down when the waves part, what looks like the stump of a broken-off mast of a vessel submerged? It is a death-dealing derelict in the very path of coastwise navigation." "By Jove, yes," gasped Lieutenant Danvers, hoarsely. "Your eyes are sharp, Benson, and your judgment sound. That, then, was what we struck on. The mast stump of a waterlogged, sunken derelict. If our under-hull plates are sprung, we go down to the bottom." They waited, in dreadful anxiety, for the report of Eph from the region of the keel plates. They were far out to sea, and a submarine cannot carry a lifeboat. End of Chapter 3. Struck by a submerged foe. Chapter 4 of the Submarine Boys' Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Fajardo. The Submarine Boys' Lightning Cruise by Victor G. DURHAM. Chapter 4. A Submarine's Revenge. All now waited on Eph's word during the next few moments. If the Hastings, striking on that stub of a submerged mast, had had her plates so badly sprung that pumping would not drive out the water as fast as it came in, then this meant the submarine was doomed to go to the bottom. All that would then remain to those aboard would be to take to the ocean. True, they had life preservers aboard, and with these, officers and men could keep afloat. In the icy waters of a February night, however, with something like 15 miles to swim to mainland through an ever-roughening sea, it was almost impossible that the strongest among them could hope to reach shore alive. Yet, desperately anxious as he was to know the news, Jack Benson did not desert his post by the steering wheel. Someone must be there. Nor had Hal thought of leaving the engine room. So the naval lieutenant remained with Benson, duplicating, in those awful moments, the boy's cool courage. It was Ewald who presently came running up the stairs to report. "Mr. Somers orders me to report that there's a little trickle of water coming in between two plates about 12 feet aft the bow, sir. But Mr. Somers believes that, without pumping, we could run 40 miles without serious danger, sir." Knowing his friend's ability and good judgment as he did, Jack Benson stood ready to accept that report without question. But Lieutenant Danvers inquired: "Did you see the leak, Ewald?" "Yes, sir." "What did you think about it?" "Why, sir, I agree with Mr. Somers." "I believe I'll go down and take a look at that leak," announced Danvers, slowly. "Then, while you're gone," said Benson, "I'll keep the searchlight steadily on what I can see of the top of that mast stump." "Why not keep on in toward the shore?" "Because, sir," and Jack's jaws snapped, "if we've been insulted in this fashion by an old derelict, I don't believe in letting the old derelict get off so easily, sir." Lieutenant Danvers knitted his brow thoughtfully as he hurried down the stairs, then followed Ewald through a steel trapway into the cramped compartments under the cabin flooring. In 3 or 4 minutes Mr. Danvers came up again. "It's all right," he said. "I can't see the leak threatens to become serious, unless we should happen to hit that mast stump again." "I believed it was all right," the young captain replied, quietly, after having heard Mr. Somers' report. "You 3 boys certainly stick together and admire each other, don't you?" laughed Danvers. "We've every reason to, sir. We 3 have been trained together in this work. No one of the 3 knows anything that the others don't," came Benson's matter-of-fact reply. "When I went below, you made some remark about not letting the derelict off too easily, Benson. What did you mean?" "Why, I believe we ought to get square with that old sunken hulk," retorted Captain Jack, wheeling around and eyeing the naval officer. "Great Scott! You mean we ought to blow up the derelict? Isn't it usually the Navy, sir, that gets such jobs to do?" Yes, Benson, but the Navy Department always sends out a vessel fitted for such work. This is a submarine boat. We have 1 loaded torpedo left on board. Don't you think we answer the description of a vessel fitted for destroying a derelict?" smiled Captain Jack, coolly. "To say nothing of the itch for revenge that we feel." "It'll be a ticklish business," muttered Danvers, thoughtfully. "So is a lot of the Navy's work, isn't it?" persisted Captain Jack. "See here, lad, do you really mean that you want to make a sure enough job of blowing up the derelict?" "That's what I'm staying here for, sir," rejoined Jack, again swinging the searchlight. "And over there, 300 yards yonder, I can still make out, once in a while, that bit of mast. What do you say, Lieutenant?" "Why, if you boys have the grit to go ahead and tackle a job like that in the night, the Navy isn't going to feel chilled and run away," laughed Danvers, shortly. "Yet, my boy, do you think you fully understand the dangers of the undertaking?" "I think I do," nodded Captain Jack. "It's to be a duel between this submarine and the old derelict. You can't just hang off like this over here and shoot at that mast. That won't do any good." "Yes, I know all that," said Jack, eagerly. "Then what's your plan, Mr. Benson?" "Why, sir, we've got, first of all, to sail as close as we dare to that mast stump. And then we've got to use the sounding line to find out in which direction the hull of the sunken derelict lies. We must also get an idea of the length of the hull. Then, having gotten our figures, we'll have to glide back a little way, so as to give a right-angle broadside on at the hull of the derelict. Before firing the torpedo, we'll first have to go far enough below water so that we'll know we're in a fair line with that sunken hull yonder, for we've got to make our 1 loaded torpedo do the trick." "You've got the figures down all right," nodded Lieutenant Danvers, thoughtfully. "The risky part is in trying to run over that derelict's sunken hull in order to locate it and make your soundings. Now, you run a big chance of running plumb on to some other stump of a mast. The Hastings may easily get an injury from the stump of another mast that may tear a real hole in our plates and send us all to the bottom." "There's danger to be considered in any submarine game really worth the while," assented Captain Jack Benson, coolly. "Do you feel, then, Mr. Danvers, that we should be satisfied to drive back to Dunhaven and content ourselves with wiring the Navy Department news of the derelict and of her present position?" Lieutenant Danvers thoughtfully gazed at the young submarine commander's face. "No," he muttered at last. "I think the best thing for a fellow like you, Jack Benson, will be to wade in and get your revenge, and make it as complete as you can." "All right, sir," nodded Jack. "Thank you. And now we'll see how complete a job we can make of it. Mr. Somers!" "Aye, aye, sir," answered Eph from below. "Are you going to consult with your crew?" whispered Danvers. "They're not the kind of fellows who need consulting," muttered Captain Jack. "All they want is their orders. Mr. Somers, bring up the sounding line." "Aye, aye, sir." In a moment more young Somers was in the conning tower, and Jack, sounding line in hand, was out on the platform deck, where Lieutenant Danvers followed him. Eph knew by this time what was wanted of him. Hal, in the engine room, was as yet ignorant of the game, but all Hal had to do was to obey the engine room signals promptly. Sending the submarine craft ahead at very slow speed, Eph steered as close to the bobbing masthead as the young captain deemed safe. Jack shouted his orders back as he and Lieutenant Danvers crouched over the nose of the boat. In the rough sea that was running, their work was doubly hard, but Eph kept the searchlight all the time turned in the direction of the top of the bobbing mast stump. In a circle they went around it, barely 30 feet from the broken mast, Jack heaving the sounding lead. At last he felt it rest on the deck of the sunken derelict. The distance below was 6 fathoms, 36 feet. "Now we've got the line of the hull," called Benson to the lieutenant. "Our next job is to find out how far back this hull runs under the water." This knowledge, also, was gained at last. Then Benson, rising, hastened back to the conning tower, followed by Danvers. Jack himself closed the manhole, while Eph still trained the searchlight through the darkness of the night. Stormy weather was threatening. "Now, hustle below, Eph, and get that loaded torpedo into the tube," commanded Skipper Jack Benson. "My men will help you," added Lieutenant Danvers. Jack quickly had his figures made. He knew where the hull lay, in what direction and how far below the surface the deck of the sunken derelict lay. He planned to land the torpedo 12 feet below the derelict's deck, which he believed would strike a full and fair blow. "Torpedoes loaded, sir," called Eph, while the Hastings, under slow speed astern, was gliding back to get into position for the attack. "Station biffins by the firing lever, then," called down Jack Benson. "Tell him to fire on the instant that he gets the order. Now, Mr. Somers, stand by the submerging apparatus. Drop just 42 feet below the surface, then report instantly to me." "Aye, aye, sir." Lieutenant Danvers stood by the submarine boy, intently watching, listening, and digesting Benson's plan. Yet the naval officer ventured no interference. In another moment, the hull of the Hastings began to disappear under the waves. 42 feet, sir, and stopped, shouted up Eph Somers. Ready to fire? Jack hailed. Aye, aye, sir.
Fire.
Fire it is, sir. Have you fired, Mr. Somers? Rolled down Jack's next question. Yes, sir. Then turn on the compressed air and bring us to the surface. Aye, aye, sir. The instant that the conning tower stood up, dripping through the waves, Jack turned on the searchlight again. Slow speed ahead, he next signaled. As the piercing rays of light gleamed out over the waters before them, the surface of the sea ahead was seen to be covered with floating litter. By Jove, look at that wreckage, uttered Lieutenant Danvers jubilantly. Everything about that old derelict that could float has come up to the surface. Do you think the derelict is utterly smashed, sir? Inquired Jack Benson, respectfully, for this trained naval officer knew more about such things than he did. That derelict is blown to kindling wood, exclaimed Danvers, himself manipulating the searchlight as they sailed through a sea littered with small wreckage. That derelict will never menace any skipper afloat from now on. Benson, lad, you did a wonderfully keen job. You don't think there'd be any risk, then, in sailing back and forth amid this wreckage? Asked Jack. Risk? Not a bit, retorted Danvers. Why, look over there, as he swung the searchlight in a new direction. There's that submerged mast stump, free of the wreck and floating horizontally now. Nor was it long before it was clear to the trained eyes that the sunken derelict had been efficiently blown up. That waterlogged ghost of a ship would never again be a source of peril to navigators. Now you can turn your nose for Dunhaven, and with a clear conscience, chuckled Lieutenant Danvers. And while you're doing that, I'm going below for another look at that little leak. Jack ran the Hastings the first few miles of her homeward course. Then he called Eph Somers to the wheel and went below to relax. It was well on toward 8 o'clock when the Hastings ran into the little harbor at Dunhaven and made moorings. The night watchman of the yard rode out to meet them, bringing the news that Mr. Farnum, in the Benson, had picked up the crew of the Mary Bond from 2 small boats at sea. There was a light in the office, so Jack's party went inside. There they found Jacob Farnum at his desk, putting the finishing touches to a telegram. By Jove, I'm glad we went out after the poor fellows of the Mary Bond, cried Mr. Farnum, wheeling around. We found them in sore straits, in 2 small boats with only a pair of oars to each boat, and the sea was roughening up every minute. They'd lost their fishing smack. Their boat struck on the stump of the mast of a sunken derelict. The smack sprung a big leak this morning and went down. I've just written a telegram to the Navy Department, Mr. Danvers, advising them of the location of the derelict, as well as I could gather it from the captain of the late Mary Bond. With this, he handed Danvers the telegram he had written. Lieutenant Danvers glanced at the telegram and then handed it back with a smile. What do you mean, sir? Demanded Jacob Farnum, wonderingly. The telegram isn't necessary, that's all, replied the naval officer with a smile. We encountered that same sunken derelict, and Jack Benson blew her to smithereens.
End of Chapter 4. A Submarine's Revenge.
Chapter 5 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor Durham. Chapter 5. The Mysterious Order Comes. That night a machinist was stationed aboard the Hastings to watch the incoming of the water through the slight leak and to apply the pump occasionally. In the morning the submarine was hauled up into the improvised dry dock and her hull plates examined. It was Lieutenant Davern's first chance to realize how superbly these Pollard boats were built and put together. He examined the hull with unbounded enthusiasm. Then a gang of workmen started in to replace the 2 injured plates. For the next 3 days the Benson was used in target practice. Jacob Farnum scurried up and down the coast, finding and buying suitable old crafts for targets. All 3 of the submarine boys had ample practice in firing of the torpedoes. After it was all over, there were but 4 of the loaded torpedoes left in the shed, labeled "Danger." "If you'd only have a little more practice," grumbled Williamson good-humoredly, "this would soon be a safe town for a fellow to take a quiet smoke in." The Hastings was now in the water once more, as sound and staunch as on the first day she was launched. Then came a few days of idleness. Lieutenant Daverns left Dunhaven, intending apparently to return soon. Edwald and Biffins, the 2 sailors, were quartered at the hotel at government expense, and were likely to enjoy themselves until orders came. Eph went home for 2 or 3 days. Jack and Hal slept aboard the Benson, while Williamson quartered himself aboard the Hastings, which craft was no longer carried any torpedoes. One afternoon, as Jack Benson was strolling through the shipyard, Jacob Farnum, in the doorway of the office building, called to the young skipper. "I suppose both boats are ready, Jack?" asked the shipbuilder. "Quite, sir," nodded Benson. He did not inquire for what they were expected to be ready. Jacob Farnum was one who liked to plan by himself, and to announce a new move only when he was ready for it. "All right, lad," nodded Farnum. "Keep both boats ready for any instant move that may be required of them. That's all." Again young Benson nodded, then strolled on out of the yard. Up on the main street of the village he encountered his chum. "There's something in the wind, Hal, for the boats," Jack announced. "All right," nodded Hal. "We're ready when needed." Nor did either one of them waste any time in wondering what the new move would be. When Jacob Farnum wanted them to know, he would tell them, and not before. The chums visited a motion picture for an hour. Then, tiring of that, they came up on the street. The first man they encountered, almost, was Lieutenant Daverns in citizen dress. "Back from your trip, sir?" Jack asked. "Yes. Has Farnum told you what's in the wind?" "He's only given us a hint, sir, that something may happen." "Oh," replied the naval officer, next adding, "That's rather queer, on the whole." "Not at all, sir," replied young Benson. "Mr. Farnum has a habit of telling us things only when he's ready." "Yet when—" began Mr. Daverns, but checked himself. "No matter what's in the wind, Mr. Daverns, there's no real need of posting us about anything until the time comes. Suppose Mr. Farnum wants us to start for China within an hour. The galley cupboard is already full of provisions, as it will hold. Both boats are in the best possible trim. We only need time, perhaps, to fill the gasoline tanks as full as they'll hold. Then we're ready to cast off and sail for the first stopping place on the route." "You're great fellows for the system, then. I understand why Mr. Farnum doesn't have to post you too far in advance." "He certainly doesn't have to," Jack replied. "Where are you going? Down to the yard?" "Not yet. Mr. Farnum hasn't given us any orders about hanging around." "Oh," responded Lieutenant Daverns with a quizzical smile. "Well, I must be leaving you now." Hal gazed after the shore-bound naval officer for a few moments, then observed dryly, "I'm not a bit curious. Are you, Jack?" "Of course not," smiled the young skipper. "All I want to know is what's in the air so suddenly." "Going back to the yard early?" "No, later," retorted Benson. "What's the use of letting folks suppose they have our curiosity aroused?" In fact, when the evening came, instead of going to the Benson for supper, Jack and Hal stopped at the hotel. Edwald and Biffins were there at one of the tables, but the sailors seemed to be eating in more haste than usual. Then, as they left the dining room, they saluted the young captain and the engineer. "Hurrying back to the yard, sir?" asked Edwald. "No," Jack said quietly. "That's queer." "Them are orders. We're going now, sir," replied Edwald. "You and I appear to be the only 2 in Dunhaven who don't know what's up," observed Hal Hastings dryly. "I don't believe Edwald or Biffins know what's on hand," Jack answered. "They've orders to report back in haste, that's all." "Then hadn't we better hurry back to the yard, too?" inquired Hastings. "No, we haven't any orders." "But Mr. Farnum may be wondering where we are." "Then the sailors can tell him. They'll know." Jack dawdled over his supper. "Going back to the yard now?" asked Hal. "No, to the bookstore." Muttered Hal. "I begin to think you're going to keep Mr. Farnum guessing, to pay him back in his own coin." "No, I'm going to the bookstore to pick out a small stack of books, Hal. I believe you're going on a cruise, and I mean to have something to read." "I wonder if you know more than you've told me," mused Hal aloud. "Not a blessed thing. I'm on the guessing list, and I'm doing my best I know at guessing." Hal didn't say any more, but he'd accompanied his chum to the bookstore. There was a package for each of them to carry when they came out. Then they headed down towards the shipyard. It was well towards 1 o'clock by the time the two chums stepped through the gate into the yard. "Mr. Farnum is still at his office. That's late for him," remarked Hal. "Maybe someone has him on the guessing list, too," laughed Benson. The night watchman came forward out of a shadow. "Boss wants to see you, young gentlemen," announced the watchman. So Jack and Hal turned in there. As they entered the office, a scene of solid comfort met their eyes. The shipbuilder and naval officer were lounging in easy chairs, smoking Havanas until the air was thick with white smoke. "Sailing orders, Jack," announced Farnum. "All right, sir," nodded the young skipper, looking at his watch. "I can pull out inside of 12 minutes." "But you don't have to," laughed Farnum. "You have until morning. Where do you suppose you're going?" "I don't know, sir." "Curious, Jack?" "I don't care where we're going," Benson smiled back. "When it's a matter of business, all parts of the earth look alike to me." Lieutenant Danvers laughed heartily. "Benson, lad," explained the young naval officer, "you've got the real make-up to serve in the Navy. It's a pity we had to lose you." "Don't be too sure yet, sir. The Navy has escaped having me," smiled back Skipper Jack. "You don't start until 8 in the morning," went on the shipbuilder. "Pollard got back this evening, and he goes with us. We take both the Benson and the Hastings. Eph will command one of the boats, I suppose?" "Yes, sir. And he'll have to be notified at once, too," replied the young submarine commander. "He's on one of the craft now," replied Mr. Farnum. "Lieutenant Danvers goes with us, but he's a guest only, and will not have to help in handling the boats. His two men, Edwald and Biffens, will take steering turns. We've a 480-mile sail before us, down to Groton Bay." "I know of the place, sir," nodded Jack without emotion or enthusiasm. But Jacob Farnum's next word all but lifted the submarine boys from their feet. "Jack, my boy, and you too, Hal, at Groton Bay, you will have to make the very efforts of your lives. We're to go through an official test for the United States government. We shall be in competition with 5 other types of submarine boats: the Wrens, the Seawald, the Griffith, and the Blackson and Day. We have to meet, and I hope vanquish, all of the recognized types of submarine boats made in the United States." "And we'll beat them, too," glowed Jack Benson, his eyes flashing and his fists clenching. "By the way, Jack," continued Mr. Farnum, "I had 2 applications for work this afternoon, from men who appear to know all about the gasoline marine engines. As we'll be short-handed for such a long cruise, do you suppose it would be worth while to look these fellows over and make up our minds about them?" "Great Dewey, no!" burst vehemently from the young submarine captain. "If we're going to the test of our lives, for our very lives, I might say, then we don't want aboard any strangers who'd show up looking for jobs at the last moment. No, sir, I won't have any of them aboard. That's it, not if I go too." "I guess that's sensible enough," nodded Mr. Farnum. "Well, get aboard, boys. Lieutenant Danvers will be out by 10 o'clock. Don't lie awake tonight thinking too hard of what's before you." "Don't you expect us to, sir," smiled Captain Jack. "We need our sleep tonight, if we've got such work ahead of us. It's big work, sir." "Big enough," nodded Jacob Farnum. "If we came out of this official test with all the points of the game, then Uncle Sam is likely to buy all of the submarine boats we can make for a couple of years to come, and our fortunes will be made. Yours too, boys." This talk of the boys' fortunes being at stake was not a matter of idle words. Jack, Hal, and Eph understood that, if they came out successful, they'd be at least moderately well off. Messrs. Farnum and Pollard were not the kind to be niggardly in giving rewards fairly won. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 6. Judas and Company introduce himself. Groton Bay, as every student of geography knows, is nearly landlocked, well-sheltered body of water some 7 miles long and 3 wide. At the mouth of the Groton River stands Colfax, a city of more than 30,000 inhabitants. This was about all the submarine boys knew of their destination until they arrived in the bay on that afternoon of the day after they left Dunhaven. Their rundown had been a continuous one. Jack had Biffens to relieve him at the wheel, while Mr. Farnum helped Hal in the engine room. Besides, Lieutenant Danvers had stood a few tricks at the wheel. While Jack came in the Benson, which carried the 2 remaining loaded torpedoes, Eph handled the Hastings, with Edwald as relief. Williamson had handled the engines of the latter boat, David Pollard standing relief in the engine room watch. The work had been hard and confining. It was a relief to all hands when they found themselves heading into Groton Bay. Not far from the city waterfront lay two United States gunboats, the Chelsea and the Oakland. Near the gunboats, a fleet of 7 other submarine craft lay at moorings. "They're not the only crowd, then," mused Jacob Farnum, "that has seen fit to enter more than one boat. I shall have to get busy and hunt for more information." "I'm not much worried about the triumph of the Pollard boats over the competitors," declared Davern generously. "And if anything can win for you, Mr. Farnum, it's having such enthusiasts as your submarine boys to handle your boats in the official tests." "Oh, I can depend on my boys," replied Jacob Farnum quickly. "I know all about them." Yet, as the shipbuilder gazed from the conning tower at the rival submarines, actual drops of cold sweat oozed out on his forehead. Success meant so much to this shipbuilder, who had all his capital, to the last penny, invested in this game. "The worst of it is, we've got to keep on the lookout for dirty tricks," groaned the shipbuilder to himself. "We're willing to play fair to the last gasp. No doubt some of the other competing submarine builders feel the same way about it. Yet, with so many rivals in the field, there are sure to be one or two rascally fellows who won't consider any trick too low to give them an advantage." Though Mr. Farnum had no particular rival or rivals in mind, his fears, after was proven, were only too well founded. "Take the wheel, Mr. Farnum," Jack begged, as he ran down the steps to call, "On deck, Biffins." "Aye, aye, sir," replied the sailor, scrambling to obey. Jack was out on the platform deck, megaphone in hand, by the time his employer ran up rather close to the Chelsea. "Will you direct us to our moorings, sir?" Jack shouted to the watch officer aboard the gunboat. "Proceed slowly east. Our launch will follow and show you your moorings," came the reply. Then the launch glided around the stern of the gunboat, leading the way. 10 minutes later, the Benson and the Hastings were moored at the extreme eastern end of the line of submarine craft. Then Hal, mopping his face from the engine-room heat, came up on deck for a breath of air. "I don't suppose we can get ashore," murmured young Hastings, gazing wistfully at the city beyond. "No," muttered Jack, shaking his head. "We're short-handed as it is, and we've got to be on hand to watch these boats. There are too many of the enemy about, in shape of rival builders and their employees, and among them there may be some mean tricksters who do anything in their power to pull the Pollard boats out of the running in the tests to come. No, I reckon we won't see much of the shore, except from our decks, though it is mighty cramped and confining on one of these small craft." Hal took a couple of turns up and down the deck. No one, until he has tried it, can realize how cramped such small craft are when one has to remain any length of time aboard. Suddenly Hal paused, looking ashore. "Great Scott!" he gasped. "Look who's here!" A roomy whaleboat was approaching them. In it, its passengers sat Grant Andrews, foreman, and 5 workmen from the home yard. "What can have happened?" wondered Captain Jack, as he and his chum waved their hands in greeting, then stood staring. "Surprised, eh, lad?" laughingly demanded Jacob Farnum, who stood behind them. "Yes, what's wrong?" asked Jack. "Nothing," replied the shipbuilder. "Then what are Andrews and the other men doing here?" "Do you notice," hinted Mr. Farnum, "that the men with Andrews are all picked from among our older, trusted shipyardmen?" "Yes, sir, that's true." "Well, in the first place," pursued Farnum, "if any sudden repairs, fixings, or other work are required in a hurry while we're here, we'll have a fine lot of our own men to attend to it. Before leaving, I told Grant to bring these men with him. Then they'll serve another purpose. I want you youngsters to be keyed up to your best performance all the time you're here. That you can't do if you're kept closely confined aboard until your very souls ache. So, as much time as is wise, you young fellows will be ashore stretching your legs, and Grant Andrews and his men will be on board as guards." "That's great," glowed Jack, "and mighty considerate of you too, sir." "Considerate? Not a bit of it," retorted Jacob Farnum, half indignantly. "Jack Benson, I want to drain you of the last bit of performance out of you youngsters that I possibly can while we're here. That's why I'm going to take some good care of you also. Right this way, Grant." The hail was directed at the foreman. The whaleboat pulled alongside of the Benson, and the foreman and 2 of his men came aboard. "Now everyone else over to the side to go ashore," called the shipbuilder. The order was quickly obeyed. Then the whaleboat continued on over to the Hastings, where Eph and his companions were taken off, and the remaining 3 workmen from home yard were left as guards. Mr. Farnum had already ascertained that the naval board, which was to be in charge of the test, was quartered at the leading hotel on shore. Hence, in landing, the shipbuilder was really killing 2 birds with a single stone, as he intended to report at once to the head of the board for whatever instructions the latter had to give. "We may as well go up to the hotel in style," announced Mr. Farnum, when the entire party, the naval lieutenant included, had landed at the wharf. The two sailors, Ewald and Biffens, had already gone away to places of their own choosing. There were 3 or 4 automobiles for hire near the wharf. 2 of these Mr. Farnum engaged for his own party. In 5 more minutes they stood about the handsome lobby of the Somerset House while their host registered for the party. Jack, Hal, and Eph stood at ease, some distance from the men of the party. Despite their easy attitudes, there was yet a certain military erectness about them which was heightened by the handsome navy uniforms that they wore. At the further end of the hotel lobby was a doorway before which stood a folding screen. Past that was a clump of potted palms. Beyond the palms stood a man who, once seen, was not likely to be forgotten. He was not a handsome man. About 50 years of age, he was unusually stout, and, though his clothing was of some expensive texture, it fitted him badly. On his upper lip was a heavy mustache, now iron gray. His face was red, almost bloated. There were heavy pouches under his eyes that told of many hours of senseless, vicious dissipation. A small wart on the left side of the man's nose emphasized his lack of good looks. Though the face was large, the eyes were small, beady, and often full of cunning. There was some iron gray hair on each side of his head, yet the top was bald. This man was John C. Rhinds, head of the Rhinds Submarine Company. 3 of the boats now at anchor in Groton Bay were his, or rather his company's, though John Rhinds owned nearly all of the stock in the company. So far, Rhinds had not succeeded in selling a submarine craft to the Navy Department. Twice he had been on the point of sale, but each time the government had decided upon a Pollard boat instead. John C. Rhinds loved money. He was resolved at any cost to make the government buy several of his boats, and he was utterly unscrupulous. As he stood behind the palms, looking towards the group of new arrivals, Rhinds' little eyes seemed to grow smaller. He knew the members of this party, though none of them yet knew Rhinds. But the cunning man had made it his business to find out all about the people whom he hoped to beat in the coming game. "Here you are, Radwin," Mr. Rhinds almost hissed the summons, calling to his side a man of some 30 years of age, tall, dark, handsome, slender, and wearing his fine clothes with an air of distinction. At first glance one would be inclined to like the appearance of Fred Radwin. A closer study of the somewhat shifty eyes and general reckless expression might have turned one skilled in human nature against Mr. Fred Radwin, who was secretary to the Rhinds Company. "That's the crowd right over there that have sold 2 boats under our nose to the Navy Department," continued Rhinds, a snarl framing about his thick, ugly lips. "That's the crowd we've got to beat." "Those young chaps must be 3 young submarine officers with such fine records," remarked Fred Radwin in an undertone. "They are," nodded Rhinds slowly. "They're bright youngsters, too. I wish we had 'em on our side." "Couldn't they be lured over into our employ, then?" asked Radwin. "You don't know the youngsters. They're full of notions about loyalty to the Farman Pollard crowd. And besides, the boys have an interest in the rival company." "Couldn't we offer the boys a bigger interest with us?" suggested Radwin, as he peered through the palms to the other submarine group. "No," retorted Rhinds sharply. "I know about that crowd. You don't. Listen to me." "I'm listening," said Fred Radwin. "We've got to make acquaintance with the whole crowd, Fred. We've got to get personally acquainted with them. That will be easy enough, though, I think. Then we've got to lay out our plans. The Pollard boats must have no show whatsoever in the coming test. Do you understand? Their craft must balk or behave badly. We must destroy all naval confidence in the Pollard boats. Then we must engineer matters so that none of the crowd will be fit to find out what ails their boat in time, anyway. The easiest point of attack will be the boys themselves. It's absolutely necessary to get them out of the game in some way or another. I don't care what. Radwin, you're fertile enough in ideas and reckless enough in deeds. This is to be your task. Put the Pollard boats and those submarine bulls wholly out of the running. First of all, we've got to get acquainted with them. Come along." The Farnum party were just turning away to follow a bellboy to the rooms assigned to them upstairs, when John C. Rhinds, his face beaming craftily, approached them, followed by Radwin. Rhinds introduced himself to Farnum, and then presented Radwin as the secretary to the Rhinds Company. "We're rivals in a way, of course," declared Mr. Rhinds, "but we want to be good-natured, friendly rivals, my dear Farnum. We hope to see a good deal of you all while here." Jacob Farnum replied with equal cordiality. When it came to Jack Benson's turn to be introduced, Rhinds seized him by the hand, patting his shoulder. "Captain Benson," he replied, "the brainiest young man in America, with two chums who run him a close race. We must all dine together tonight, purred this Judas of the submarine boat world. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Doug Fajardo. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. DURHAM. Chapter 7. F. Summers plays gallant.
I don't know when I've enjoyed myself as much, exclaimed Rhines, looking around beamingly over the dinner party in one corner of the dining room. Lieutenant Danvers was not there, having pleaded another engagement. But Rhines and his lieutenant Rodwin, Messrs. Farnum and Pollard, and all three of the submarine boys were around the big table. Radwin had succeeded in seating himself between Jack and Hal. The dinner had been a fine one. Only one hitch had occurred, and that was when Mr. Rhines, at the beginning of the meal, had tried to order several bottles of wine. Just a moment, Mr. Rhines," Farnum broke in. "None of the wine for us, thank you." "Oh, then some lighter kind of wine," proposed Mr. Rhines, anxiously. "Something good, in which we can all pledge one another." "None of that stuff, according to our way of thinking, is any good," replied Farnum, with a good-natured smile. "Well, perhaps not for the boys," conceded the host of this dinner. "But for the rest of us, as business men ready to cement a friendship." "Alcohol isn't cement," replied Mr. Farnum, mildly. "At least, not with our party. The time was, I admit, Mr. Rhines, when business men often tried to cement a business friendship with wine or liquor. But those times have gone by. Drinking is out of date nowadays. The keenest and most dependable business men are those who do not drink. In fact, I may go a little further and say that in our business at Dunhaven, we have come to the point where we no longer have any dealings with business men we know to drink. You will understand, of course, that this is said without criticism of whatever views you yourself may entertain." "Oh, well, then," grunted Mr. Rhines, much taken aback by the fairly spoken words of his rival. "I dare say there was too much drinking in the old days." "Yes, Farnum, I'm much inclined to agree with you, and we will do without the wine." None the less, it was plain that their host was much annoyed. "I want to get at the members of the Naval Board," declared Mr. Farnum, towards the end of the meal. "I want to find out what is planned in the tests that are to take place here." "The members of the board," replied Mr. Rhines, "are the three men in citizen dress who are at the sixth table down from here. They came in to their dinner about 10 minutes ago. As to tomorrow, I can tell you that, beginning at 11 o'clock, all the submarine boats entered are to take a straight, out-to-sea speed sail for 6 hours. The gunboat Chelsea will start the fleet, and the Oakland will go along with the racers." "That's a short time for us," muttered Mr. Farnum, uneasily. "Luckily, sir, we're ready at a single moment's notice," interposed Captain Jack Benson. "As soon as we get through," proposed Mr. Rhines, easily, "I'll take you over and present you to Captain Magowan and his associates on the board." "That would be kind of you," nodded Mr. Farnum, gratefully. Accordingly, a few minutes later, Mr. Rhines arose and sauntered, cigar in mouth, over to the table of the officers of the Naval Board. He spoke with them a few moments, and then returned. "Mr. Farnum and Mr. Pollard," announced Rhinds. "Captain Magowan and his associates invite you to come over and sit at their table. Radwin, will you look after our young friends? See whether you can show them any courtesies." A highly significant look passed between the portly rascal and his secretary. None of the Farnum party, however, noted it.
"Well, what shall we do, boys?" inquired Radwin, genially, as the four sauntered down the lobby towards the hotel entrance. "I reckon taking things easily and restfully will suit us just as well as anything," smiled Jack. "That is, unless you have some plan you particularly wish to suggest." "Well," continued Radwin, thoughtfully, "the town is rather full of sailors just at the moment, and they're making the nights lively in some sections. Do you care to go around with me, and see what the sailors are doing to drive dull care away?" "Well, that is a question," said Jack Benson, quickly. "We're boys, you know." "Sensible young fellows!" cried Fred Radwin, in a tone so full of approval as to disarm all suspicion. "Then, for a while, what do you say if we just take window seats here near the entrance, and note whatever may be passing on the street? By that time your employers may be through with the board members and come out." "Why not go outside in the air, and walk up and down the block?" suggested Jack. "Excellent!" agreed Radwin, readily. He accompanied them outside, though a few minutes later he excused himself, saying that he had to go to the nearest drug store to write a short letter and post it. "What do you think of Radwin?" Hal asked. "Why, I guess he's a good deal the sort of fellow that Rhinds wants," Captain Jack answered, slowly. "Don't you like Rhinds?" demanded Eph. "Now, would it be just right to say that?" asked Jack, slowly. "Mr. Rhinds has tried to be very pleasant to us tonight. So has Mr. Radwin. Probably they're both good fellows in their own way. Only—" "Well?" insisted Hal. "Why, to tell the truth," confessed Captain Benson, "Rhinds impresses me as being just a bit coarse, and Radwin a little too smooth and slick. To put it another way, they're just not our kind of people. That is, they're not at all in the same class with gentlemen like Jake Farnum and Dave Pollard. Now, that's every word I'm going to say against Rhinds or Radwin, for they've certainly been agreeable to us tonight." Chatting thus, as they strolled slowly back and forth, none of the submarine boys noted how long Radwin was gone. As a matter of fact, that enterprising, rapidly moving young man was away for nearly half an hour, and was tremendously busy on their account. The Somerset stood on one of the older, quieter streets of Colfax. At this time of night there were not many passers. "Ah, here comes Radwin," discovered Hal at last. "I had almost forgotten that he was coming back to us." "Well, I thought he had forgotten," laughed Jack. Then all three turned to greet Mr. Radwin. "How's this?" he asked. "Haven't Mr. Rhinds and your friends come out yet?" "They must be talking yet with the officers of the Naval Board," suggested Eph Somers. "They're sure to be out presently," nodded Radwin, after he had walked the submarine boys to the next corner. "At least, Mr. Rhinds is, for he always takes a walk in the evening after dinner. Now, I've discovered the place where they serve the finest hot soda, chocolate at that. I wanted to invite all hands there, but I'm afraid Mr. Rhinds and your employers may come out and be looking for us." Benson, do you feel like remaining here to guide them along while I take your comrades up to the place? You can tell the older men where we are, and then Mr. Rhines will bring you all around. He knows the place. Come along, Summers and Hastings. Benson, bring the older ones as soon as you see them come out of the hotel. Why, say, Jack, you go along now, urged Eph. You know I don't care much about chocolate, and you do. So run along. I'll stay here until I see our people. Good boy, Eph, murmured Jack gratefully. You know my weakness for hot chocolate. I feel as if I could punish 4 or 5 of them right now. As he turned away with Jack and Hal, Mr. Radwin looked rather disappointed. In fact, he was exceedingly disappointed, for he had hoped to leave Captain Jack Benson at this corner on the block below the hotel. The street was practically deserted there. Yet barely 2 minutes had passed when, about a block away, in the opposite direction from that of the hotel, Eph heard a quick little feminine scream. Wheeling about, Summers saw something that roused his blood. A girl, or a young woman, he could not tell which at this distance, cowered back from a short, thick-set young man who had raised his hand to strike her. The next instant Eph saw the blow fall. Again the young woman cried out, though not very loudly. But the brute seemed on the point of once more striking her. "Wow!" muttered Eph, angrily. "We'll see about that." On the run, Summers went down the short block. The bully, hearing him come, turned for a look, then darted away down the side street. I beg your pardon," stammered Eph, as the young woman turned, flashing a look at him through a thin veil. I don't want to interfere, but "I'm very glad you did, sir," responded the young woman, in a voice whose sweetness charmed the submarine boy. "That wretch—" "I wonder if I can overtake him and thrash him," pondered Eph, glancing down the side street. But the bully had disappeared. "Oh, don't think of that," begged the girl, in a quick, anxious way. "I don't want to set people's tongues to wagging." "No, of course not," Eph assented, quickly. "But if you will escort me safely home—" "Gladly, miss," nodded young Summers, again lifting his cap. "Oh, that would be so kind of you," she murmured. "For I am afraid Tom might be waiting for me on the way to my home." "If he gets within hailing distance," uttered Eph, valiantly, "I'll plant a torpedo fist under him." "Will you let me take your arm?" begged the girl, for, from her voice and her slight trim, she appeared to be no more. That she was indeed afraid was testified to in the way in which her hand trembled on his arm. It was such a tender little hand, too. Eph was not a flirt. He did not give much thought to girls, as a rule, but he wasn't going to see one struck by a street bully. So he walked along down the side street, turning also at 2 or 3 other corners, and talking cheerily to make the girl forget her late fright. Her face Eph couldn't see very well, on account of the veil, but he decided that the young woman possessed beautiful, flashing eyes, as he caught their expression dimly through the veil. Down another side street they were passing when they came to the head of an alleyway. Just as they reached it, the girl let go of Eph's arm, uttering a little scream as she darted away. Eph didn't follow her. He found himself face to face with a thick-set young man, Tom. Just in back of that worthy were 2 other sturdy-looking young hoodlums.
Now, you and me got something to settle, younker, glared Tom. All right, retorted Eph undauntedly. But fair play, one at a time. Eph's fists were up, and he sailed in, fighting manfully, sailor fashion. Then the other two closed in behind young Somers. He was struck on the back of the head, and darkness overcame him, and he fell insensible to the ground. When luckless Eph came to his senses, he found himself lying, bound hand and foot, on a pile of rags. The darkness around him was complete. "Well, this is a puzzle to unravel," muttered the astounded submarine boy. Yet, think and ponder as he would, it had never occurred to him to see, in his misfortune, the guiding hand of Fred Radwin.
End of Chapter 7. F. Somers plays gallant. Chapter 8 of the Submarine Boys' Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Fajardo. The Submarine Boys' Lightning Cruise by Victor G. DURHAM. Chapter 8. 1, 2, 3. A full bag. At the hot soda place, even Jack Benson, fond as he was of such decoctations, at last had his fill. "Funny Eph hasn't brought the others here," muttered Jack. Pardon me a moment," urged Radwin, rising. "I'll be back directly." Radwin slipped out to the sidewalk, for he had seen a hovering figure at the curb. However, Radwin kept on down the street, turning in at the third doorway beyond. Now the hovering figure sauntered past. "We got the cub," whispered the prowler. "Good," whispered Radwin. "Then you're ready for the rest?" "Ha! It'll be like sleeping on a haymow if the other two are as easy as that one was." "All right, then. Be off, and see that you do your work well." With that, Radwin walked briskly back and into the hot soda place. "I'm ashamed to tell you what took me out," he laughed easily. "Boys, after writing that letter in the drugstore, I forgot to mail it, and just felt it in my coat pocket. Well, it's safe in the mailbox at last." We were just saying," Hal announced, "that it's funny that the others haven't come along. We'd better go back and get Eph, anyway." "It would be a good idea," nodded Radwin. Of course, when they reached the corner at which they had left young Somers, he wasn't there. "I wonder if he's gone back and joined the party at the hotel?" queried Hal. "We can soon find out," declared Jack. "Suppose you and I walk down there, then, Hastings," suggested Radwin. "We can leave Benson here to tell Somers where we are, if he comes back this way." You wait here, Hal," suggested Jack. "There's a little matter I want to speak to Mr. Farnum about, anyway." So Hastings was left at the corner. He saw Jack and the Rhinds man go in through the hotel entrance. Then, hearing steps, Hal turned to see two sailors approaching. They wore the uniform of the United States Navy. Hastings regarded them with the friendly interest that he, like most other Americans, always felt for sailors. But the two sailors came along, talking earnestly, and did not appear to see young Hastings, who stood in close to the wall. "When I first seen him fall," one of the sailors was saying, "I mistook him for a Navy officer. He was pretty young, but the uniform fooled me." "He had the uniform all right,
but no signs of rank on it," nodded the other sailor, thoughtfully. "Was he much hurt?" "Oh, it won't kill him," replied the first sailor. "But—" "I beg your pardon," interposed Hal, springing in front of the pair. "It has just struck me that you're speaking of a comrade of mine." "Well, he had a uniform on, just like your'n," replied the first sailor, looking Hastings over quickly. "Only the young fellow we're talking about has red hair," added the second. "What has happened to him?" demanded Hal, a feeling of alarm sweeping over him. "Oh, he got in a little fight, that's all," responded the first sailor. "Bit off a bit bigger chunk of fight than he could handle. He's kind of dazed and silly now, and talking about queer things. Half an hour more, though, messmate, and I guess he'll be able to walk down to the waterfront all right." Eph knocked out and dazed, among strangers? That was the sole picture that appeared to Hal Hastings' mind at that moment. "He's a friend of mine, a messmate at that," Hal declared, quickly. "Where is the place? Or, better still, can you take me to it? I'll reward you." "Oh, stow the reward, messmate," replied one of the sailors. "We fellers that follow sea fighting for a trade have got to stand in together once in a while. When I seen your friend knocked down, I jumped in and floored the big rough that hurt your messmate. We'd have brought your friend along, but we didn't know just where to take him." It was hard for Hal to believe that clear-eyed, level-headed Eph Somers would go into any of the low drinking resorts of the town. But he thought it best not to ask any questions until he found young Somers. After some 2 minutes of brisk walking, the two sailors turned down into an alleyway. "The place we're going to is dark on the ground floor," stated one of them. "Don't be afraid to go up a dark stairway, messmate. We'll be with you anyway." "I don't believe I'm afraid, thank you," smiled Hal. One of the sailors, stepping ahead, pushed the door open, going in first. Hal followed, the other sailor bringing up the rear. Then, in a flash, Hal Hastings felt himself seized on that dark stairway, and a big hand held over his mouth. Like a tiger, Hal fought for a few moments. As nearly as he could judge, in the dark, he had 4 assailants. He was overborne, at last gagged and tied. In the meantime, Jack and Mr. Radwin had gone to the hotel dining room to find that the last diners had departed, leaving only a few waiters who were arranging tables. "No one here," muttered Radwin. "Then we'll have to look through the billiard room, the writing room, and other places. Young Somers must be with the party somewhere." 20 minutes or more they spent looking through the various public parts of the big hotel. Then they returned to the lobby. Radwin was limping now, and looking uncomfortable. "What's the matter?" questioned Jack. "A nail in my shoe hurts me," lied the other, glibly, sinking into a chair. "Benson, I reckon I'll sit here a few minutes. Then I'll get to my room and call bellboy to see if he can't find someone to fix the shoe." "Too bad," murmured Jack. "But say, I'll go back to the corner and tell Hal, so he won't be standing out all night." With that, Jack Benson walked briskly out. Up at the next corner, however, instead of finding Hal, the young skipper was accosted by 2 sailors in United States uniform. "I reckon your name's Benson, messmate," hailed one of the pair. "I reckon it is," nodded Jack, looking sharply at them. "Got a bit of bad news for you, then," added the first speaker. "It ain't so awful, though. One of your friends, Winter, I think his name was." "No, Somers," corrected the other sailor. "Well, he saw a row going on, had to run down the street and get into it. Too many fellers in the fight, and Winter—" "Somers," interposed the second sailor. Yes, that was it. Summers got pretty badly used up. His scalp was cut some considerable. He was taken into a house nearby, and a doctor called in to stitch him up. Summers sent us to find his messmates. We found your friend Hastings, and took him around there. Hastings wanted us to find you, and bring you there, messmate." "Oh, poor old Eph," muttered Jack. "Tough luck, and at a bad time for us." "We'll take you around to where your messmates are," volunteered the sailor. "Hastings was particular that you come at once." "I'll get a carriage to bring Mr. Somers home in," Jack suggested. "Oh, your messmate Hastings sent a feller for the carriage," broke in the first sailor, hastily. "Good enough," Jack nodded. "Then say, boys, I'll just run back to the hotel. I left Radwin in there. I'll be right back with you. You'll wait for me, surely, won't you?" "Oh, sure," chorused both sailors. Then, as Jack Benson scurried down the street, the two supposed sailors turned to each other, chuckling softly. "Sure we'll wait," repeated one of the pair. It was several minutes ere Jack returned, coming up almost breathlessly. "Sorry to keep you waiting, boys," he spoke hastily, "but I'm here at last." "Oh, that's all right, messmate. Come along, and we'll pilot you straight to your friend, Winter." "Summer," corrected the other sailor. Between the pair, some 2 minutes later, Jack Benson turned off a side street into an alleyway. The houses down this alley were dark. Most of the buildings were occupied only in the daytime, as junk shops and old rag stores. "Don't mind the dark," spoke one of the sailors, as he pushed open a door. "There's light enough on the second floor. That's where you'll find your friend, Winter." "Somers," remonstrated the second sailor. On the dark stairway, Jack found himself suddenly attacked, not only by the sailor pair, but by at least two other men as well.
End of chapter 8. 1, 2, 3. A full bag. Chapter 9 of the Submarine Boys' Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Fajardo. The Submarine Boys' Lightning Cruise by Victor G. DURHAM. Chapter 9. But something happened next. "Oh, you!" Jack shot out hoarsely, as he felt himself borne under by crushing weight. "Go easy, messmate. You'll sleep more peaceful tonight," chuckled one of the sailors, holding a big hand over the submarine boy's mouth, while another unseen assailant pinned Jack's hands at the wrists. Flare! A sudden glow of light illuminated the dark hallway. Then more light. "Jersey by!" howled one of the sailor pair, leaping to his feet. Instantly there was consternation among all the assailants. In the excitement, young Benson was forgotten. Freed from assault, he leaped to his feet. The flare of the light had come from two bullseye police lanterns, held in the doorway below. "There are the scoundrels, men! Grab them!" shouted a voice of authority. The speaker and two other men were in police uniforms. There were four other men in ordinary civilian garb. In the excitement, Jack Benson let his fist fly, knocking one of the sailors headlong down the stairs. But the submarine boy did not pause there. His other fist landed on the second sailor, sending him after the first. "Club their heads off if any of them put up a fight," commanded the police officer in charge. Two other men, not in sailor's uniform,
cowered on the stairs close to the young submarine captain. There was no fight beyond the blows that young Benson struck. Cowed by the unexpected appearance of the law's force, the quartet of rascals surrendered. There was a clicking of handcuffs. Your chief thought I was crazy, or telling him fairy stories over the telephone, laughed Jack Benson. Now, I guess I am the chief of police, retorted the officer in authority. I thought that, if anything such as you described were happening in Colfax, then I'd better come along myself to investigate. But now perhaps you can explain more than you did over the phone from the Somerset House. I have the best of reasons, Jack replied, for imagining that two of my friends have disappeared by the same trick that was tried on me. If that's so, I'm mighty anxious to find them as soon as possible. Do any of you scoundrels know where this young gentleman's friends are? Demanded the chief, turning to glare at his prisoners lined up along the hall in the lower hallway. The man that talks quickly now may get off easier than the rest later on. There's two boys bound and gagged in the sub-cellar of this place, spoke one of the prisoners not in uniform. Good enough, nodded the chief of police, looking at the informant. Officer Davis, you come with me. You may come too, Mr. Benson. The rest of you wait where you are. The door to the cellar was locked, but the police chief, with a skeleton key, soon had the lock forced. Passing down into the cellar, with their way lighted by one of the bull's-eye lanterns, they found a trap opening upon a stairway down into a sub-cellar below. Here they came upon Hal and Eph, both securely bound and gagged, and lying on piles of old rags. It was not long ere the two submarine boys were free and on their feet, wholly overjoyed. "Great Scott! How did you ever find us here?" quivered Eph Somers. "I'll tell you when we get away from here," smiled Skipper Jack. Up the stairs they went. One of the police party, in the meantime, had gone out to telephone for a covered police van. Into this the four prisoners were hustled and locked securely in. Those of the police party who did not go with the van soon vanished, all save Chief Ward. "Now, Captain Benson," muttered the chief of police, "I want to congratulate you on your clever wit and sound judgment. I also want to thank you for enabling me to run down a gang like that. I fully understand that in the morning you have to be away on a very important submarine test, and that it would be wholly inconvenient for you to have to appear in court. So I won't expect you. On the testimony that my men and I can give, the judge will continue the case until such time as you can appear. My men and I understand that none of the prisoners are to be allowed to communicate with outside friends tonight or tomorrow morning. So you may be sure that no news of their arrest will leak out. And now, good night, boys. Congratulations again, and thanks."
Nor were Jack Benson and his friends long in vanishing either. They did not go back at all by way of the Somerset House. They went down to the waterfront by a different route. Yet they were fortunate enough to find a shore boat that put them on board the Benson. "And now, Jack, old fellow," exploded Eph, as they sat in the snug security of their little cabin, "don't you dare think of anything else until you tell us how you brought about a seeming miracle." "Oh, that was easy," laughed Jack Benson, gleefully. "In the first place, it was mighty queer, Eph, that we left you on that corner, and you vanished. Then we left Hal on the same corner, and the earth swallowed him up. Then two fake sailors stopped me at that very same corner." But how did you know they were fake sailors?" broke in Hal. "I never suspected their genuineness." "Well, see here," glowed Jack. "A United States man of war has respect for an officer's uniform drilled into him 24 hours in the day. We're not officers of the Navy, but we wear a uniform that is very much like the uniform of a naval officer, all but the insignia of rank. What's the consequence? Every sailor we meet sees the uniform and says "sir" to us by sheer force of habit. Why, you both know that a good many sailors who pass us give us a regular salute. Yet these two fake sailors hailed me as messmate, and were as familiar in every other way as they knew how to be. Gracious! When they spoke to me, I never thought of that little point, confessed Hal. So I told the pretend sailors, continued Captain Jack, that I'd run down to the hotel and that I'd be right back. Did you tell anybody where you were going? Demanded Eph. No one was there that I knew. Instead, I slipped into the telephone room at the side of the lobby and called up the chief of police. I happened to get the chief himself on the wire. He thought I was a drunken sailor, or else I was out of my head. But he finally agreed to have some detectives on hand to see the sailors take me away in tow. Then, pursued Eph, why, then I waited long enough to give the detectives a chance to reach the scene. Then I went back and walked into the trap with the fake sailors. It was a story that was hugely enjoyed by the young submarine captain's comrades.
"But who would put such a queer job on us?" demanded Hal. "It must be someone who didn't want us to man a Pollard boat in tomorrow's speed test, of course," nodded Jack. "It seems like a mean thing to say, and we ought to be sure, but I believe Rhinds and Radwin are the offenders." The more the submarine boys talked it over, the more they were inclined to fall in line with the guess that Rhinds and Radwin had been behind their troubles. "Someone has got to suffer for this business before we get through," cried Captain Jack, his eyes flashing ominously. "But come now, fellows, we must go to bed, for we must have enough sleep if we're going to be good and fit in tomorrow's race." It was rather late that evening when Messrs. Farnum and Pollard, still with John C. Rhinds, returned to the Somerset House. "I don't see our youngsters about anywhere," muttered Jacob Farnum. "But their room keys are gone from the clerk's rack, so I guess they've turned in, like sensible fellows." They did not know that Radwin himself had secretly removed the keys in order to create the impression that the boys were in bed. Rhinds and Radwin talked in whispers behind the locked door of another room. They chuckled a long while, then shook hands and went to bed.
The boys, however, as we know, were safely aboard the submarine.
Mr. Farnum had left a call for 8 o'clock in the morning. It was about 20 minutes later that Farnum and Pollard knocked loudly on the door of the room occupied by Rhinds. "Well?" demanded Mr. Rhinds, opening the door and appearing minus coat and vest. "Ah, good morning, gentlemen. Going down to breakfast? I'll be ready in a few moments." "Breakfast? Nothing!" retorted Jacob Farnum, sharply. "Our young men are missing. We went to their rooms this morning and could get no answer. We had their doors opened with pass keys. Our 3 young submarine officers haven't been in their beds all night long." J.C. Rhinds allowed his face to express more surprise than concern over this news. "Oh, well," he remarked, "boys will be boys, you know, especially when they're sailors." "Our boys are not that sort," retorted Mr. Farnum, sharply. "They are not hoodlums or racketeers." "Then, of course, you'll find 'em safe on one of your boats," proposed Mr. Rhinds, innocently. "Just 2 minutes, and I'll go down to breakfast with you." Radwin, too, joined them. He also expressed surprise, artfully. All 4 went down to the breakfast room together. Messrs. Farnum and Pollard ate well enough,
though they seemed badly worried. "There's just one thing about it, of course," sighed Jacob Farnum, as the party left the table. "If our youngsters are not on one of our boats, then we've got to lose the speed race today. None of us can handle the boats the way they do." "Oh, you'll find the boys all right on one of the boats," asserted Fred Radwin, confidently. The rivals went down to the waterfront together. It was well after 9 o'clock when they entered the shore boat. "We'll go out to your craft first," proposed Mr. Rhinds. "You'll feel so much better, gentlemen, when you find your crew all right. I'll feel better, too, for I wouldn't want to beat you unfairly today." Grant Andrews and 2 of his workmen stood on the platform deck of the Benson, leaning against the conning tower when the shore boat came within hail. "I'm afraid to call out to Grant and ask him," faltered the shipbuilder. "Then don't do it," returned Mr. Rhinds, sympathetically. "Just wait until we get alongside, and you'll see our young men popping out of the conning tower, rested and as bright as new buttons." A moment later, the shore boat rounded in alongside. Then, quite suddenly, the 3 submarine boys projected themselves through the manhole and stood in full view on the platform deck. "Ah? Eh?" gasped John C. Rhinds, utterly nonplussed. Fred Radwin's lower jaw seemed to drop several inches. He stared as though he were seeing ghosts, while a sickly, greenish pallor crept into his handsome face. "By Jove, you were right, Rhinds," gasped Jacob Farnum, turning. "Thank you, old man, for keeping our courage up." "Good morning, Mr. Farnum. Good morning, Mr. Pollard," chorused the 3 submarine boys. Then, favoring Rhinds and Radwin with a brief glance, "Good morning, gentlemen." "Gentlemen," repeated Eph, disgustedly, under his breath. "I think not." Though Rhinds and his agent speedily managed to look pleasant, they hadn't gotten their spirits back when the shore boat pulled away. Farnum and Pollard went hurriedly below, where Jack and his comrades followed. Jack, thank you a million times," gasped Farnum, seizing the young captain's hand, then giving the other boys the same hearty, gripping handshake. "Your note that we got this morning gave us the information we needed, and we knew just how to act." "And from the way Rhinds and his fellow acted when they caught sight of you boys," added David Pollard, "we can form a pretty good idea of who tried to Shanghai you 3 last night." "The scoundrels!" glowered Farnum, in righteous rage. "Now, sir," cried Jack, laughing savagely, "why did those fellows try such a trick on us?" "Because they hoped thereby to beat us in the distance speed race today." "Of course," nodded the shipbuilder, still savage. "Rhinds builds fast submarines. I know that from the reports that I've had. Plainly the Pollard boats are the only craft he feels much afraid of." "Oh, he'll be more than afraid tonight," vaunted Jack Benson, proudly. "More than afraid, sir. When the figures of today's distance speed course are in, John C. Rhinds will be frozen cold." "If we have to turn on the gasoline and run the engines so hot we blow the whole deck off," confirmed Hal Hastings, explosively. "If I should be inclined to forget today," growled Eph Somers, "I have a pain in my head, from the crack I received last night, that will put me in mind of the whole outrage, and keep me strictly on the job of vengeance." "Well, I guess you youngsters have the winning fire, all right, for today," smiled Jacob Farnum, grimly. "Are you going to enter both boats in today's race?" asked Jack, more thoughtfully. "We can't," replied the shipbuilder. "Captain Magowan told me last night that since the Rhinds people and ourselves are the only makers who have more than one boat here, today's race will be confined to one craft representative of each make. So which boat do you prefer to take out today, Jack?" "Well, it doesn't make a bit of difference which one," returned young Captain Benson. "Between the Hastings and the Benson there isn't a hair's breadth to choose. But with either boat, sir, I believe that today we can run any Rhinds boat off the surface of the ocean." It was all very good to have such confidence in their boat. Yet was it justified? Almost immediately came the first blow. A telegram came on board, addressed to Williamson. The latter's brother was seriously ill at home, and the machinist had to leave at once, going north by the next train. As it happened, the brother speedily recovered. But this incident, for the time, left the Farnham forces the losers of a highly useful man in the engine room. End of Chapter 9. But something happened next.
Chapter 10 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 10. John C. Rhinds advocates fair sport. Boom! From over the port rail of the Oakland, a dense cloud of grayish-white smoke belched out. Through it flashed a streak of red. As the Oakland was the temporary flagship of this fleet of 2 gunboats, this gunfire was the signal for the submarines to move on out of the bay. Lieutenant Danvers had already come over to the Benson from the flagship. Danvers bore with him the orders of the Naval Board. Moreover, the lieutenant was to remain on the Pollard craft that day. Each submarine that was entered for the race had a naval officer on board, who was to give directions at need and to act as judge of conduct. "Just get underway easily and move out, Mr. Benson," advised Danvers. 8 or 9 miles will be fast enough to go. Jack and the naval officer stood by the platform deck steering wheel as the Benson left her moorings. Back by the conning tower stood Messrs. Farnham and Pollard. Eph was below, unless otherwise needed, to render Hal any necessary help in the engine room. "There goes the Rhinds boat," called Mr. Farnham, as one of the other submarines left her moorings, making for sea in the wake of the Chelsea, which gunboat was to act as the starter's boat for that day. "What's the name of that particular Rhinds boat?" asked Jack. "The Zelda," replied Lieutenant Danvers. "Nice ladylike name for a fighting boat," mocked Jack. "You don't seem to like the Rhinds people," hinted the naval officer. "I don't," Jack admitted bluntly. "Well, I suppose it isn't human nature to be fond of our rivals," assented the naval officer slowly. "I've other reasons of my own for disliking Rhinds," muttered the submarine boy. "He hasn't what you could call a wholesome face," smiled Danvers. "In fact, I think Mr. Rhinds must be a self-made man, made very badly. I can't quite think that he has anything of the human face divine." Jack laughed, but bitterly. "The Zelda is the boat we have to beat today," he added. "I wonder if you'll do it," muttered Lieutenant Danvers, gazing suddenly over at the Zelda, now well ahead and cutting a white path of foam. "Great guns! Look at her go!" Jack did glance up and ahead. He felt a sinking at heart for the moment, for the Zelda was showing a burst of speed that was calculated to make any rival thoughtful. "Mr. Farnham," Jack called back, "will you pass the word for Hal to come on deck?" Young Hastings was up in a moment. "They're forcing that boat," muttered Hal, gazing after the Zelda uneasily. "I can overtake her, though, Jack, if you say the word." "Do you think so?" asked Lieutenant Danvers dubiously. "Don't try it, Hal," Jack advised quietly. "Save all overheated pistons and other parts for the final test." The Zelda was now well ahead of the Chelsea, which was putting out at cruising speed only. "Toot! Toot toot!" sounded sharply, hoarsely from the deep throat of the Chelsea's whistle. "Good enough," muttered Lieutenant Danvers. "They've ordered the Rhinds schooner to slow down and fall into line behind the gunboat." "I'm sorry," muttered Hal. "Why?" asked the naval lieutenant. I wish they had let old Rhines go ahead and get all his machinery red hot at the outset." Then, slowly shaking his head, Hal Hastings went back to his post. "Do you really think we can beat that schooner today, Hal?" inquired the shipbuilder anxiously. "Yes, sir." "What makes you so certain, lad?" "Why, we'll beat her just because we've got to do it, sir," Hastings replied, then hurried below. "Hal isn't any too sure," muttered David Pollard restlessly. "Neither am I. Jake, we have a strong fight to make today. Somehow Rhines has managed to put a pretty lively engine in that boat of his. I had an idea she'd be 2 or 3 miles an hour slower. Probably we haven't been shown anything like the Zelda's best speed yet," replied Farnum moodily. Building and trying out submarine torpedo boats is the kind of work to make many a man's hair turn prematurely white. As success depends solely upon actual showings made, the anxiety of any builder during a series of competitive tests in which several makes of boats are entered can be easily understood. Messrs. Farnum and Pollard were plainly on tenterhooks that day. They might well be. Should the Rhines boat carry away the honors on that day and on the subsequent days of the present tests, then Farnum and Pollard, who had their entire fortunes invested in this business, would have on their hands only so much scrap steel, brass, and iron. Nor would Jack and his comrades fare any better. If the boys were vanquished, Farnum and Pollard would have no more work for them. No other submarine company would want the services of losers. "Keep your nerve today, won't you, Benson?" asked Lieutenant Danvers in a low tone. "Why?" queried Jack with the ghost of a smile as he glanced into the naval officer's face. "Have I been showing any nervousness?" "Not yet, and I don't want you to." "Are you as interested as that in us, Mr. Danvers?" "I like you, Benson, like you from the deck up, and I don't want to see you lose a single point in the game. That's all." Eph Somers came on deck presently. "Hal says he doesn't need me below for the present, Jack, so I came up to relieve you at the wheel. I don't want to see your steering wrist going stale when the race starts, so you'd better let me have the wheel while you keep yourself fresh for the real work." "As the race hasn't begun yet," broke in Lieutenant Danvers, "there's no impropriety in my taking the wheel out to the start, if you'll trust me to handle your boat." "Trust a naval officer?" laughed Jack Benson, flashing a smile of gratitude at the lieutenant. "That's a funny idea to suggest." Danvers took the wheel silently, then devoted his whole thought, apparently, to the, for him, simple task that he had in hand. Outside the bay, the Chelsea signaled to the submarine boats to slow up. Then the gunboat moved over to temporary anchorage. A line between the gunboat's bow and the lighthouse on Groton Point to the northward was to furnish the imaginary starting line. This line the 5 competing submarine torpedo boats must, at second gunfire, cross as nearly together as possible. There were penalties, of course, for any one boat trying to steal a lead over the rest. By this time the fast gunboat Oakland, which had a safe speed of 24 knots an hour under forced draft, lay to some 2 miles further out. The Oakland's task was to stick close to the leaders, and at the end, to decide which craft had won. Boom! The first gun sounded over the starboard side of the Chelsea. In 5 minutes' time the second gun would thunder out, and the racers would be off. Such a scurrying as there was then among these 5 little craft of war. Captain Jack Benson had the wheel again. Henceforth Lieutenant Danvers was to be but a spectator, a judge, at need, and on his honor as an officer of the United States Navy, to show no partiality to those on whose boat he found himself. As Eph might be needed on deck at any instant, he stood leaning against the conning tower. David Pollard was missing. He had gone below, had taken off his coat, and was standing in shirt sleeves, ready to render any possible aid to Hal Hastings, the young chief engineer on whom so much depended in the 6 hours to come. Now that one of the supreme moments in his career had come, Jacob Farnum hardly dared breathe. He said not a word to Eph, who, just as anxious, stood at his elbow. As the submarine craft scurried over the waves, each seeking its best place for a start over the line, the Zelda came up within 60 yards, running alongside for a moment or two. John C. Rhines, standing at the rail of his own craft, with what was intended to be a smile on his face, waved his hat wildly at Jacob Farnum. "Good luck to you, Farnum, and to us," bellowed Rhines. "Of course, I'd like to win today, but if you've the better boat, go ahead and leave us at the finish. May the best craft win. No hard feelings. Fair sport all the way through, Farnum, old man, and to you, Benson. May you never be in fitter shape than today." "The old hypocrite," gasped Jack vengefully. "I'm mighty sorry I can't head this boat around and run it straight down his lying throat." "Then he'd surely gobble you up," laughed Lieutenant Danvers. "But be careful, lad. Don't let vengeful thoughts get into your head and stick today. You've got to keep yourself cool and your nerves steady. Look out now for the second gun." All 5 of the submarines were maneuvering for the starting line. Boom! The second gun roared out, and the 6 hours speed and endurance test was on. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 11, The Strain of Red-Hot Metal. First over the line passed the Zelda, but it was a fair getaway. How her propellers churned the foam now! Just as it happened, and through no fault of handling, Jack Benson got the Pollard craft over the line third. At the outset, therefore, his boat was distanced some 24 seconds by the leader. "Steady now," called Jacob Farnum in low tones. "We've 6 hours in which to make up a few seconds." If Captain Jack heard, he gave no sign. For the next few minutes the youthful commander seemed to forget everything but the wheel under his hand, and the course and speed of the craft he commanded. That the Benson was slowly losing was not, at first, clear to anyone on board. It took time to draw out the increasing lead of the other craft, but after a while it became more and more evident. True, the Benson was second in the line, but the Zelda was first. At the end of an hour there were drops of clammy ooze on Captain Jack's forehead. He was steering as well as he had ever steered in his life. Hal had sent up word that the Benson's engines were doing all that could fairly be required of them. That troublesome hour up, Captain Jack called to Eph to take the helm. A few moments later the youthful commander appeared again on the platform deck, carrying a rangefinder on a tripod. Through the telescope he took some rapid sights, then did some quick figuring. When he looked up, Benson saw Jacob Farnum standing within 4 feet of him. The shipbuilder's face looked gray and haggard. "How much?" asked Jacob Farnum. "Shade more than a quarter of a mile in the lead of us, sir," Jack replied. "Have you been down to talk to Hal?" "What's the use, sir?" demanded Jack. "Hal Hastings knows how much depends on speed. He's doing everything that his engineer's conscience will allow. Besides, David Pollard is there with him, sir." "I've no orders to give," Jacob Farnum sighed, stepping back. "You youngsters know what you're about, and how much depends upon our success today." Indeed, Jack Benson knew. As he silently took his place at the wheel again, deep lines appeared in his youthful face. He knew this forenoon what it meant to suffer. At the end of the second hour, Jack again called Eph to take a short relief trick at the wheel. But Jack, instead of resting, promptly placed the rangefinder. As he tried to adjust the telescope, the submarine boy's hands shook. Jack glanced over at Lieutenant Danvers, cool and impassive. Danvers knew all about working that rangefinder. But the naval officer was aboard as an official spectator. If the lieutenant aided in any way, then the Pollard submarine would be disqualified. Jack's work was more slow this time. It was some moments before he had the new range figured out. "How far astern of the Zelda are we now?" called Jacob Farnum. "A shade over half a mile." "Whew! And the race only a third run." "In other words," went on the young captain, "the Rhines boat is gaining steadily on us at the rate of a quarter of a mile an hour. Not much, yet enough to win the race beyond any dispute." "Can't we catch up over that distance?" asked Jacob Farnum. "Not now, anyway, sir." Jack went back beside the wheel. Somehow, he did not feel like taking the spokes into his own hands. Instead, he wheeled silently, going back through the conning tower and down to the engine room. "How do we stand with the Rhinds craft?" asked David Pollard, who sat on one of the cushioned seats in the engine room. "Half a mile behind, sir." Pollard got up slowly, then went through and up the stairs to the deck. For some moments Hal and Jack talked together in low tones. Both looked rather glum until Hal suggested something that sent a little ray of hope into Benson's eyes. "We'll see," muttered the young captain. "It looks like a forlorn hope, though, Hal." At the end of the third hour the Zelda had added another quarter-mile to the lead, while the Oakland, showing the way, was a good mile ahead of the foremost racer. When 4 hours had gone by, the Rhinds boat was discovered to be just about a mile ahead of her nearest competitor. The Seawold boat, third in line, was half a mile behind the Benson, and the Blackson boat, last of all, was 2 miles behind the Pollard boat's stern. But Jack and his friends had long ago ceased to feel any interest in the tail-enders. The race was to be over at 5 o'clock. At 3:30, or 4 hours and a half after the start, Jack found, by the help of the rangefinder, that the Rhinds boat led by 1 1/8 miles. "Keep the wheel, Eph," called the young commander. "Steer as straight as you can. I'll be up soon." Then Jack Benson darted below, though his legs trembled a bit under him. "All ready, Hal," shouted the youthful commander. "Play our one trump card, and play it as hard as you can. Though I'm afraid Rhinds has just such a card in his own pack." Then up to the platform deck hastened Jack Benson. He moved quietly to the wheel, taking it from Eph. The young captain did not propose to leave again until the race was over. Soon after this, something happened that must have made those aboard the Rhinds boat feel uneasy. The Benson began to crawl up on the Zelda. "What are you doing now, Jack?" called Jacob Farnum sharply, as he and Pollard moved forward to stand by the young captain. "I'll tell you in a few minutes, if our move seems to be any good, sir," Jack answered. By 4 o'clock half the space between the Rhinds boat and the Pollard craft had been covered. By this time 2 men were observed aft on the Zelda, their gaze turned steadily on the Benson. "Take the wheel for 2 or 3 minutes, Eph," begged the young captain, on whom the strain was beginning to tell. Then, turning to his employers, Jack went on. "The way Hal and I figured it out, sir, the Benson is really the faster boat. But the Rhinds people may have been overheating their engines, slightly, systematically, and using a lot of water to cool the metal. Now, if that is the case, they may be doing their best at forced speed. Hal and I determined, if we didn't lose more than 1/4 mile an hour, we'd rather let the Zelda keep the lead and go on slowly overheating her engines. But now, in the last hour and a half of the race, Hal is up to the same trick. If that has been the case with the Zelda, and they now, at this late hour, go to any greater lengths in overheating, they're likely to blow the engines out of their hull. But we can stand the present speed with its gradual overheating, up to the finish time for the race. If both boats keep going at the speed they're using now, and neither has an accident, we stand to come in 1/2 mile in the lead." "Good strategy, that, Jack," cried Jacob Farnum, his eyes gleaming. "To let the other fellow take the risk of overheating his machinery all day, while we do it only in the last part of the race. My boy, I'm hopeful we may win yet." "So am I, sir," muttered Benson. "Still, there's the risk that John C. Rhinds may have something more up his sleeve. We'll know before long, anyway." By 20 minutes past 4, the Benson was almost close enough to the other submarine to throw a biscuit across the intervening space, had any on board the Pollard craft been inclined that way. John C. Rhinds stood by the starboard rail of his own craft, regarding the rival with anxious eyes. But Jack knew the rascal to be so wily that the look of anxiety might be feigned. Up, nearer and nearer! Jack was moving to the starboard of the Zelda, as the Oakland was on that same side of the course. "The old wretch isn't shouting out anything about fair play, and good luck to us now," muttered Jack vengefully, as, at 4:30, the 2 craft ran neck and neck, but little over 100 yards apart. Then the Benson began to forge ahead. The Zelda still hung on, but she was plainly in second place. David Pollard hurried below, to see what he could do to help Hal Hastings in this supreme crisis. "We're leaving her right behind," rang Jack Benson's voice exultantly. "The Zelda's old speed was her best, even at overheating. If nothing happens now, we'll go in first." Interest now led those on the Benson's deck aft. Eph, being at the wheel, could be trusted not to look around, but to keep his eyes straight on the gunboat mark ahead. John C. Rhinds could be seen hanging limply over the rail of the Zelda, his straining vision turned ahead. But he was being left more and more to the rear. Boom! The sound came suddenly over the water at last. All hands aft on the Benson ran forward, to find the Oakland swinging around so that her bow pointed the path for the leading submarine. F remained at the wheel, steering steadily. He carried the Benson past the gunboat's bow, some 70 yards away. A cheer went up from the sailors crowding forward on the gunboat's spar deck. The cheer would have sounded, no matter which submarine had won. Then F cut a wide circle, coming back close to the gunboat. "You win!" shouted an officer at the Oakland's rail. "Of course," nodded Lieutenant Danvers, "but what distance?" "The board allows you half a mile and a furlong." Captain Jack Benson, now that the strain was over, felt as though the platform deck were sinking under him. "Let me have that wheel," commanded Jacob Farnum, stepping forward. "Jack, you and F, below with you. Coffee, steak, and anything else for all three of you youngsters." End of Chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Let a sailor stick to his deck. It was after midnight when the Benson, first in, went to her moorings. Grant Andrews and 2 of his men came on board to stand guard over the Little Sea Terror. It was after 1 in the morning when the Seawold craft strayed into port. A little later came the Chelsea and the remaining submarine rivals, for the gunboat had stood by the slower ones in case aid of any sort was needed. As the Zelda came to her moorings in the inky blackness, John C. Rhinds stepped out upon her platform deck. Rhinds, after his disappointment, looked like a very old man. He paced back and forth moodily until his captain and crew had gone below. Then Rhinds turned with a half snarl when Fred Radwin, after lighting a cigar, stepped outside. "Feeling glum?" asked Radwin stupidly as he gazed at his chief. "A fool question that!" snapped the older man. "It is, rather," admitted the younger man. "Radwin, you're an idiot." "Thank you." "You told me you had those 3 Pollard boys taken care of. Canned was the word you used. Yet the first thing we saw when we met out on the harbor was those same boys, looking their finest. And they went into today's affair and beat us. We've lost the speed and the endurance test." "Those boys were trapped, all right," protested Radwin in a low tone. "I can't begin to imagine how they ever got loose again." "They got loose because you're a fool," raged the older man. "I'm a good-natured, Mr. Rhinds," cried Radwin, an ugly gleam coming into his eyes. "But I don't stand everything. You'll need me yet, so you'll do well to keep a civil tongue behind your teeth." "Stop that! Don't try any mighty airs on me," quivered Rhinds. "Oh, blow off your steam, and then become reasonable," yawned Fred Radwin. "First thing you know, you'll make an enemy of me, and then the trick will be done, Rhinds. For you need me. Just now, you need me worse than you ever did in your life before." "Need you?" sneered the other. "What for?" "Well, for one thing, there are other tests ahead of the submarine boats." "Can you win any of those tests?" jeered Rhinds harshly. "No, but I can do what I will, perhaps, be the next best thing. I can stop the boys aboard the Pollard craft from being on hand to put their boat through all its paces. All you need is to have the Pollard end blocked. You can more than hold your end against the other submarines." "Well, what can you do to stop the boys on the Pollard boats?" demanded Rhinds unbelievingly. "I can stop them from being on hand at the next tests, or else I can attend to them so that they'll be of very little use anyways." "Bah! You're dreaming, Fred. Those boys were too smart for you last time. Now that they're on their guard, don't you realize they'd be harder than ever to catch?" "Jack Benson and his friends don't know I was behind what happened last night," retorted Radwin. "Besides, if they're on their guard now, so am I. I know them to be smarter than I first thought, so I shall spread a deeper, tighter net for them. John Rhinds, you shall win the rest of the submarine tests. At least, the Pollard boats won't win." Radwin talked so confidently that John Rhinds began to look at him more hopefully. "What are you going to do, Fred?" the wretch inquired at last. "I'm going on shore now, Everybody will know if you call a boat at this hour of night." "Bosh! You and I are both going on shore. Back to the Somerset home." "Anything very strange about that?" demanded Radwin. "We're tired out from the day's cruise and want to be off the water, so we're going to Somerset. We'll drift in, get something to eat, and then start upstairs. You can hardly go to sleep, Rins, but I shall start out again, on the sly, and go find some handy people. I know in the little city of Colfax, so that's settled, and I'll signal for the boat now." Jack and his comrades slept on the Benson that night. For one thing, they felt so tired after the day's long strain that they really lacked the desire to go to larger, softer beds on shore. So they awoke the morning feeling as fresh as sea larks could. "There are no tests on for today, and nothing to be done on board except to clean the engines," spoke Jacob Farnum over the breakfast table in the little cabin. "So, youngsters, we'll go ashore and refresh ourselves. Grant's men will clean the engines. That's what they're really here for." "Don't you think it would be wiser, sir, to remain on board?" smiled Captain Jack. "As you remember, we found the shore rather too lively the last time we were there." "Things happened because you boys got out of sight," chuckled the shipbuilder quietly. "That's the point. What you youngsters need is a brace of guardians. So while you're to go on shore, Dave and I will go along, and you're not to get out of sight. Remember that." "We'll be safe then," nodded Eph, sagely. "I surely do want to stretch my legs, and take a yawn or two where a seagull won't flap down my throat." Of course, the idea of going on shore really appealed to all hands. So half an hour later, a shore boat put off with them all, leaving Grant and his men still in charge. "I wonder what the next test is going to be?" asked Jack. "I shall have to refer you to the members of the Naval Board, and they won't tell until this evening," replied Mr. Farnum. "That's one of their rules. No news until the evening before. That prevents too much time being spent in preparation. One of the objects of these tests is to find out how well the different types of submarines can do things on short notice." "That's right," nodded Captain Jack thoughtfully. "Really, when you think of it, submarine torpedo boats are short-notice craft anyway. And best of all, with no notice whatever to the enemy," broke in Eph. "In future wars it's going to give a good deal of comfort to a fellow to think that he serves on a submarine instead of on a battleship." "Where are you going to stop on shore, Jake?" inquired Pollard. "At the Somerset," responded Mr. Farnum. "Then we're likely to run into the Radwin crowd." "We can't stand it, if they can," replied Farnum, compressing his lips grimly. "Our consciences are cleaner than theirs." Indeed, in passing from the lobby to the breakfast room, where Pollard's party intended to take coffee, Messrs. Rhinds and Radwin were encountered just as they were coming out. "Ah, good morning, gentlemen," hailed John C. Rhinds, halting and holding out his hands. Fred Radwin, too, beamed cordially upon the enemy. "Morning," replied Jacob Farnum, ignoring the outstretched hands of Rhinds. Radwin's ready-made smile, too, was overlooked as the Pollard submarine party filed by into the breakfast room. "I don't believe they'll waste any make-believe cordiality on us after that," grimaced Mr. Pollard as he dropped into a chair at the table. 15 minutes later, a stout, rather short, middle-aged man entered the breakfast room in haste. He spoke to the head waiter, who pointed out the table at which the submarine party sat. Then the head waiter came out with a card and letter, which he handed to Farnum. "Mr. Walter C. Hodges," read Farnum from the card. Then, glancing at the envelope, introducing Mr. Hodges. "It's from Judson, proprietor of the hotel where I stopped when in Washington," continued the shipbuilder as he glanced through the letter. "He asked me to extend any possible courtesies to Mr. and Miss Hodges, for whom he vouches cordially." Rising, Mr. Farnum stepped over to meet Mr. Hodges, shaking hands with the stranger. Then a pair walked back to the table. Farnum quickly presented Mr. Hodges to the others. "Judson asks me to extend you any possible courtesies," pursued the shipbuilder. "I shall be very glad. Now, what can I do that will be most agreeable to you?" "Why, began Mr. Hodges hesitantly. "The thing that my daughter and I are most interested in is your line of boats. In fact, we came over to Colfax to see what we could of the boats and the tests. Now, my daughter and I would both like very much to go aboard one of your boats. Yet, if this would be all irregular or cause any inconvenience, I beg you to refuse us, and we shall understand your refusal." None the less, the shipbuilder did feel and look embarrassed. "I wish it were anything else on earth," Farnum replied frankly, "for it gives me more pain than you can understand, my dear Hodges. It will be absolutely impossible for us to admit anyone to the submarine boats during the present test." "Then say no more about it," replied Mr. Hodges pleasantly. "I can quite understand your position." "There is just a bare chance, though," mused the shipbuilder, "that I might manage to obtain an invitation for your daughter and yourself to go out on one of the gunboats and watch the submarine craft at their work." "Fine!" cried Hodges, with enthusiasm. "Yet, if it will inconvenience you in the least, Mr. Farnum, I beg you to give no further thought to it. Will you all, as soon as you are finished, come to the ladies' parlor with me? My daughter will be most delighted at meeting the real submarine people." "We are finished now," replied Farnum, laying down his cigar, "and it will give us a great pleasure to have the privilege of meeting Miss Hodges." Though Hodges himself appeared a very common type of business man, and was plainly dressed, Miss Eleanor Hodges proved to be a beautiful girl of about 19, and attired in the height of fashion. She was, however, most charming and gracious, and evidently greatly interested in everything that had to do with the submarine boats. An hour's very pleasant chat followed in the ladies' parlor. Then Hodges, seeing an automobile pass one of the windows and halt before the ladies' entrance of the hotel, suddenly drew out his watch. "Eleanor, my dear, do you see the time?" demanded her father, holding out his watch. Then, as the submarine party rose, prepared to take their leave, Hodges turned to Farnum, explaining rapidly: "Yes, unfortunately, we have an appointment, and must defer the further pleasure of seeing you until this evening. But that auto car outside, which I did not order for this hour, and in fact cannot use for a day, gives me an idea. It is a car that I will have hired for a week. Now, Eleanor and I are not going to use that car. Mr. Farnum, can't you and your friends make use of the car today?" Jacob Farnum would have tried to decline pleasantly, fearing the acceptance of the use of the automobile might seem to bind him to extend courtesies on one of his boats. But Mr. Hodges was so firmly insistent that, in a very short time, the submarine party found themselves seated in the car. There was an abundance of room, for it was a 7-passenger car, large and roomy. "The car is a whizzer, I understand," smiled Mr. Hodges from the sidewalk. "It certainly is, sir," agreed the chauffeur. "Well, chauffeur, take my friends wherever they want to go today, and do whatever they want. Above all, when you get out on country road, show 'em some of your high speed." "Yes, sir." Honk, honk! The car rolled away, going slowly enough through the city streets. Jacob Farnum, who sat in front with the driver, lighted a cigar and settled back to enjoy himself. "Any particular place you want to go, sir?" asked the chauffeur. "No," replied the shipbuilder. "You know the way around the part of the world better than we do. Take us to the surrounding country, and show us anything you consider of interest." "Yes, sir." After a few moments the car had left Colfax behind. They were out on the beginning of a country road now. The chauffeur left out a few notches of speed. "Smooth running car," commented Mr. Farnum. "Runs just as smoothly, sir, at 60 miles an hour," replied the man. "When we get a little further out, you can use some of that," smiled Mr. Farnum contentedly. "I will, sir. You boys afraid to go at 60 miles an hour?" asked the shipbuilder, turning his face to those in the tonneau. "Scared to death," laughed Jack Benson gleefully. As soon as the chauffeur considered that he had reached a little enough traveled part of the country road, he let out the speed. "My, but we're going some," called Farnum. 50 miles, replied the chauffeur. "Now, I'll show you 60. The car seemed to leap forward, then seemed to those in the tonneau as they were beating any speed ever reached by an express train. Whizz! It was wild, exhilarating, dangerous. "Say," gasped Farnum, "if—" That was as far as he got. The forward end of his side of the car sank to the ground. The car seemed trying to stand on its head. Then it stopped, and all in it were hurled into the center of an awful disaster. End of chapter 12. Let a sailor stick to his deck. Chapter 13 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. DURHAM. The trick is easily seen through. In the next instant all had settled. There had been a brief moment in which the air around the wrecked auto had seemed full of lying human beings. Now they lay the road sighed in varying degrees of disaster. The left front axle had broken, the wheels rolling some yards ere it stopped. Jacob Farnum, seated right over the axle, was hurled out, head first as nearly as he could afterwards guess. How he avoided landing on his head and sustaining a broken neck or shattered skull was one of those miraculous things that no one can explain. The chauffeur had plunged out over Farnum's head, alighting beyond the shipbuilder. The chauffeur now lay writhing and groaning. David Pollard landed first, on one wrist and his chest, a cry of anguish escaping him. Eph Somers lay in the road motionless. Jack and Hal fell against the padded side of the car. Hal remained there during the next second, but young Benson turned a half somersault, lightly, landing in the road just outside. It was young Captain Jack who first got to see his feet. Dazed for a few moments, he rose slowly, seeking for signs of injury. I believe I'm not hurt, he congratulated himself. Thank heaven for that, for there are others here who seem in need of the promptest help. First of all, Jack turned to his chum, young Hastings. But Hal, though his face was white from the shock of it all, smiled back, then helped himself out of the wrecked car. Within the next few minutes, it developed that Eph had been stunned. Beyond this, he had suffered no injury except a bruise along his left thigh. Jacob Farnum proved to be only stunned and badly shaken, but David Pollard displayed a helpless left wrist and complained of severe pain in his left side of his wrist. The chauffeur had a broken left leg, a broken arm, and a mass of bruises on his face, where he had struck the hard earth. "Great Scott, but this is almost like the carnage of war," muttered Jack Benson. "Hal, you and Eph help Mr. Farnum with the others. I'm going down the road to the first house and send for aid." Arrived at a farmhouse that proved to be connected with the telephone service, Jack phoned for the two nearest doctors and for men to come help the injured. Then he called up the garage from which the auto had been hired, the address being supplied by the chauffeur. Then, accompanied by the man of the house, young Benson hurried back to the scene of the wreck. The submarine captain found that he had at least been so bruised and shaken up that the speed of his feet hurt. The first to arrive of those summoned was the owner of the garage in Colfax. He came in a large car, burning gasoline fast. "I'm Graves, from the garage," he introduced himself, shutting off power and leaping out. "Jove, what a smash this is!" Until two doctors and several men arrived, Graves devoted himself to helping make the injured victims as comfortable as possible. When the doctors and helpers appeared on the scene, Graves soon called Jack Benson aside. "There's something about this affair that must be investigated," declared the garage man in an undertone. "The cars that I keep are all of one make, and there are no stauncher, safer cars made in this world. No such accident has ever before happened to one of my cars. Come, let's see what we can find out." Graves didn't have to look far. He halted at the broken axle, staring at it hard. Then he looked over the broken casting from all sides. "See here," Graves ground out between his teeth. "All the axles on my cars are branded with the trademark of the maker, and the number of the inspector who passes the axles. Yet this axle is unbraided. Now I happen to know the left forward axle on this car, last night, was branded as usual, for I had the wheel off and looked it over. That I can swear to." "Then another axle had been substituted?" demanded Jack, his eyes flashing. "Yes, sirree." "How long after you saw the right axle in place here was it before the car was taken from your garage?" "According to the office books, this car was taken from the garage at 3 o'clock this morning," replied Graves. "By one of your own men?" "No, sir. By a stranger who rented the car for a week, paid the rental price, and gave his name as Hodges. He seemed to understand all about running a car. He brought it back at 6 this morning." "Was that time enough in which to substitute a defective axle?" Jack asked. "Oh, yes. A man expert at such work could do it in considerably less time. Such a defective axle might run along smoothly quite a while at low speed," Benson persisted. "Yes, but at high speed? Look at this axle," continued the garage man excitedly. "You know something about steel, don't you, young man? Enough to run machinery. You see what a flawed piece of steel this is, unsuited to any strain? I don't believe this axle could stand the strain of high speed in a big auto for the distance of a mile." "That's about all it stood with us," muttered Jack Benson, his face white, his jaws firmly set. "There's been some nasty work here," continued the garage man. "It wasn't done by my chauffeur either. He's probably the worst hurt of any in your party, which assures his innocence of a hand in the despicable work." "Oh, I don't suspect your man, not for an instant," Jack assured the garage owner. "The truth is, I think I can guess just where to place the blame. Hodges turned this car over to you for a pleasure jaunt, didn't he?" demanded the garage owner. "Yes." "And it was the same fellow who took this car out before daylight. It wasn't used again until it was sent around for your party. Mr. Benson, I think we can both guess whom to suspect in this desperately wicked piece of business. If I can find that rascal Hodges, I'll certainly lay violent hands on him." "Don't," advised Jack quietly. "In the first place, Mr. Graves, if you took the law into your own hands, you'd only get yourself in trouble. In the second place," Jack Benson lowered his voice still more, "I know, as well as I know I'm living, that Hodges was only the agent of someone else. Mr. Graves, do me a great favor to all our party. For the present, if you must say anything, say just as little as possible about the accident. Let it go at that. Don't throw out any suspicions against Hodges. Don't let anyone know that I have suspicions. Just keep the whole thing quiet, and in that way we'll get the authors of this outrage." "Are you sure?" demanded Graves, his looks still darkly vengeful. "You might want to talk to just one person when there's no one else around to overhear you," Jack agreed. "That man is the chief of police in Colfax. In view of some other things that he knows, the chief will agree with my view, and will thank you for keeping quiet and looking puzzled over this affair." "All right," grumbled Graves. "I'll do as you ask, Mr. Benson, until I've talked with the chief of police anyways." By this time the badly injured members of the party had received first attention from the doctors, and were now being lifted into a big farm wagon that had been brought to the scene. In this vehicle they were taken to the nearest house, where they were placed on the beds for better attention. "I'm going back to the city now," announced the garage man to the young submarine captain. "I'm going to the chief of police, and I'll also see to it that the big auto ambulance is sent out to take your friend and my man in the hospital into town. Hang it, I hate to keep the truth in this matter quiet, even for a moment, and I wouldn't do it, only to see justice is worked out. You see, Mr. Benson, such a fearful accident from one of my cars will hurt my business until the whole truth is known, but I'll stick to my word and keep quiet." In 3/4 of an hour's time the ambulance had arrived, and also a car that Graves had sent to bring back Farnum and the 3 submarine boys. "Don't run back at anything like speed, please," begged Mr. Farnum, with a wan smile. It had cut the shipbuilder to the marrow to find his friend Pollard so badly hurt. "Nothing faster than 10 miles an hour," promised the chauffeur. Once in the city, the auto followed the ambulance to the hospital, where Farnum went to see that every possible attention was given his friend, but Mr. Graves had already made splendid arrangements for the care of both injured men. Then down to the Somerset went the able-bodied survivors of the submarine party. Though they said nothing in the hearing of the strange chauffeur, they were no more than inside Jacob Farnum's room when they let loose their indignation. It was not many minutes, however, ere the chief of police arrived. "I've been talking with Graves, gentlemen," announced the chief, "and I'm wholly satisfied that the rascal Hodges is the first one we want to find. When we get him, we'll try to make him tell who's behind him." "Did you get anything out of the 4 fellows you caught the night before last?" asked Jack Benson. "Not a word to amount to anything so far," replied the chief, "but the case was continued a week by the court, and I'll find a way to make 'em talk. Just now my whole thought is centered on finding Hodges." "He isn't stopping at this hotel?" asked Jack. "Not much. He wouldn't wait for us to come and gather him in like that," answered the chief. "No, I'm dragging the town, and I also have a man at the railway station, and another watching the waterfront." "I can't understand how the fellow who called himself Hodges ever got Judson to write him a letter of introduction to me," muttered Farnum. "Do you know Judson's writing?" asked the police chief suspiciously. "No," admitted Mr. Farnum, "but the letter was written on the letterhead of Judson's hotel. Anyone can get a hotel letterhead, retorted the police official sagely. You'd better let me have that letter, and I'll write Judson to wire me whether he ever signed it. Farnum passed over the letter, though he muttered disgustedly. Good heavens, have I reached my present only to be taken in with a faked letter of introduction? If you have, responded the chief of police grimly, you won't be the only traveled, wide-awake businessman who has been caught by a trick like that. In this country, where letters of introduction are passed around as freely as cigars, it's very seldom that a man stops to wonder whether the letter handed him is genuine. An hour later the chief was back to report that a man answering Hodges' description had taken a train northbound, not buying a ticket. I've telegraphed to have the fellow arrested at a point along the route, continued the police official. I don't expect to get Hodges as easily as that, though. He undoubtedly will have left the train before it gets to where I have someone waiting to receive him. But the young woman he called his daughter? Asked Jack. She wasn't with him. The fellow traveled alone. Of course, the handsome daughter was only borrowed for the occasion. From the hospital came the word that unfortunate David Pollard was resting comfortably. The scheme was one that was intended to put our whole party out of business, declared Jack Benson, his eyes shining savagely. I won't go so far as to say the Wren's crowd wanted us killed, but they hoped we'd all be too badly hurt to go on with the submarine tests. Oh, what a rascally way to succeed in business. End of chapter 13. The trick is easily seen through.
Chapter 14 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 14. Radwin Doesn't See His Best Chance. Late in the afternoon, Farnum went up to the hospital to see David Pollard again. As too many visitors would not be wise, the shipbuilder represented also his young submarine officers. He left them in the lobby of the Somerset. Don't go away from here, smiled Mr. Farnum wearily. Don't let anybody coax you away from here. Just stay right here, and I won't have to worry about you while I'm away. We can't take any chances. Can't lose any more of our crowd. Those are orders, sir, Jack Benson answered. You'll be obeyed. For the better part of an hour the boys remained where Farnum had left them. Then something happened that brought the flush of anger to all their bronzed, honest young faces. One of the outer doors opened, and Fred Radwin, catching sight of the submarine boys as he entered, hastened over to where they sat, a look of pretended sympathy on his handsome but snake-like face. Boys, he called in a low voice, as all three rose, as though to ward off blows, it was only a little while ago that I heard of the fearful accident. Poor Pollard! I want to tell you how heartily sorry I am to hear— Stop right where you are, sir! Jack Benson's voice thundered out. The young submarine captain did not realize that he was using even more than a quarterdeck tone. Everyone in the lobby turned to look on. A few, more curious than the others, hastened to where the little group stood. What do you mean?" stammered Fred Radwin, looking mightily bewildered. "In the future, sir," and Jack's voice barely fell, "do us the honor not to speak to us." "What on earth?" protested Radwin. "If you don't heed my request," Jack continued angrily, "I don't believe I shall be able to curb my desire to land both fists in your face." Radwin drew back before the darkening, menacing glare in the eyes of the young submarine captain. Hal, however, turned white, though from a cause that few would have guessed. "Hold on, Benson, one moment," protested Fred Radwin. "Oh, get out of my sight this instant," quivered Jack, taking another step toward his enemy. Before all the curious throng, Fred Radwin, strangely enough, felt too abashed, for the moment, to persist in his expressions of surprise. "I'll talk with you later," he muttered with a sickly smile, then turned away. "If you do," Jack called after him, "I'll—" Benson's voice died down as the young captain felt Hal Hastings' strong, impassioned grip on his arm. Radwin, fortunately, did not turn, but kept on until he had taken himself out of sight. Jack turned an inquiring glance on his chum's face, but Hal's warning look seemed to say, "Silence! Wait!" "What was the row about?" asked a stranger among those who had pressed about the boys. "Nothing," returned Eph Somers shortly, glaring at his questioner. At a mute signal from Hal, all three of the submarine boys seated themselves once more. By degrees, the little crowd melted away. Then Jack Benson turned to his chum to ask in a low voice, "What did you mean, Hal, old fellow? I know you had some good reason for checking me as you did." "I was afraid you would hit Radwin," Hal murmured. "A case of nothing struck if I had," uttered Captain Jack bitterly. "Oh, yes, you would have struck at our chances of winning out in these submarine tests," murmured Hal Hastings. "What do you mean?" demanded Jack, looking startled. "If you had hit Radwin in the presence of all those witnesses, you would have been right in line to be arrested for assault." "Pooh!" jeered Captain Jack. "A small fine which I could easily pay." "But the inconvenience of being locked up at such a time?" asked Hal Hastings. "Mr. Farnum would bail me out quickly enough." "I don't believe you see all of the point yet," murmured Hal, earnestly. "Suppose Radwin swore out a warrant against you for striking him. Then suppose he paid a court officer to wait and serve the warrant just as the boats were starting out on some new test cruise. Then you'd go ashore, and we'd either have to go on without our captain or else draw out of the test. Fine business that, when our first and only business is to make the Pollard boats the #1 winners in as many tests as possible." "Great Caesar!" exploded Jack, realizing now what a narrow escape he had had from another disaster to their common interests. "So you be on your guard," Hal went on with his wise counsel. "No one, at least no one in your own crowd, doubts your grit, or your willingness to clinch with Radwin and fight it out to a copper-riveted finish. I don't blame you for wanting to thrash Radwin every time you think of poor Dave Pollard up at the hospital. I want to do it myself. Radwin didn't think fast enough, or he'd have sneered at you and provoked you into hitting him. That was why I grabbed your right arm, to stop you. It'll come to Radwin before long what a fine chance he missed. Then he'll put himself in your way when there are witnesses around." "Thank you, Hal," nodded Jack Benson, his voice unusually quiet. "You've given me a good big hint. I won't forget it. Until the tests are all over, Radwin may parade before me and mock at me if he wants. But afterward..." End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On 3 different days thereafter, there were various tests in which the submarine craft entered, each striving for points in leadership. On one of these days, the event was firing with dummy torpedoes. This work was carried on out in the bay. Then there were 2 other days of firing with actual loaded torpedoes. The work, one day, being with stationary naval targets. On the other day, the work with loaded torpedoes was directed against moving targets, perpendicular floats towed by a tug with a very long hawser. While some of the firing was done by the crews of the respective submarines, a good deal more was performed by members of the Naval Board, in order that the boats, rather than the crews, might be tested. In each of these events, the Pollard boats were the winners. At the moving targets, the Day submarine took second place, away from the Rhinds boats. In the other events, the Rhinds craft came in second, though rather close to the records achieved by the Pollard submarines. Farnum was elated, of course, so were his young officers. Lieutenant Danvers, who was on board at each test, was also much pleased, though he did not express it. The cheering news was taken to David Pollard in hospital and greatly lightened his days of suffering and waiting. And now, for 2 days, the grim-looking little submarine fleet had lain at moorings. Not one was there among their crews but wondered whether any further competitive tests were to be ordered. There had been no more meetings on shore between the Rhinds party and our friends. Radwin had hoped for such a meeting, for, as Hal had predicted, the dark-faced rascal had soon reasoned out that it would be an excellent thing to stop a few blows delivered by Captain Jack Benson. But Farnum had kept his party on the Benson and the Hastings. "Fred, I wonder whether we are going to have any more tests," demanded Mr. Rhinds, as he and his secretary lingered over their breakfast at the Somerset. "I wish I knew," sighed Radwin. "We've been beaten a few points by that Pollard crowd," muttered Rhinds, his face lowering. "But we're not altogether walloped, Fred. The government is going to buy a good many submarine boats. Now, it isn't necessary for the government to have all the boat types, is it?" "Of course not," Radwin assented. "Just so," continued the older man. Now, we've made a pretty good showing after all, so I have already begun with some telegrams to the senators and congressmen of our state. Oh, you mustn't feel that you always have advance information on all I'm doing, young man, chuckled Rins. Noting the look of surprise in his companion's face, I've started with our state's members in Congress, and soon I shall begin to go at him harder. Now, despite the fact that the Pollard boats have been able to gain a few points over us, I believe I can engineer matters so that the government will order 2 types of submarine instead of 1. In fact, Fred, when the government gives out its big orders for submarine boats, I hope to land 40% at least of the business. Fred Wadman glanced cautiously around him to make sure that no waiters stood within hearing distance. Then he hissed sharply, 40% of the business, you say? I still intend to land 100% of the submarine business for our company. How? Asked the older man eagerly. I'll think it over a while before I tell you my definite plans. Be careful, Fred, warned Rins, not to make any moves that will be our undoing. Have I gotten you into any trouble yet, Mr. Rins? No, admitted the older man, though he added half jeeringly, nor have you beaten the Pollard crowd at any point along the road that I can remember. Wait, retorted Radwin mysteriously. These 2 villains were sipping from their last cups of coffee when, even in the dining room, there reached their ears the muffled sound of gunfire from the bay. What's that? Demanded Radwin. I want to hear the rest of that. He hurried through the dining room to the front of the lobby. There it goes, he cried, as Rins, puffing somewhat, joined him. First the gunfire, then 7 long whistles, followed by wait. As the whistling ceased, another gun boomed forth. That's the emergency signal to call all hands back who belong on submarines, uttered Radwin, wheeling about. We must get our hats and coats and hustle down to the waterfront. Radwin had in truth read the signal all right. It was a signal that the Naval Board had announced in case at any time there should be sudden official news for the officers and crews of the rival submarines. What can it be, I wondered, pondered John Rins as they hurried through a street that led to the pier. Probably some test in which the board wants us to start without any preparation, replied Radwin. I wish I knew what it was, muttered Rins. That's just the way every man-jack aboard the submarine boats is feeling about it, jeered Radwin. Jove, I hope the test today is one in which we stand a chance to beat the Pollard crowd. Jacob Farnum had just started from the Hastings in a shore boat when the first gun boomed forth. The shipbuilder had been on his way to see his friend at the hospital when he heard the first gun. Stopping the rowers, he quickly comprehended when the whistle blast started. He accordingly directed that he be put back alongside the Hastings. Jack, Hal, and Eph had come tumbling up on deck at the first realization of the signal. Grant Andrews and his men were no longer on board, having gone at daylight to their boarding house on shore. What do you suppose is in the air, Jack? Called Mr. Farnum. I don't know, sir, but whatever it is, we're ready. We can start on anything at the drop of a handkerchief. Gasoline tanks full, compressed air by the cubic yard, storage batteries charged. It would be hard to catch you youngsters unprepared, laughed the shipbuilder appreciatively. They were still on deck, waiting and wondering, when they saw the president and secretary of the Rhinds Company put off from shore in haste. They don't mean to be left, sneered Eph. They're pretty badly left already, muttered Captain Jack, bitterly. They haven't beaten us so far by a single point. I suppose they're hoping they will today, whatever the test is to be, muttered Hal Hastings. 15 minutes more passed, then a little flock of 6-oared cutters left the side of the gunboat Oakland. In the stern sheets of each cutter sat a naval officer in uniform. There's Lieutenant Danvers, cried Jack eagerly. He brings us our instructions, whatever they are. In a few moments more, Danvers was alongside, making his way up to the platform deck. In his right hand, Danvers carried an official-looking sealed envelope. In his eager curiosity, Jacob Farnum extended a hand to take the envelope. But Danvers drew it back. Pardon me, murmured the shipbuilder confusedly. I should have known better. The communication is, of course, for the captain. Danvers turned the envelope over to Captain Jack Benson, who broke the seal, drawing out the paper enclosed. This is a part of what the submarine boy read aloud. The Navy Department has just reported by wireless that a semi-submerged derelict, evidently that of a 3-masted schooner, is drifting in the path of navigation at a point 385 miles southwest by south of this present station. The department suggests that it would afford an example of practical use for submarines if those now on this station would accompany a gunboat at full speed for cruising and attempt to discover and blow up this derelict. Great, glowed Eph. I vote for it. So do those on the other boats, if the observable excitement is to be taken as an indication, laughed Mr. Farnum. This letter goes on to request, announced Benson, that the commander of each submarine willing to enter this affair signal to the Oakland by hoisting the signal ready. Do you hear that, Eph? Summers made a dash for the signal chest. In another moment the appropriate bit of bunting was fluttering on the halyard at the top of the signal mast. We are directed, Jack ran on, to be ready within 30 minutes. We must follow the Oakland down the bay at a cruising speed of 16 miles an hour. Once out of the bay, the Oakland will signal our formation to us. Do you see the boat the Rhinds signal is going up on? Laughed Hal Hastings. It is going up on the submarine Thor. According to the old Norseman tales, Thor was the thunderer, also the fellow who struck with the big hammer. It looks like a Rins boast that they are to do big things on this lightning cruise. Yes, Thor was an old Norse god, muttered Captain Jack, and the early Norsemen were very largely pirates. Perhaps we are to take the signal on the Thor as an intimation that Rins is out to play pirate in earnest on this cruise. As Benson uttered these words, he felt an odd little shiver run over him, yet he gave it no more thought. Little idea had he, at that moment, how prophetic his words were likely to be. In half an hour, as planned, the Oakland, after firing a warning gun, steamed away from her moorings. Gradually the gunboat's speed increased until the full 16 miles were being made, miles instead of knots, since gasoline boats like these submarines are usually rated by miles instead of the larger knot. It was a rattling rate of speed to exact from these little craft when it was considered that the gait would have to be continued without break for at least 24 hours. Eph was at the wheel at the start, and Jack standing back by the conning tower. Mr. Farnum had gone below for a nap, as he intended to relieve Hal in the engine room for a few hours. "Benson," remarked Danvers, approaching the submarine boy, "I guess your remark of a few minutes ago exactly defines this trip." "What remark?" asked Jack. "You spoke of it as a lightning cruise. It is going to be one, indeed, for this little submarine craft." "Our boat can stand it, I think," smiled the submarine skipper. "And so can the Rhinds boat, probably, but some of the others will find themselves sorely put to keep up the speed for 24 hours. And if they don't?" queried Jack. Danvers shrugged his shoulders. "Then I guess they'll have to be satisfied with being left far behind unless they signal that they're in actual distress." "This speed," mused Captain Jack, "was part of the government's plans for another test. The Navy Department must have planned to see whether any of these boats could stand such a gait for 24 long hours." "I couldn't tell you if I knew," remarked Lieutenant Danvers, with a quizzical look, then turned and strolled away. "And I guess," muttered the submarine boy to himself, "that's about as near as a fellow can go to giving a tip once he has had the Navy muzzle padlocked to his jaws." Some of the submarines in this long race, for such it was, were better equipped as to the number of the crew. The Rhinds had this advantage, carrying a captain and 4 men, in addition to Rhinds himself and his secretary, yet Jack and Eph relieved each other regularly at the wheel, catching long naps between. Hal and Mr. Farnum did the same thing with the engine room, and the Hastings kept well in the van through the day and also through the long night that followed. 2 hours after daylight, the Oakland signaled to the submarines to run up close to this parent vessel, the gunboat. "Further orders, of course," muttered Jack, who was at the wheel at the time. "Well, we're not such a very long run now from the reported location of that derelict." The fleet was wholly out of sight of land. The wind was fresh, and the sea lively with short, choppy waves crested by whitecaps. Yet for boats as staunch as these submarines, sea was not a difficult one for boat handling. One after another, while still going at full speed, the submarines drew close to the Oakland. One after another, as signaled, the boats put it within easy hailing distance of the gunboat. "The Hastings will keep to the same southwest by south course, but at a distance of 2 miles off this vessel's port bow," came the order. "The Thor will take up similar position 2 miles off the port side of the Hastings." The 3 remaining torpedo boats were assigned to positions corresponding on the starboard side of the Oakland. In this order the boats went ahead at a speed reduced to 14 miles. The front of the line extended over some 10 miles. In reality, the line of vision extended much further than that. Unless the semi-submerged derelict had moved much faster than such derelicts usually do, it was difficult to see how the wreck could get through this line of exploration. Jack Benson pressed a signal that brought Hal Hastings up on deck. "Rouse Eph and Mr. Farnum," ordered the young skipper. "We've got to have all hands on now. And call Lieutenant Danvers also. He's not allowed to help us, but he'll be anxious to see what is going on." As soon as Eph Somers reached deck, Jack Benson turned the wheel over to him. Then the young captain got his marine glasses, stationing himself, most of the time, beside the deck wheel. "If it's in any way possible," muttered Jack, "I want to be the first to sight that derelict. I want the honor of sinking her to come to us. It will all be points in the game we are fighting for." As Benson spoke, he swung his glass around to cover the deck of the Thor, that craft being now her full 2 miles away off the port beam. "Rhinds has his whole crowd on deck, too," growled young Benson, using his powerful marine glass with interest. "Yes, everyone on deck except 2 men for the engine room." At this moment Lieutenant Danvers stepped on deck, looking as though he had slept well. The naval officer carried a glass very much like the submarine skipper's. "It's almost mean of me to bring a glass on deck with me," laughed Danvers. "Under the rules I'm forbidden to give you any information I may find for myself." Jack nodded pleasantly, then turned to sweep the sea ahead. At a distance of a few miles it would be easy enough to miss the half-submerged derelict. For some 3 hours the flotilla swept on, with active officers on every deck. The naval board had ordered this new formation ere reaching the probable location of this derelict. "We haven't passed the thing anyway," Jack muttered to Eph. "The sea isn't rough enough for that to be possible." Part of the time young Benson had surrendered his glass to his first officer, while the captain himself stood by the wheel. But now Jack was again pacing the deck, while Eph, his eyes mostly on the compass, steered steadily by course. Suddenly, Jack Benson started. Quickly, he wiped the outer lenses of his glass, then looked again. "See anything?" demanded Eph. "Yes, sirree, and the Thor is almost a mile nearer than we are. It's a derelict, not a doubt of it." Like a flash, Jack sprang to the wheel, ringing the bell for full speed. "Eph, hustle below. Tell Hal we've sighted the derelict. Tell him to hump the engines. Tell him I don't care how much we overheat the machinery so that we don't blow the craft up. Jump." Eph collided with Jacob Farnum, who had started out from below, but he brushed the shipbuilder aside, rushing below as though death pursued him. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Jack gives the order. Fire. The naval officer, too, had made out a bobbing something on the sea ahead over at port, which he took to be the long-sought derelict. The lieutenant could not say anything, but with glass still at his eyes, he leaned back against the conning tower, drawing in his breath sharply. "Want me to take the wheel?" called out Eph, as he reached deck again. "Yes, I want to keep the glass to my eyes." Just one look did Benson take at the supposed derelict. Then he swung his gaze around upon the Thor. "They've seen our speed burst," cried the young submarine skipper. "I don't believe they had spotted the derelict, but now they see us shooting ahead to cross their course, and that has told them the secret. Yes, there they go ahead and pointing straight. They've caught up the old wreck through our glasses." It was provoking, but the rival boat, besides being near at the start, had also started forward at a greater speed. "This is the Thor's trick," thought Lieutenant Danvers to himself. "Too bad, too. I'd like to have seen the boys take it." Jacob Farnum's private view, not expressed, agreed with the naval officers, but Jack Benson, he simply couldn't admit any victory for the rival, not until it was actually won. "Swing a half point off port bow, Eph. Steady now," breathed the young skipper intensely. Down below, Hal Hastings was performing as near to wonders as was possible with a gasoline engine. Jacob Farnum stood just inside the conning tower, prepared to rush below with any other orders. "Yes, it's the derelict," shouted Benson presently. "I can make out the stumps of two masts now. We'll be there in a few minutes." "We'll be lucky if we don't get there too late," grumbled Somers. "Shall I steer direct for the old wreck, or take the course from you?" "Better take it from me for a time," Benson replied. "My glass will be more dependable than your naked eye." The Thor also was heading straight for the derelict. So far, the Rhinds boat was still nearer. It began to look, however, as if the Thor's engines were not quite as fast as those of the other Rhinds boat, the Zelda. "Are we going to make it?" breathed Eph, the perspiration of sheer strain standing out on his forehead. "Yes," almost barked Jack Benson. "Sure thing, is it?" persisted Somers. "Sure, only don't talk too much," growled young Benson. It was the grit, the dogged determination of the born commander, the natural leader of men. A moment later Jack turned a white face toward the shipbuilder. "Mr. Farnum, tell Hal he'll have to pour the oil in faster. We've got to have more speed." Farnum did not even wait for the second sentence. He dived below. All of a sudden the Hastings was seen to take a notable leap forward. Then she settled down to a more rapid, steady gait. Just inside the conning tower Jacob Farnum stood again. In his right hand he clutched a doubled-up handkerchief, with which he made frequent dabs at his face. The shipbuilder knew that the present speed, with its dangerous overheating of the engines, spelled blank disaster if continued for long. Hal Hastings, down below, standing like a white wraith beside his engines, realized the same thing. So, too, did Jack Benson, the young skipper, for whom, in this mad moment, there was but one word in the language: win. Eph didn't stop to realize it. He was worrying about straight steering, and he couldn't worry about one more thing at a time. Lieutenant Danvers must have known what was patent to every other mind, but he neither said nor did anything. He was a Navy officer, trained not to display emotion. "Good," came from Captain Jack's lips, yet in the intensity of his strain it was a groan, rather than a note of exultation. "We're cutting into the Thor's waters." A few moments more, and Benson found his craft slantingly across the Rhinds boat course, well ahead. "Now we'll show you," quavered Jack Benson, as he briefly shook his fist at the wicked rivals. "If we don't blow the lid off this sea turtle," muttered young Somers to himself. At the youthful captain's sharp order, Eph swung the course around. "Now drive straight toward the derelict, Eph," breathed the young commander, his eyes glittering. "I leave the deck in your hands for a minute. You're broadside on now. Keep driving, steady as you are." As Farnum saw young Benson dashing his way, the shipbuilder understood and darted down the stairs. After him plunged Jack Benson. Below, both became cooler, for the task in hand must not be bungled. On one of the trucks they dragged a torpedo forward, fitting it in the tube. As he closed the after port behind the torpedo, Jack bent over to place Jacob Farnum's hand on the firing lever. "Stand there, sir, till you've done it," quavered Captain Jack. "Will you signal the order?" "No, sir. You'll get it by voice." As Benson wheeled, dashing away, he had an instant's glimpse sideways of Hal Hastings' face. Great as Jack's haste was, that look at his chum's face haunted him. There was no time for sentiment now, though. It was literally do or die. The "Thor" was now 300 yards astern, making frantic efforts to lessen the distance, yet actually losing time. Ahead, the derelict was now some 1,500 yards away. The half-sunken wreck still presented a broadside, as shown by the positions of two stumps of masts. "What range are you going to fire at?" asked Eph Somers. "The torpedo is set for 600 yards. We'll fire at 300." Captain Jack's voice was cooler, steadier now. The first great strain had subsided. He was cool, tense, now, though not a whit less determined to win at all hazards. As there was still some time to spare, and Eph could handle the "Hastings" as well as any other helmsman on earth, Jack stepped back to the conning tower. Lieutenant Danvers was there, though with his gaze astern. "I can just picture old Rhinds," laughed Captain Jack, a bit harshly. "He's saying hard things about us for cutting in on his course and getting the derelict away from him." Danvers laughed. "The old fellow is swearing a blue streak and threatening himself with an apoplectic stroke every instant." "You don't seem to love Mr. Rhinds very noticeably," grimaced the naval officer. "If I don't," voiced Jack, "neither do any of our crowd. And the reason is more than mere business rivalry, too." Lieutenant Danvers knew nothing whatever of the dastardly attempts against the Pollard crowd that Rhinds and Radwin had engineered. It was not a time, however, in which to waste precious moments looking back at the more tardy rival boat. Jack wheeled, bracing himself against the conning tower. They were now within 800 yards of the derelict's broadside on. How the "Hastings" seemed to crawl over the last of the intervening water space. Yet Hal realized, if Jack did not, how swiftly the submarine was racing. 500 yards, clicked Jack, and stepped inside the conning tower, snatching up a megaphone. 450, 400, 350, 325, fire! That last word was bellowed below through the megaphone. Jack, his eyes staring forward, saw something leap near the boat, and saw an upward dash of spray. The torpedo had left the tube. "Hard aport, Eph. Swing her right over. So." From his own post in the conning tower, Benson signaled for slow speed now. It would never do to stop the overheated engines utterly. Besides, seaway was needed, with the rival craft coming up behind. His work in the conning tower done, Captain Jack sprang out on the platform deck, bounding beside Lieutenant Danvers at the starboard rail. Through the manhole opening of the tower, the shipbuilder soon thrust his uncovered head. Was their torpedo, so carefully aimed, going to strike and do its work? End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. "Is it a hit, do you think?" gasped Jack. "I think," began the naval officer. Boom! It came suddenly, sullenly. A column of spray shot up between the two mast stumps of the derelict. The rising water reached a height of 80 or 90 feet, then came down like a heavy rain. But the wreck itself? One of the mast stumps tottered, then the other. In an instant more nothing of the derelict was to be seen, saving some floating wreckage made up of the less waterlogged. "A fair hit, I'll wager my commission," cried Danvers eagerly. "Yes," nodded Jacob Farnum, "that's the last of the derelict." She removed from the passive navigation. There could be no doubt of the completeness of the work by the torpedo from the "Hastings." A broad grin now appeared on the shipbuilder's lately white face. "Mr. Farnum, will you tell Hal, whenever he thinks best, to slow down to mere headway?" "Aye, aye, Captain," sang the shipbuilder, jovially, and disappeared from view. "Benson, I congratulate you on your nerve," spoke Lieutenant Danvers as he turned, his eyes glowing, to the youthful submarine commander. "I don't know as I deserve that good word," muttered Jack, slowly shaking his head. "It was a win or die with us. I realize that. And I took a big chance of blowing our engines out. I thought so at the time. Then, Lieutenant, you must realize that I risked your life as well as ours." "I knew it," nodded Danvers coolly. Then he rested a hand half affectionately on young Benson's near shoulder. "My boy, what is risking a life or two? when there's such a prize to win, such a naval lesson to be learned and taught. American naval history is full of the names of officers and men who have thrown away their lives in learning something new for the benefit of the service. I like that way of putting it, replied Captain Jack, though he spoke soberly. I had a notion I was pretty wicked when I took such chances. It would have been criminal if it hadn't been your purpose to show what a craft of this type can do when pushed in emergencies. But I have learned much today that will stand me in a great stead, should I ever be in command of a flotilla of submarines in wartime. Then I suppose I ought to forgive myself for my recklessness, laughed Jack. You want to forget it, Benson. The thing you want to remember is that men who serve in navies sign their lives away when they enter the service. All must be sacrificed at the first instance of need to the service and to the flag. That idea would frighten some mothers, wouldn't it? Smiled Captain Jack Benson. Fighting battles is not a woman's business, replied Danvers soberly and reverently. Her task is to rear sons who shall be unafraid, and to leave the rest to the God of battles. The Hastings now drifted so lazily over the waters that Eph stood by the wheel, one hand resting indolently against the uppermost spokes. The Thor had headed off after watching the explosion of the torpedo, and was now considerably off the Hastings' port beam. The Oakland, on the other hand, was heading up for an official view of what wasn't there in the shape of a derelict. As she came in close, the gunboat sounded 3 long, hoarse whistles. There are your congratulations from the board, Benson, laughed the naval lieutenant, then walked over to the port. Jacob Farnum slipped out on the platform deck to hear any hail that might come from Uncle Sam's gunboat. Danvers was no longer interested in the scene. Whatever was to come, he felt, would be tame compared with what he had recently seen. So he stood, looking out dreamily over the waters at port. He saw the Thor heading for the Hastings, as though intended to come up. Then she veered off, heading eastward. At this instant the naval officer happened to have glasses to his eyes. He had just counted the number of people in sight on the Rhinds cliff. All but one of the Rhinds crowd on deck, thought Mr. Danvers. I don't make out that fellow Radwin. He must be taking the engine trick. Jack Benson also sauntered over to port side, though not with any intention of addressing the naval officer. Benson was not thinking of anything in particular as he glanced out over the waves. Then, all of a sudden, the young submarine commander sprang alert with suspicion, next certainty and horror. Out there on the water something was moving, something headed towards the Hastings. It came on with a swift cleaving movement. There was a suspicion of a fin throwing up a little spray in the path of motion. It was horrible, unbelievable. The mere suspicion galvanized him into action. Captain Jack's feet barely seemed to touch the deck as he moved forward. Eph was at the wheel, but there was no time to shout a frenzied order that might be misunderstood. Besides, in the instant that he was in the air, young Benson had no sharply defined plan of what he was going to do. But that fin over to port was the half-visible upper part of a moving torpedo. It was headed so as to intercept the Hastings on her slow forward course. If he ran for speed ahead, Captain Jack knew it might not come swiftly enough to carry his boat and its human load ahead to safety. In any case, it must be a job of seconds. If Hal responded slowly to the signal, then destruction. All this seemed to flash like lightning through the young commander's head as he made the leap for the wheel. Somers being in the way, young Benson flung him violently aside. Captain Jack's left hand grasped a spoke of the steering wheel. His right hand signaled violently for speed astern. Would Hal respond in time to save them all? End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 13. The Findings on the Thor. It was a breathless moment. Captain Jack Benson, resting one hand on the wheel, gazed off at port side with fascinated stare. Almost instantly a grating could be heard that must have come from the propeller shafts, though the young skipper at that moment was incapable of thinking of anything save that tiny fin line out on the water. And then the speed ahead of the submarine boat stopped. In another moment the little steel craft was creeping backwards. On came that fin line. There was nothing more that Jack could do save to hold the wheel rigid. On for the bow of the Hastings came the fin line. Would that moving torpedo strike, hurling them all to destruction? It must have been by a hair's breadth, but that fin line crossed the bow of the submarine. It had gone on beyond, harmlessly now. "What's that you're saying, Eph?" demanded Jack. "Oh, yes, you want to know why I bowled you over in that fashion? Because there wasn't time to speak. I was crazy to get the reverse gear at work and take us out of the path of that torpedo aimed for us." "Torpedo?" demanded Eph Somers, thunderstruck. "Torpedo?" repeated Jacob Farnum in bewilderment. "Yes," broke in Lieutenant Danvers, stepping forward. "See? Its force is expended, and now it's floating on the water over there, off the starboard bow." Jacob Farnum stared at it as though utterly unable to comprehend anything. "I saw the thing coming our way," went on the naval officer hastily, "though not as soon as Benson did. By the time that I knew it, he was acting. So I held my peace, for if Benson had failed, well, nothing would have mattered much then." In a few more crisp, swift sentences Danvers told the rest of it, adding, "It was Benson's quick coolness that saved us all from going skyward." "No, it wasn't," broke in the youthful skipper decisively. "It was Hal, who was right by his engines, who saved us. Had he acted on the signal a second and a half later, that torpedo would have struck us plumb and fair." "But who could have let a torpedo loose in that fashion?" stammered Farnum. "What accident—" "Accident," broke in Jack sneeringly. "Accident," repeated Danvers scornfully. "Well, then how—" "Mr. Farnum," broke in Jack Benson sternly, "that torpedo was fired by design, with intent to sink us." "What? Who—" "I can't make any positive charge," it was Lieutenant Danvers' turn to say, "but I can offer certain evidence that I'll stick to anywhere. Just a few seconds before that torpedo got so close to us, I was noting the Rhinds boat, the Thor. Her course was towards us briefly, and then she turned off on another course." "Do you mean to say that the Rhinds boat was turned our way at just the time when that torpedo could have left her headed for us?" demanded Jacob Farnum. "That's the whole indication," replied Lieutenant Danvers firmly. "Then what are we doing waiting here?" cried the shipbuilder angrily. "Jack, now that that torpedo is spent and lying harmless on the water, start up speed and head over that way. Go carefully, for remember, any sudden shock against the warhead of that torpedo will set it off." Jack signaled for slow speed ahead, the response coming promptly. "Somers," directed Lieutenant Danvers, "get the signal bunting out, and I'll help you rig a signal to the Oakland." It was the first time on any of the cruises that Danvers had attempted to give an order, or to take any part in the handling of the craft, but now he was about to make a serious report as an officer of the United States Navy. In a very few moments Danvers and Somers, working together, the necessary flags were out and knotted to the line in their proper order. "Hoist away," ordered the lieutenant, himself giving a hand on the halyard. Up the signal mast went the line of bunting, fluttering. The little flags spelled out this message to the gunboat: "Evidence of serious foul play. Join us to investigate." Almost immediately there came a signal from the bridge of the gunboat to show that the message had been read. Jack was now slowing down speed, making ready to lie to 100 yards or less from the floating torpedo. "Mr. Farnum, Hal's always at his post," said Jack, "but call down to him to be sure to stick particularly close for the next few minutes. If the wind shifts and heads that torpedo our way, I want to be sure of instant speed for getting out of the way." The gunboat was now cruising leisurely over to where the Hastings waited. Danvers signaled to the officer on the Oakland's bridge to keep an especial eye on the floating torpedo. As the Oakland slowed up, a cutter, in charge of an ensign, put away from the gunboat's side. "Ensign," shouted Lieutenant Danvers, "we shall feel obliged if you can lie alongside of that torpedo and render the warhead harmless. We believe the torpedo to be fully loaded and ready for instant action." "I'll do what I can, sir, and as promptly as possible," replied the ensign, saluting his superior officer. A few minutes later the working part of the torpedo's warhead had been removed by the boat's crew, and the torpedo itself was taken in tow. "Now, Ensign, run in alongside and take me on board," announced Lieutenant Danvers. "Mr. Benson, you'll go over to the Oakland with me, of course?" And by this time the Thor had come about and up within hailing distance of her Pollard rival. "What's wrong? What has happened?" demanded John C. Rhinds in a hoarse, croaking voice. None aboard the Hastings took the trouble even to look in the direction of the speaker. "Can't you hear aboard the Hastings?" insisted Rhinds. But he had no better result than from his first hail. In the meantime, Danvers and Jack, on reaching the gunboat, went at once before a council composed of the naval board and the commander of the gunboat. The two witnesses told their story speedily and clearly. "Can you swear that the torpedo was fired from the Thor, Lieutenant?" inquired Captain McGowan, president of the naval board. "I cannot, sir, but all the evidence points to the truth of my suspicion. For one thing, while some of the submarines were in line with us, yet all were too far away to drive a torpedo that far. Besides, as I have stated, the Thor turned briefly towards us at just the time when the torpedo would have been fired from her, and then swung around promptly." All of the naval officers present showed in their faces the horror they felt over the situation. "It does not seem to me," declared Captain McGowan, glancing around at his associates, "that there can be any doubt as to our course. The evidence, though wholly circumstantial, is about as strong as it could be." "Besides which, sir," advanced Mr. Danvers, "the Thor was provided with a stated number of torpedoes." "4," nodded Captain McGowan, "just as was the case with each of the other submarine boats." "Then if you search the Thor and find but 3 torpedoes aboard now, that will be all the evidence needed," admitted Captain McGowan. "We will make the search, and on finding but 3 torpedoes aboard the Thor, we will place everyone on board under arrest and send the Thor into port under charge of one of our own naval crews. Gentlemen, there is no need of further delay. Commander Ellis, I will ask of you a cutter, a crew, a corporal, and a file of marines." "The boat and men shall be ready at once, sir," replied the gunboat's commander, hastening from the room. Grimly the 3 officers comprising the board rose and hooked their swords to their belts, for they were going on an official visit. Nor was any time lost. Jack Benson and Lieutenant Danvers were ordered to accompany the members of the board. So John Rhinds' question was destined to have a prompt answer, even if of a kind different from what he had expected. On the platform deck of the Thor, as the cutter approached, stood several men whose faces expressed the utmost astonishment. And again Rhinds inquired, this time with a little tremor in his voice, "What's wrong, gentlemen? What has happened?" "We're coming aboard," retorted Captain McGowan. "Have your men stand by to catch our lines." John Rhinds submitted in silence while the members of the board, the corporal's file of marine rifles, and Lieutenant Danvers boarded the Thor. But when Jack started to bring up the rear, Rhinds' voice rose in angry protest. "That young Benson fellow can't come aboard here!" cried the old man, his cheeks purple, his eyes aflame with anger. "Benson represents a rival submarine company." "If he represents a dozen companies, he's coming aboard this time," retorted Captain McGowan coldly. "Corporal, see to it that no interference with Mr. Benson is attempted." "Yes, sir," replied the corporal, saluting. And so Jack came aboard and took his place quietly beside Lieutenant Danvers. "Mr. Rhinds," began Captain McGowan solemnly, "a torpedo only just barely missed striking the Hastings a while ago. We have evidence that your craft was pointing nose on to the Hastings just before the torpedo appeared by the Pollard craft." "Do you mean, sir, that we are charged with, or suspected of, firing a torpedo at a rival submarine boat?" demanded John Rhinds heavily, in a voice vibrating with astonishment. "Some of the evidence seems to point that way," returned Captain McGowan dryly. "Why, sir," began Rhinds indignantly, "it's preposterous. It's—" But Captain Magowan cut him short by a wave of the hand. "What we want now, Mr. Rhinds, is to go below and examine your stock of loaded torpedoes. You should have 4 on board. If you prove to have only 3—" "Step this way, gentlemen. Follow me," begged Mr. Rhinds, making a rather ceremonious bow. And then he led the way below. Danvers and Jack followed the others. And here all hands encountered a tremendous surprise. The Thor still carried her full supply of 4 loaded torpedoes. Over the intense astonishment that followed this discovery came the oily tones of John C. Rhinds. "Now, gentlemen, I won't speak of an apology, for I know you must have strong seeming reasons before you went so far as to suspect anyone aboard the Thor of an atrocious crime. But in the face of the evidence you have here, you will admit that it is impossible to attach any guilt to anyone aboard this craft." "Well, Mr. Benson," broke in Captain Magowan, dumbfounded. "So it would seem," murmured the captain's 2 puzzled associates on the board. "What the deuce can it mean?" was what Lieutenant Danvers said, but he was discreet enough to say it under his breath. "Come, young Benson," challenged John Rhinds, "even you must admit that the Thor shows a clean bill of moral health." "I'll admit that 2 and 2 make 5, and that the moon is made of sage cheese," retorted Captain Jack. "I'll admit that the North Pole is steam heated, but—" "Well, Mr. Benson," broke in Captain Magowan, crisply, "why do you hesitate?" "I believe, Captain," Jack went on, "that there are several questions that can yet be asked." "Ask them, then, Mr. Benson," directed the president of the naval board. "Yes, sir. Yet I would prefer that the questions be asked on deck, in the presence of the entire crew, and also of the naval officer who had been stationed on this craft during the cruise." Ensign Pike was the officer of the Navy who had been on board the Thor. Pike had remained up on the platform deck during this scene. "Very good," nodded Captain Magowan. "We will return to the deck. I can see that there are many questions to be asked." On the deck on first boarding, Jack Benson had noticed the absence of Fred Radwin. While they were below, Jack had caught a glimpse of Radwin in the Thor's engine room. When the naval board and the others reached the deck, Captain Magowan had Captain Driggs of the Thor and the members of the boat's crew lined up together. "Have you any questions that you wish to ask, Mr. Benson?" the president of the board inquired. "Yes, sir. At the time that the torpedo passed our boat, I would like to know just who of the Thor's complement were below." "Can you answer that, Mr. Driggs?" demanded Captain Magowan. Driggs was a bronzed, shrewd-looking man of 40, with a face that looked rather sound and wholesome. "Yes, sir," replied Driggs promptly. "Mr. Radwin had volunteered to relieve the man on duty in the engine room. Mr. Radwin was below at the time, sir." "And who else?" "No one else at that time, sir." "I think I can confirm that, Captain," broke in Lieutenant Danvers. "I had just studied the deck of this craft through my marine glass, and I remember remarking to myself that Radwin appeared to be the only one of this boat's complement who was not on deck." Fred Radwin was now summoned, Captain Magowan and Jack both plying him with questions. It all came to nothing, however. Radwin remained wholly cool and gave his inquisitors no satisfaction. Ensign Pike stated that he had had no knowledge of any torpedo having been driven from the Thor. Yet Pike admitted this might very easily have happened without his knowing it, since the discharge of a torpedo would hardly make enough noise to carry from below to the after part of the platform deck. "But anyway," insisted John Rhinds blandly, "you must admit, Captain, that our possession of the full number of torpedoes allowed us proof positive that we haven't been firing even one of them." "That showing is certainly in your favor, Mr. Rhinds," admitted the president of the naval board coldly. "I cannot see that the evidence at present available allows of my ordering anyone under arrest. I am bound, in view of the fact that suspicion has pointed your way, to state that I intend to leave the corporal and 4 of the marine privates aboard. On the home cruise a marine sentry will be posted all the time close to the after port of your torpedo tube." "It is humiliating, very," sighed Mr. Rhinds. "Still, I shall be the last to offer any objection to any arrangement that seems wise to the members of the Naval Board." The corporal and 4 of his marines were therefore left under command of Ensign Pike, with instructions to see to it that constant guard was kept by the torpedo tube. No allusion to the evidence could be made before the members of the cutter's crew on the way back. Captain McGowan led his own party to the office of the commander of the gunboat. "Gentlemen," began McGowan slowly, "I must admit that our most elaborate case of circumstantial evidence seems to be knocked into a cocked hat by the one substantial fact that the Thor still has her full number of torpedoes on board." "Then you don't believe that torpedo came from the Thor's tube, Captain?" asked Jack Benson. "I don't know what I believe," confessed the president of the board, shaking his head. "It seems to be clearly established that no other submarine was near enough to have fired a torpedo to cover the range. I have just been informed by Commander Ellis that the recovered torpedo has been examined, and has proved to have contained the full war charge. More as a matter of form than anything else, we will now order the remaining submarine boats alongside, and have them searched for a missing torpedo." That search was accordingly made, but not one of the boats had a torpedo less than the 4 that it was supposed to carry. The object of the lightning cruise having been accomplished in the destruction of the half-sunken derelict, the order was given to sail back to Groton Bay at less speed than had been used on the outward trip. As far as evidence went, the mystery of the attempt to destroy the Hastings appeared to be as big a mystery as ever. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 19. On the Other Side of the Forced Door. It was nearly dark on the day following when the submarine flotilla made its way up Groton Bay. As soon as the craft was at its moorings, the Hastings was immediately lighter by the going of one passenger. Jacob Farnum went post-haste to the hospital to inquire after David Pollard's condition. The inventor was in a good deal of pain, and yet cheerful. The surgeons reported that his broken bones were healing slowly. The chauffeur, too, was coming along as well as was possible, though he had been much worse hurt than had the inventor. Grant Andrews and his workmen were aboard the Benson. Half of the party was now prepared to come aboard the Hastings whenever called. "Going ashore, Jack?" inquired Eph Somers. "Not before Mr. Farnum returns, nor do I believe any of us had better go ashore without his express permission, old fellow," Benson replied. 3 gentlemen who did go ashore almost immediately after arrival were the members of the Naval Board. Soon after, an order came for the removal of all torpedoes from the Rhinds boats. After that, the corporal's guard was relieved from duty aboard the Thor. "And thus ends that chapter of the story, I reckon," grimly ventured Jack, when he saw the gunboat's cutter convey the corporal's guard away from the Rhinds submarine. Jacob Farnum came back in the early evening. Lieutenant Danvers was ashore, which left only the regular crew of the Hastings on board. Grant Andrews and his men mounted guard over the 2 Pollard boats through the night, which left the captain and crew free to sleep, which they did with a royal good will. No orders came over from the Naval Board, which fact made it look as though no new tests would be required immediately. The next forenoon, at about 10 o'clock, Eph discovered that the Seawold boat was leaving her moorings. Young Somers watched that less arrival start down the bay before he dropped below to report the fact to Benson. "What can it mean?" wondered the young captain, going hastily on deck. "Is the Seawold craft going into some test that we've not been asked to meet?" "If so," ventured Hal Hastings, "why isn't one of the gunboats putting out to sea with her?" "Here's Lieutenant Danvers coming off shore," announced Somers. "Perhaps he'll have some news." Danvers boarded the Hastings, but the shore boat waited alongside. "I'm not going to stay. Just dropped alongside for a moment," explained Danvers. "I thought maybe you were coming on board so that we could go out on some test," suggested Captain Jack. "There are to be no tests today," replied Danvers. "Then what's that craft of the Seawold Company doing down the bay by herself?" Benson inquired. "By Jove, she's going to have company, too," declared Eph. "There goes the Blackson boat out." "And probably you'll soon see the Griffith and Daycraft get under way," smiled Lieutenant Danvers. "What does it mean?" insisted Captain Jack. "That's the news," replied the naval officer. Jack waited, somewhat open-mouthed. "The fact is," continued Lieutenant Danvers, "such tests as we have already had have been sufficient to eliminate 4 of the 6 contestants for the favor of the Navy Department. This morning Captain McGowan, as president of the board, received a telegram from the Navy Department to the effect that 4 of the submarine types had been outclassed. The contest now lies between the Rhinds and the Pollard boats." "We've beaten the Rhinds boats, too," muttered Jack. "Yes, though not by such large margins as to rule the Rhinds boats out of all consideration," replied Lieutenant Danvers. "So the Rhinds boat is to be our rival in future tests, our only rival!" cried Jack eagerly. "Yes, and not speaking as an official, Mr. Benson, I very much incline to the belief that you can go on beating any one of the 3 Rhinds submarines with either of the pair that you have here. But the point is that the national government may prefer to have 2 types of boats. It begins to look, as far as indications can point, as though the Secretary of the Navy has some idea of ordering some Pollard boats for the Navy, and also some Rhinds boats." "I wonder if the Secretary of the Navy has heard anything about the nasty way in which the Rhinds outfit tried to sink us at sea day before yesterday," muttered Captain Jack, half savagely. "I imagine some word of the kind has gone on to the Navy Department," replied Danvers. "I really don't know, though." "That nasty trick ought to be enough to bar the Rhinds boats," grumbled Captain Benson. "But you see, my dear fellow, there's just one trouble," answered the naval officer. "Think whatever you may please about the guilt of Rhinds or of Radwin or someone under them, but where is the proof? On search, the Thor was found to have the full number of torpedoes issued to her. Now, government departments must be guided by the evidence." "Humph!" sighed Jack. "As things have turned out, I'd sooner beat the Rhinds crowd than all the other submarine crowds together." "I hope you do," rejoined the lieutenant. "However, my belief is that the government will order some of your company's boats and some of the Rhinds craft. About the only question, really, is who gets the larger order, and how much larger." Jacob Farnum had come from his stateroom, and had listened to this talk in silence. "How do you feel about it, Mr. Farnum?" asked the naval officer. "I shall have to be satisfied with whatever share of the business my company can secure, of course," replied the shipbuilder. "And yet we know, and so does everyone, that we have proved the Pollard type of boat to be better than its nearest rival." "Well, success to you all, and the largest measure of it possible," wished Lieutenant Danvers, rising and shaking hands warmly all around. "For my part, I'd like to see you get orders at once for 50 boats, leaving all your rivals out in the cold. And now I must go on over to the Oakland." Messrs. Rhinds and Radwin were on shore at the hotel, but they had received word of the departure of 4 of the rival boats, and knew the reason for that departure. "This," cried John Rhinds, getting up and pacing the room while he smoked fast, "is the stage at which the game gets on my nerves." "Yes," agreed Radwin, though he spoke rather lazily. "It's fine to have only one rival left in the field, but it's discouraging to know that we're number 2 and that the other fellow holds number 1 rank. Rhinds, I wonder if we can really get an order for any of our boats from the government. I hope that we can at least get rid of the 3 that we have on hand." "3!" uttered the president of the Rhinds Submarine Company scornfully. "I'm going to sell the government at least a dozen." and as he spoke he struck his clenched fists together angrily. "How?" asked Radwin. "And on the strength of having the United States order for a dozen boats, I'm certain then of being able to place orders for 2 or 3 dozen more boats with foreign governments." "How are you going to place the order for a dozen with the United States government?" insisted Fred Radwin. "How? By the very simple method of getting all the congressmen and senators of our state at work. Fred, I have just about all of the congressional delegation from our state pestering the Secretary of the Navy until we get our order. The congressmen from our own state will be glad to see me get the business." "Why?" "Don't be a simpleton, Radwin. If we have to build a dozen submarines, we have to hire a lot of workmen, don't we? And I am always careful to engage workmen who have votes. Besides, such a volume of business would turn loose a lot of new capital and wages in our part of the state. Oh, we can trust our congressman, Fred, to get us a big slice of this submarine business." "I hope our misfire trick out at sea day before yesterday won't hurt our chances any," whispered Fred Radwin musingly. "Why did you do that fool thing?" whispered Rhinds, with a dark look at his secretary. "Why did I fail, you mean?" hissed Radwin. "Oh, don't try to throw any reproaches at me now. You were willing enough to help me send that torpedo over at the Hastings." "I can't understand how the torpedo missed," shivered Rhinds. "Well, you were at the wheel," retorted Radwin in a low undertone. "You held the nose of the boat true enough, too, I guess, when I let the torpedo drive. But that infernal Jack Benson was on the watch, and he saw the thing coming. Of course, he stopped his boat and put the reverse clutch on just in the nick of time. That young Benson always appears to be in the nick of time." "So much so," wavered John Rhinds, "that I'm beginning to feel decidedly superstitious about that young fellow. He'll land us yet in something and ruin us." "No, he won't," hissed Radwin sharply. "Benson hasn't landed us yet, has he? And he's not going to, either. I've 1 or 2 rods in pickle for that forward young scamp, and I'll serve him to a fare-you-well yet. Rhinds, I may yet find a way that will ensure our getting all of the submarine orders." "You're ingenious enough, I know, Fred," admitted the older man in a worried voice. "I hope you'll win for us. It will be money enough in your pocket to satisfy even you, Fred. Still, I'm worried by the way your plans against Benson have already missed fire." Out in the hallway at that moment they heard a voice that made them both start. The voice was not loud, but it was angry, determined, and carried well. It was the voice of a man sweeping aside the objections of a hotel servant. "Don't tell me they're not in, you idiot!" "The servant I paid to be on the lookout is trying to steer away someone that insists on seeing us," whispered Fred Radwin, listening intently. "Neither of the gentlemen are in, I tell you, sir," replied the hotel servant doggedly. "Get out of the way, fellow. I know the number of their suite of rooms, and I'm going to it. I don't want to hurt you, fellow, but I'm the chief of police, and I mean to see Mr. Radwin without delay." "The chief of police!" gasped Radwin, feeling his knees weaken under him. He and Rhinds stared uneasily at each other. "You see him first," whispered Fred Radwin. "I've some things in my pockets that I wouldn't want the chief of police to find. Hold the police fellow by telling him I'll be right in." And with that Radwin slipped to the door of a connecting room in the suite. He passed through, closing the door noiselessly and slipping the key in the lock. An instant later John Rhinds opened his door out into the hallway. "Who is it to see us?" he called. "It is I, Ward, the chief of police," replied the caller, stepping into the room. "You are Mr. Rhinds." "I wish to see your Mr. Radwin. I have a message for him." "Be seated, Chief," urged the rascal. "Mr. Radwin will be here in a moment." "Where is Radwin now?" demanded the Chief. "In the next room. He'll be here in a moment." "Did he go through that door?" asked Chief Ward. "Yes." "Then I'll see him at once," replied the official. He stepped over and tried the knob of the door. Finding the bolt shot, Chief Ward promptly put his stalwart shoulder to the door. At the second bump the door yielded. Ward burst into the next room, then on to the third. "Why did you trick me, Mr. Rhinds?" called the chief angrily. "I? Why, I—" Radwin was not to be found. The chief of police, angry at being baffled in his search for Radwin, went away declaring that he would have an order issued for the arrest of Rhinds as an accessory. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 20. Captain Jack Pulls a New String. Radwin did not return. Though looking outwardly composed, John C. Rhinds passed the next few hours in a condition of internal unrest. Why did Chief Ward want to see Fred Radwin? And why had the latter tricked himself off out of sight? These questions tormented Rhinds the more because he could not even invent satisfactory answers to them. "Is the chief of police acting on anyone else's orders?" quavered the old man. "Has Fred betrayed himself in anything he has done? Is he a fugitive from justice? Oh, mercy! What a situation, just when I'm trying to put the deals through that shall make the Rhinds Submarine Company the richest concern of its kind in the world." By the middle of the afternoon Rhinds heard the newsboys calling something excitedly down in the street. "What's that? What's that?" gasped the old man, holding one hand to his ear. "Sounds like dastardly plot, submarine mystery. Can it be anything to injure our chances?" As he looked down into the street from the altitude of the third-floor window, Rhinds saw that, whatever the news, the boys appeared to be selling papers fast. For a few seconds Rhinds wavered, and then he crossed the room to the telephone. "Send me up the latest editions of the newspapers," he phoned the clerk in the office. After that he lighted a big black cigar and waited, mopping the perspiration from his forehead. After a few moments there came a knock at the door, and Rhinds opened it. He noticed that the bellboy looked at him somewhat queerly as the papers were handed over. Then, having closed the door and locked it, John Rhinds sank into a chair, holding up the three newspapers in turn and scanning the big black headlines. Yes, here it all was. The whole story in every essential detail. It told of the mysterious attempt to destroy the Hastings at the end of the Lightning Cruise. The stories contained Lieutenant Danvers's statement that the Thor had been headed toward the Hastings just a few seconds before the torpedo passed the Pollard's boat's bows. There was an account of the naval party's search of the Thor, and the fact that the latter craft was found to have her full number of torpedoes on board was set forth in all fairness. Oh, yes, the story was fair enough. No newspaper man could have been fairer than had the chroniclers of this exciting submarine news. There were no accusations against Rhinds or his associates, nothing but the fair, unbiased telling of facts. And yet, in almost any reader's mind, the opinion would be quick to form that only from the Thor could the treacherous torpedo have been fired. "Oh, it's awful!" cried John Rhinds, waving the papers over his head like a madman. Jack Benson had played his master stroke in this new game. In former times, when the Pollard boats had been all but unknown, Captain Jack had been quick to grasp the importance of newspaper fame. As told in the second volume of this series, Jack had once invited a big party of newspaper folks to Dunhaven to observe some startling performances by the Pollard boat. At that time he had given them a program so full of excitement that the fame of the Pollard boat had been flashed over the country, and the Navy Department had found public opinion clamoring for the United States Navy to own and control a few of these wonderful craft. And now Jack Benson, wholly and absolutely convinced of the guilt of Rhinds and Radwin, had gone to the local daily newspaper offices with his account of what had happened out at sea. It was a great stroke, yet Captain Jack had not undertaken it without first having secured the permission of Jacob Farnum. After Jack went to the newspaper offices, the Colfax reporters had busied themselves with interviewing naval officers, including members of the Naval Board. And now the story was out for the whole world to read, and yet it was a statement only of bare, easily proved facts. The newspapers were glad to have such a startling yarn, and it had been told in such a way that John Rhinds didn't have a single chance in any suit he might bring for libel. After the first shock that the discovery caused him, John C. Rhinds began to suspect Jack's hand in this straight-from-the-shoulder blow. "It's that young Benson again," he raged silently, rising and stamping on the offending yet truth-telling newspapers. "And this will get beyond Colfax. The newspapers of the largest cities will begin to hear this by evening. Tonight this whole yarn will be flashing over the telegraph wires of the country. Tomorrow morning millions of people will be reading this awful stuff. Oh, if I could only tear that young fellow to pieces!" John Rhinds gnashed his teeth in his fury. Had he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror just then, the man would have been afraid of his own reflection. Yet, with all his guilty knowledge of what he had encouraged Radwin to do, it did not occur to Rhinds to lay the blame anywhere except upon the shoulders of honest, though hard-fighting, Captain Jack Benson. Presently John Rhinds cooled down. He even became suave and smiling, though under the smile a ghastly pallor lay on his cheeks. The change of outward temper was all because he was forced to become crafty before others. It is a common way with many newspapers to leap on a man and trounce him, figuratively speaking, and then to send reporters around to see how the victim has enjoyed the flaying. That was what happened to John Rhinds. Within half an hour after the newspapers had come to him, a message over the telephone from the hotel office informed the president of the Rhinds Submarine Company that a reporter was below who wished to interview Mr. Rhinds. Choked the wretch, swallowing hard. "Have the young gentleman shown up, of course, and send up any other reporters who may ask for me." And by the time that the first reporter reached the door, Rhinds had carefully removed all traces of the torn newspapers. The old man was calm. He even smiled slightly, though he affected to be stung to the soul by the thought that any American could think that he, or any of his party aboard the Thor, could have been guilty of such a fearful attempt of crime. "But of course, young man," urged Rhinds suavely, "you will be able, through the great power of the press for right, to set all suspicions at rest. You will, I beg of you, give renewed publicity to the fact that we were found to have our full number of torpedoes aboard. That one fact alone, of course, disposes of any suspicion that we could have thought of doing such a fearful thing." The reporter was young, but he was not lacking in shrewdness. This boyish-looking journalist had interviewed smooth-talking scoundrels before. "There is one little point I would like to inquire about, Mr. Rhinds," hinted this reporter, chewing at the end of his pencil. "A dozen, 100 points, anything you want to know," protested the man who was being interviewed. "Thank you," nodded the reporter coolly. "Now, it is a well-established fact that you had your full number of torpedoes aboard when the naval officers searched. But have you any place on board the Thor that would serve as a hiding place for an extra torpedo that might, let us say, have been obtained in any one of a number of ways?" John C. Rhinds began to feel great waves of chill passing up and down his spine. Hang this smiling, boyish reporter! Rhinds began to feel that he hated this young man next to Jack Benson. "No!" shouted the interviewed one hoarsely, angrily. "We have no such hiding place on board. We have no place that could be used for hiding an extra torpedo." The reporter nodded, then continued with a cool smile. "Thank you, Mr. Rhinds, for answering so important a question on such a vitally important point. It is very important to have this suspicion disposed of that such a hiding place might exist." "Very important," confirmed John Rhinds, leaning forward in his most impressive manner. "And you have my authority for settling the point for good and all." "So that, of course, Mr. Rhinds," pursued the cool, smiling young reporter, "you'll be most glad when I suggest to you the importance of allowing a commission composed of, say, an editor and 2 reporters from the Gazette to go aboard the Thor, search for such a hiding place, and then be prepared to inform the world that no such hiding place exists on the Thor." That proposition came like a torpedo itself. It struck 2 below the waterline of John Rhinds' hard-won composure. "Why do you—" he stammered, and then the wretch forced himself to be cool again. "No, my young friend, I'm sorry to say that would not be practicable. You see, a submarine craft is full of secrets. Outside of our own crew, none but officers of the Navy can be permitted to go below the platform deck of any of my boats." "Oh, well, then," nodded the reporter, "the Gazette can clamor for a naval board to be appointed to make the search, and at once. That will serve the purpose as well, Mr. Rhinds, and it will answer the most burning question that the public will want to ask." Then came the other reporters. Rhinds saw them all, wore before them all the mask of wounded innocence, showed them all how easily they might allay the public suspicions. Then, when the last reporter had departed, John Rhinds, feeling too weak to stand, sank down upon a sofa, covering his face with his hands, and thus for some time he lay, hardly giving signs of life. His fright was great indeed. In striking this blow, young Captain Jack Benson had struck far harder than he had even dreamed. When Rhinds began to realize things once more, he missed Fred Radwin. Radwin, the seeming fugitive, who had run away from his foul leader at the first sound of a police voice. Still, it was possible that Radwin was not far away. Possible also that in this fact lay the greatest danger that had ever menaced Jack Benson. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Submarine Boys' Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys' Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 21. Jack Meets a Human Fact, Face to Face. There was no thought of dinner for John Rhinds that evening. After the newspaper men had gone, the artful schemer spent a long time in drafting 2 or 3 telegrams that he felt it necessary to send to members of his state's congressional delegation at Washington. In the telegrams that were finally sent, the president of the Rhinds Submarine Company referred to himself as apparently the victim of a very clever but diabolical plot to ruin his company. He asked the members of Congress for his state to see to it that he was given a full opportunity for justice. "Justice! Ugh!" muttered the old man as he scanned one of his telegrams. "Well, not if it means punishment." Hardly had he sent away these telegrams, and even as he was giving thought to sending down an order to have dinner served in his rooms, Rhinds received a telegram from the editor of a New York daily, asking for his version of the torpedo mystery. From the wording of the telegram it was plain that the story had gotten as far as New York, and that the editor regarded it as the big sensational news story of the hour. Groaning, Rhinds bent over to begin work on this new telegram that was demanded of him. It proved to be a hard message to write. Even while he worked over the difficult problem, a second telegram arrived, this from the editor of a Philadelphia morning paper, and then came 2 from Boston. "Good heavens! I can't keep up this pace," groaned John Rhinds. "These editors won't even give me time for sleep." Sudden blackness came over his eyes as he sat back, trying to think it all out. "I can't answer any of these telegrams," he muttered, tearing up the offending messages. "Oh, why did Radwin have to take wings at the very time when I need him the most?" Fred Radwin, with his cool nerve, his steely eyes, and his glib, lying tongue, would have been ready with answers for all of these questions. But I can't do it. I'll need a straitjacket if these telegrams continue to arrive. And yet several more telegrams did come in from newspapers in various eastern states. Rhinds read them, groaned, and tore them up. Then he smoked strong cigars, one after another, but that only made his nerves worse. When he went to bed late that night, he slept some, yet it was mainly to dream hideous dreams. In the early morning Rhinds sent for morning newspapers. These contained what he had said to local reporters, but his version, with the newspapers' comments added, only made matters worse. That infernal Gazette, in especial, printed in bold type the account of his refusal to let a committee of newspapermen examine his boat for a secret hiding-place large enough to hold an extra torpedo. That forenoon shore boats did a thriving business in carrying people out on trips around the Pollard and Rhinds submarines. Trains brought in folk from other towns, all anxious for a glimpse of the submarine craft. "This will drive me wild yet," groaned Mr. Rhinds. "It's an outrageous shame." Still there was little realization on his part that he deserved all this and more. "Jack, my boy," muttered Jacob Farnum, looking up from a batch of morning newspapers in the cabin of the Hastings, "you've been the means of stirring up a bigger hurricane that ever raged at sea." "Are you sorry?" asked the young submarine captain coolly. "Well, considering my private opinion of Mr. John C. Rhinds, and my belief as to what he did, or tried to do, to us, I can't say I'm deeply grieved," returned the shipbuilder. Then the shipbuilder looked around him at all three of the submarine boys as he went on. "Lads, we've been cramped up on this boat long enough, so I'm going to take you ashore this evening. But remember, not a word to reporters or to anyone else. If any one of you opens his mouth on this subject, I shall consider that young man no longer a friend of mine." All this while Chief Ward of the Colfax Police Department was busily engaged in seeking tidings of the missing Fred Radwin. But Radwin, after entering that adjoining room, appeared to have been swallowed up. Jack had heard from the chief of police of the disappearance of Radwin. This was one feature of the story that the newspapers had as yet failed to discover. However, Ward believed that Radwin was now hundreds of miles away and still traveling. So when the Pollard submarine party came ashore that evening, none of them gave much thought to Radwin. Farnum led his young friends, as heretofore, to the Somerset House. "We might possibly meet Rhinds in the lobby or in the dining-room," said the shipbuilder, "but I don't deem it likely. Rhinds is undoubtedly keeping hid within his own walls upstairs." And this guess proved to be a good one. Farnum and his friends dined at the Somerset without being offended by a sight of the face of their rival in business. A special waiter was stationed to head off reporters or other curious people who might attempt to interview the submarine diners. So the meal proceeded in peace, though it was rather late when the diners finished. "Phew! Nearly 9 o'clock," muttered Farnum, glancing up at a big clock on a nearby wall. "And I haven't been out to the hospital to-day to see how Dave is coming along." "Would it do to telephone and ask the hospital people to let Mr. Pollard know you had inquired?" suggested Hal. "Don't just like that idea," replied Mr. Farnum, shaking his head. "It doesn't sound like using David Pollard right. I'll tell you what, however, I've been the only one to go out to the hospital so far. Dave always asks after the rest of you. Jack, suppose you take a hack and make the trip out. If they won't let you see Dave at this hour, then inquire how he is getting along, and leave your card to be sent in to him. But if you can see Dave Pollard, he'll be delighted to have a look at your face. There's a cab standing out in front of the hotel, and it won't take you but a few minutes to get out to the hospital." "Where'll I find you?" asked Jack, rising at once. "We'll wait in the lobby of the hotel until you get back. Use the cab both ways." There was, as Mr. Farnum had said, a cab outside the hotel. That cab, in fact, had been hanging about since just before dark. Most of the time it stood drawn up at the curb on the opposite side of the street. 3 or 4 times during the early evening different persons had tried to engage the use of this cab, and yet to each prospective customer the driver had shaken his head, uttering one word: engaged. And so the cab still waited, the driver occasionally moving to a somewhat new position, though always keeping well in sight of the hotel entrance. As Captain Jack Benson stepped out through the broad doorway, however, on his errand of friendship, the driver, throwing away a half-smoked cigar, suddenly whipped up his horse, driving close to the entrance. "Cab, sir?" hailed the driver. "To any part of the city?" "You know where the hospital is?" inquired Jack Benson. "Oh, yes." "How long will it take to drive me there?" 10 or 12 minutes." "All right. And I shall want you to wait there a little while, and then bring me back. How much will that be?" $1.50, sir." "Go ahead," directed Jack, springing inside and pulling the door shut. The only time Benson had been to the hospital before was on the morning of the accident. At that time he had not noticed the road very closely. Now at night all looked so different to him that he had no idea whether or not he was being driven in the right direction. He left all that to the driver, as most people do when employing cabs. "I'd like just a little peep in at Rhinds tonight," thought Jack as he settled back against the comfortable upholstery. "I reckon he knows by this time something of the way of the transgressor." If the young submarine captain noticed anything at all of the way the driver was taking him, he saw only that the vehicle was rolling through a quiet, rather shabby, ill-lighted portion of the city. And thus the cab went, down street after street, the horses moving only at the slowest trot. "What this cab needs is one of our gasoline engines," thought Jack lazily, and then suddenly: "No, sir, by gracious, no. That would make an automobile out of this old tub on wheels, and until Mr. Pollard gets whole again, anyway, we've had enough of automobiles. One of our crowd in the hospital at a time is plenty." Then suddenly there came a moment in which the cab stopped so suddenly that the young skipper was all but thrown from his seat. "Gracious!" uttered the submarine boy. "Who's torpedoing us?" But at that instant Jack Benson received a more genuine shock. From the left-hand door of the vehicle was wrenched suddenly open. In the doorway appeared the white, ugly, desperate face of Fred Radwin. Without a word, Radwin threw himself forward, making a leap into the carriage. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 22. A Cornered Submarine Captain. "You get out!" Quick as thought, Jack Benson raised his left foot, planting it as vigorously as his sitting position allowed against the ribs of Fred Radwin. That worthy, 1 foot on the sill and bent in the act of entering, fell back, going in a heap to the sidewalk. Benson fairly hurled himself through the open door in his need of reaching the sidewalk in time. He stood now waiting for a second or so. Then Fred Radwin jumped up, prepared to grapple with this young foeman. But Jack was ready for that. He had ready a handy sailor jab, a short-arm blow with the fist that sent Radwin once more to the sidewalk. Then, as scientific boxing rules were not called for in an encounter of this kind, Jack followed up his advantages with 2 severe kicks. Down from the seat leaped the driver, heavy whip in hand. "Oh, you're in this, are you?" panted Jack, seeing that the driver was headed straight for him. Down low ducked the submarine boy, then came up straight at close quarters. Benson's sudden grapple deprived the driver of a chance to use the butt of his whip in the manner the fellow had intended. Yet the driver was a powerful fellow, his strength making him about a match for the greater agility of the bronzed young skipper. Jack managed to land a blow or two against his big assailant, though without doing much harm. Yet the submarine boy was undismayed and confident until, out of the corner of one eye, he saw Radwin rising and advancing cautiously to close in. Young Benson's opportunity came at just that instant. Smack! He landed his right fist in the driver's face, almost dazing him. With the left fist, Jack struck himself free. But Radwin was just upon him as the boy turned. "No, you don't," mocked Captain Jack, ducking down kangaroo fashion. "Day-day." That low crouch and the following spring had carried the submarine boy just under Fred Radwin's outstretched right arm. And now, Jack Benson, being past both of his assailants, took refuge in discreet flight. In fact, he ran down the street with about every pound of human steam turned on. "Come on," snarled Radwin, setting the sprinting pace. "We've got to catch that rascally boy, and mighty quick, too." This block or two of the street appeared to be deserted. There was no telling, however, how soon the submarine boy might run into 2 or 3 real men who would take his side in any scrimmage that was due. Though Radwin had the first start after Jack and was running well, the driver, a long-legged fellow with splendid wind, soon passed his leader. Jack realized that he was in danger of being caught and tried to put on a greater burst of speed, yet the driver came closer and closer. Whiz! The driver had aimed his heavy whip lance fashion and butt end first, and launched it after the fugitive. Had not Jack turned the instant before to glance backward, the whip would have struck him in the back of the head. But Benson saw it coming and threw himself forward. His head went down. The whip, therefore, flew just over his head, striking the sidewalk ahead of him. At that moment Jack Benson tripped. He did not mean to do it. He simply fell and landed on his knees, his head low. On came the sprinting driver. It was too late to stop or turn. Over Jack Benson plunged the fellow, then landed in a heap on the sidewalk. Jack was up like a flash. He heard a yell from the driver, but Benson's gaze was upon the whip. At a bound, the submarine boy possessed himself of this weapon. He got it, just in time to wheel and face Fred Radwin, threatening that fellow with the heavy butt end of the driver's recent weapon. "Get up behind the boy, you fool," hissed Radwin. "Sure I can't," moaned the fellow, rubbing himself, real anguish sounding in his voice. "My neck's broke." "Come on yourself, Radwin," mocked Jack, backing against the wall of a house so that he could face either assailant at need. "Drop that whip and I will," hissed Fred Radwin, stealthily maneuvering about the boy, yet held back by a wholesome awe of that butt end of the whip. "No, I like this whip too well," chuckled young Benson. "You can't have it unless you take it from me. Want to try?" "Come on and get up, you dolt," growled Radwin to the driver. "Do you think we have all night to settle with this boy?" "I can't get up, I tell you. I'm no good," moaned the driver. "I don't know what I did to myself when I went down so hard." "Hurry up," insisted Radwin. "A crowd may come along at any moment." "Let 'em," moaned the driver. "I can't stop it. I'll apologize." At that very moment there came the sound of a shout further down the street. Other voices answered. "There, you dolt!" cried Radwin angrily. "Now you've wasted our last chance. Here comes a mob." Backing off, Radwin grabbed up his useless comrade, forcing the driver to his feet. Seeing his enemy so occupied, Jack Benson edged off, holding the whip so that he could use it. From down the street came the sound of flying feet. Then, just as suddenly, the speed lessened. "I'll wait until I get help, and I'll grab this pair," muttered Captain Jack. "The police chief will be delighted at having a good close look at Fred Radwin." At that moment loud yells and coarse cries broke from the 8 or 10 young men down the street. Then fist blows sounded. "Mine's a Chinaman's luck," grunted Jack Benson disgustedly. "Only a gang of drunken hoodlums down there. They'd stand in with anything that is against the police. No use depending on such human cattle." Jack, in fact, grasped the significance of the new riot a little before Fred Radwin did. The submarine boy, therefore, wheeled and ran swiftly toward the fighting hoodlums, though wholly intent on getting past them. Radwin, believing that the young skipper was racing for help, dragged his driver companion roughly, swiftly along, finally pushing him inside the hack. Then Radwin leaped to the box, gathered up the reins, and was away like a flash. The young submarine skipper, from what he knew of hoodlum street crowds, hurried by on the other side. 2 blocks further along, Benson encountered a tardy policeman. Knowing that it was now too late to hope to catch Fred Radwin, Jack contented himself with inquiring the way back to the Somerset House, where he arrived after a long walk, still carrying the whip as his trophy of the late encounter. "You'll have to telephone the hospital after all, I'm afraid," muttered the young skipper when he met Mr. Farnum and the others in the lobby. "What happened?" demanded Farnum, eyeing the whip curiously. "As soon as I can get through with telephoning the chief of police, I'll come back and tell you." Chief Ward responded in person. He examined the whip, then declared, "I know the fellow this whip belongs to. Clarity, the Fox, as his admiring friends call him. He's a bad character. See, here's a fox's head engraved on the whipstock. I'll do my best to find Clarity, and, in that way, I may find the fellow Radwin. But you were wise, Benson, in not trying to enlist help from that hoodlum gang. Our hoodlums are as bad and lawless as are to be found anywhere in the United States." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 23. A Coward's Last Ditch. In the morning, the Somerset House was favored by 2 rather distinguished guests. One was Rear Admiral Townsley, the other Congressman Sims. The 2 had come down together from Washington on the night train. While the Admiral communicated at once with Captain McGowan, Congressman Sims sent his card up to John C. Rhines. The latter, all a-quiver now, and showing a haggard face in which smiles fought for a chance, received his visitor. "Well, Rhines," was the Congressman's greeting, "the country is all stirred up over this submarine incident out at sea. So is the Navy Department, which is bound to respond to public opinion in such a case." "I'm glad you've come," replied Mr. Rhines, eagerly. "I look to you to save me from a most unpleasant, most unmerited charge." "No charge has been made against you, yet," replied the Congressman. "I should have said a suspicion," replied Rhines, tremulously. "That suspicion seems to be pretty general," answered the member of Congress. "Have you anything to smoke here?" Rhines, with an almost childish eagerness, brought forth a box of cigars, adding, "I'll ring and order breakfast served for you here while we talk." "Thank you, no," responded the Congressman. "I've got to move fast today, for I can't spend much time here. I suppose you don't know yet that Admiral Townsley is here, sent by the Secretary of the Navy to investigate and report on this matter." "You'll see him? You'll make him understand, won't you?" demanded Rhines eagerly. "You can't make Townsley understand anything but facts," replied Mr. Sims dryly. "I know the man. He's a hard-headed truth-seeker. You see, Rhines, when I received your telegram, I hurried over to the Navy Department to say what I could for you. The Secretary told me that, of course, he didn't want you injured by any unjust suspicions." "Of course not," quivered Rhines. "At the same time, the Secretary made it plain to me that public sentiment demands that the whole case be brought past the suspicion stage. He advised me to come down here with Townsley and see, for myself, just what I ought to believe." "You'll act as my friend, won't you?" begged Rhines, tremulously. "You'll show Townsley the absurdity of this whole business. Sims, I look to your friendship, for you are my friend, aren't you?" "Possibly," nodded the other, dryly, "but I'm also a congressman, responsible to my district, my state, and the whole country. Now, Rhines, the whole thing is just here. I'm going to look into this matter, and I'm going to sift it all I can. If I find you're innocent beyond a question, then, well, you know I'm a pretty good fighter." "Yes, yes, you'll fight my enemies to a standstill," cried Rhines, piteously. "But if I find the facts against you, then my hands are tied." If it's a question of money," stammered the submarine man. "Money?" demanded the Congressman, crisply. "What for?" "Why, for expenses." I can pay my own expenses, Rhines, in a matter that affects the good name of my district. Now, give me your side of this affair." For an hour the two men remained talking. Rhines fought for himself as hard as he could, for he was beginning to suspect that a mere matter of politics would not move the congressman much in this case. "Now, I'll leave you for a while, Rhines, and I'll move fast," promised the congressman, rising. "But I advise you to stay right here. I may want to see you at any moment." Mr. Sims must have moved rapidly, for 2 hours later that morning, after having seen many people, including the admiral, the congressman sent a message upstairs urging Rhines to come down at once. As he stepped out from the elevator, a strange pallor on his face, John Rhines beheld the congressman standing with 4 men, one of whom the old man knew for Ensign Pike, the naval officer who had been stationed aboard the Thor. Another was Lieutenant Danvers. Congressman Sims quickly presented Rhines to the other two, one of whom was Rear Admiral Townsley, and the other Lieutenant Jasper, the admiral's aide. "Now, Mr. Rhines," pursued the congressman, "the admiral has decided that the first thing to do is to go aboard the Thor and see whether any hiding place exists in which you might have stored a 5th torpedo." "But how could I get such a 5th torpedo?" faltered the old man. "The Navy issues them." "They may be bought in the market, too, by one who knows how," replied Rear Admiral Townsley coolly. "Your consent to our going aboard your boat, of course, Mr. Rhines?" Had there been any reasonable way of preventing it, Rhines would not have agreed, but he saw that he must comply with the request. Admiral Townsley raised a hand in signal. Out of the background came Jacob Farnum and his 3 submarine boys. "These people can't come aboard my boat," protested Rhines. "They must, if we do," retorted the admiral crisply. "These are the human beings who were placed in deadly peril by the torpedo that has yet to be accounted for." Rhines no longer objected. All his force, all his will appeared to have departed. He moved along now like a puppet. Down at the waterfront, a naval launch was in waiting. In this, the entire party was taken out to the Thor. Captain Driggs received the callers on the platform deck, and Admiral Townsley stated the object of the visit. "Why, Admiral," replied Captain Driggs honestly, "I have no knowledge that there was an extra torpedo aboard. Yet, of course, there's a place where such a thing might have been hidden." "Take us to it," requested the admiral. Captain Driggs led the visitors below. There, in the cabin floor, he pointed to a well-concealed trap-door. It opened upon a very considerable space between cabin floor and keel. "This space certainly would accommodate a torpedo," declared Admiral Townsley. "Mr. Rhines, if we could prove that you had a torpedo in this space the other day, there would be an almost complete case, wouldn't there?" "But I didn't have," cried Rhines with cunning insistence. "Mr. Driggs," pursued the admiral, "we shall want you as a witness at the investigation on board the Oakland. My aide will hand you a subpoena. This, I believe, gentlemen, is all we have to do here." Looking years older, yet holding up his head in a certain kind of bravado, John Rhines returned to shore with the party. No sooner had Rhines entered the hotel than a bellboy moved over, drawing him aside and saying something in a low tone. "I'll wager that talk would interest us if we could hear it," remarked Jack Benson sarcastically to his friends. Rhines, however, turned and hurried off. In 5 minutes he was back in the lobby. Eagerly he glanced about for the Farnum party and located it. Then he moved over to where Farnum and his submarine boys sat. "Farnum," breathed the old man anxiously, "I've a favor to ask of you." "That's strange," replied the shipbuilder coolly. "I won't term it a favor, then," went on the other restlessly. "I will put it another way. As a simple act of justice, will you meet 2 people whom I want you to hear?" "I've heard a good deal lately," answered Farnum reluctantly. "I ask this as a matter of justice. Won't you and young Benson step down the corridor with me?" "How long will this interview take?" demanded Farnum. "Only a very short time." "Well, lead on, then." Farnum and Captain Jack stepped down a corridor in the wake of their enemy. Rhines led them into the ladies' parlor. Farnum and Jack caught sight of 2 anxious-faced women. One, a refined woman of middle age, the other a beautiful girl of 16. "Mr. Farnum and Mr. Benson, my dear," announced John Rhines in oily tones. "Gentlemen, my wife and my daughter Helen. Both have something to say to you, gentlemen. Be seated, won't you?" With that, Rhines slipped away. Like many another cur, in the hour when he finds himself driven to the wall, John Rhines had sent for his wife and daughter. He proposed to escape from the consequences of his rascally acts by hiding behind the skirts of pure and good women who had the strange fortune to have their lives linked with his. "What is all this that I have heard, sir?" asked Mrs. Rhines, tears filling her eyes fast, as she turned to regard the Dunhaven shipbuilder. It was the hardest hour Jacob Farnum had ever spent, and the same was true for Jack Benson. This wife and daughter had the most absolute faith in the goodness of John Rhines. They pleaded gently, eloquently, for these two enemies to have faith in their husband and father. "You surely don't believe that Mr. Rhines was at the bottom of any such scoundrelly plots as the papers are talking about?" asked Mrs. Rhines, tearfully at last. "Madam," replied Farnum, in the gentlest tone he knew how to use, "I'll admit I don't like to believe it." "And you'll come out in a public interview, saying you're convinced that the whole story is a monstrous lie, won't you?" pleaded the wife. Jacob Farnum choked. I can't promise that, Mrs. Rhines. You'll never believe how hard it is for me to refuse you." "Then you do believe my husband guilty?" demanded Mrs. Rhines, in a voice full of agony. "Oh, I wish I could say what you want me to, Mrs. Rhines, but, well, all I can do is to remain silent." "Can't I say something? Something?" asked Helen Rhines appealingly, her moist eyes turned first on Mr. Farnum, then on Captain Jack. "Ladies," confessed the Dunhaven shipbuilder, "you've already said enough, as I looked at your faces, to make me almost feel that I am one of the worst men alive." "Oh, no, no, no," protested the girl. "You are going to prove yourself the most generous." Then, turning, the girl caught at one of Benson's hands appealingly. "You urge him," she begged. "When the chief has spoken, I must be silent," Jack answered, clearly, though in a low voice. "What can you say to us, Mr. Farnum? What will you say?" cried Mrs. Rhines, desperately. "Madam," replied the Dunhaven shipbuilder, "all I can say is this. I will not, of myself, make any effort to bring your husband before a court. I will make no effort to have the investigation carried any further. That is all I can say. Jack, if you have anything to say to these ladies that will soften my words, then, in the name of mercy, say it." "Ladies," spoke Captain Jack Benson, looking mother and daughter full in the eye, in turn, "you have heard the extent of Mr. Farnum's promise. He is a man who lives by the rules of justice. You are the only two in the world who could have wrung from him such a promise as you have secured." With that, Farnum and his young captain succeeded in taking their leave, making their escape, as they felt, from a most trying situation. End of Chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham. Chapter 24. Conclusion. Within 2 hours, John C. Rhines had his head up once more. He felt as though the battle had been already won. There was nothing to fear from Farnum pushing the situation that had been created against the owner of the Thor, for Farnum had promised. It was strange that John Rhines, who had no regard for the moral value of his own given word, felt certain that Jacob Farnum would not break a promise. Rhines even telephoned for the reporters, and, when they came, gave out an interview in which he stated that Mr. Farnum was satisfied that no blame over the torpedo incident could be attached to the owner of the Thor. Farnum, when questioned by the same reporters, declared that he had nothing to say. That night Rhines was almost cheerful. He dined in the public dining room of the hotel with his wife and daughter, and both appeared to be wholly proud of the man. One thing, however, worried Rhines a good deal. Congressman Sims did not come near him again. Later in the evening Rhines sought the congressman, though wholly in vain. Rhines breakfasted with his family the next morning in their rooms, so he was still behind his private doors when a summons reached him to go to the wharf and take the launch to the Oakland. "What can it mean, John?" demanded his wife. "If they want you as a witness before the investigation, you'll be able to clear yourself quickly," predicted Helen. "I'll soon find out why I'm wanted," declared Rhines jauntily. In fact, he was almost cheerful as he boarded the launch at the wharf. Rhines was at least self-possessed when he was shown into a cabin where Captain McGowan was seated at a desk. "Oh, good morning, Mr. Rhines," was the greeting of the president of the Naval Board as he rose. "My business will take but a very few moments. I have received definite orders from the Navy Department by wire this morning. Here is a copy of the telegram." Rhines took the message and read, "Inform John C. Rhines that the department will give no further consideration this year to the purchase of any boats from the Rhines Submarine Company." "What does this mean?" demanded Rhines, paling, then flushing with anger. "Just what it says," replied Captain McGowan coolly. "There has been some underhanded work here," began the old man wrathfully. "None in the Navy Department, at all events," replied McGowan coolly. "I will not detain you longer, Mr. Rhines. Good morning." Captain McGowan, bowing, opened the door. A Marine sentry stood on post just outside. There was no use in making a row. John C. Rhines stepped out like one in a daze, and remained so until he reached the wharf and stepped ashore. To the railway station went Rhines. He was ruined. The order from Washington meant that all his capital had been expended on boats that could not be sold. There might be a chance with foreign governments, but creditors would step in and seize the Rhines shipyards before a good trade could be made abroad. At the station, Rhines counted the money he had about him. At a bank in another city was $1,000 or so more. Rhines took the train and was borne away. His wife and daughter. The former had a small private fortune of her own. Wife and daughter would not starve. So the coward ran away. That same forenoon, Farnum and his submarine boys were summoned to police headquarters. There they were confronted with a rather pretty, though almost poorly dressed girl. "Is this the young woman whom you rescued at a street corner, and whom you were escorting when attacked by a gang of rowdies?" asked Chief Ward. "I don't know," smiled Eph. "The young woman I was walking with had on a veil." "Oh, that's all right," laughed the police chief. "This young woman is Catherine Pitney. She has told me the whole story, and I am satisfied that she has told me everything honestly. Miss Pitney is not a prisoner. She has made a little mistake in becoming engaged to the wrong sort of fellow, the Tom from whom you tried to defend her. Now, it seems that Tom, which isn't his name, had persuaded her to help him in playing a joke as he explained it to her. So Miss Pitney was foolish enough to agree. She is wholly sorry, now she knows that it was a crime, not a joke in which she helped. And Tom has received his walking papers so far as Miss Pitney is concerned." "But I beg you'll forgive me, Mr. Summers," spoke up the girl anxiously. "I honestly believed it was a joke that I was helping in. As soon as Mr. Ward found me, I told him the whole truth about the matter." "You certainly did, Miss Pitney," confirmed the chief. "Why, I haven't anything to forgive," laughed Eph. "It was a joke, the way it turned out." Chief Ward escorted Miss Pitney from the room, then returned to explain. "That's a wholly good girl, but her fancy was too easily won by the fellow Tom. She knows better now, and will have to know a whole lot more about the next man she allows to capture her affections. Now, I have another pair to show you. They're in cells. Come downstairs, please." Through a corridor underneath, the chief led his visitors, halting at last before a barred door of iron. "Look through and see who it is," smiled the police chief. "Why, that's Walter C. Hodges, who sent us off on a pleasure trip in that doctored automobile," exclaimed Jack. "Yes, you're right," sighed the prisoner. "I've been cornered, and I've admitted it." "But that fellow's daughter?" asked Jack, as the chief led them away. "Hodges hasn't any daughter," replied Chief Ward. "We found the young woman, but we let her go. She is an idle, vain young woman. Hodges told her the same old story, a joke he was playing, and persuaded the young woman to go along and pretend to be his daughter. In payment, he bought her the fine clothes she was wearing when you saw her. And now, here's someone you may like to see here." For a moment or two not a word was uttered as the submarine people found themselves gazing between bars at Fred Radwin. Radwin did not look depressed, but, on the contrary, jaunty and defiant. "He's the one I'm best pleased of all to have," chuckled Chief Ward. "The 4 ruffians who attacked you boys, and held 2 of you in that deserted house before Benson led our party to the place, have confessed that they were acting for Radwin. And Hodges has confessed, too, that Radwin employed him, and that, between them, they put the doctored axle in the auto." While Chief Ward was speaking, Fred Radwin turned pale. "You didn't know all this until just this moment, did you, Radwin?" smiled the chief. "Oh, you needn't think you can down me too easily," snarled the prisoner. "I have money to fight with." "I know," nodded Ward. "You have a little over $20,000, Radwin. I also know where the money is. An attorney acting for the chauffeur that was hurt so badly in the automobile smash-up has already started in to attach that money in a suit for damages by the chauffeur." It is time to turn from too disagreeable a picture. The 4 roughs first hired by Fred Radwin were sent to the penitentiary for a year each. Hodges, in consideration of furnishing useful state's evidence, was sentenced to the penitentiary for 2 years and a half for his share in the automobile plot. Radwin, for conspiracy in setting on the roughs, was sentenced to 3 years in the penitentiary. For his part in the automobile affair, 5 years more were added. It will be a long time yet ere Radwin will breathe the air as a free man. John C. Rhines vanished completely. True, one returned traveler reported having seen Rhines at Nice, performing paltry services for American tourists in return for paltry tips. Mrs. Rhines and her daughter, having decided to make the best of matters, are now living quietly and happily in a western town. They believe John C. to be dead. The mystery of that torpedo has never been officially cleared. In naval circles, however, there is no doubt whatever felt as to the guilt of Rhines and Radwin, but it is also felt that both have been suitably punished for their dastardly conduct. The 3 Rhines torpedo boats were seized under court orders and sold to satisfy the claims of creditors of the Rhines Company. The chauffeur recovered $20,000 damages through the attachment of Radwin's funds and the subsequent civil suit. Besides which, after a few months, the chauffeur had practically recovered from his painful injuries. David Pollard was out of hospital in 3 weeks. In twice that length of time he felt as well as ever. Later on, the Pollard Submarine Boat Company received from the United States government orders for 18 torpedo boats in all, the Benson and Hastings included. One of the new ones under this order was named the Somers. The Navy has accepted all 3 names, and the boats are now known in the service by these names. Later on, the fortunes of the 3 submarine boys were materially increased by these sales. One of the first pleasures experienced by David Pollard, after his discharge from hospital, was that of joining the rest of the Farnham party in dining with the members of the Naval Board and the gunboat's officers in the mess room of the Oakland. In the course of a little speech after dinner, Captain McGowan referred in glowing terms to the splendid work of the submarine boys on that lightning cruise, and their success in being first to reach the derelict and torpedo it. The president of the board was followed by Lieutenant Danvers, who, among other things, said, "The performances of Captain Benson and of his brother officers on the Pollard boats have, indeed, been wonderful. Wonderful may not be quite the word, but at this moment I am so carried away with enthusiasm that I cannot cruise about for mere words." Laughter and applause. The other day, a naval comrade, in talking with me about the performances of Jack Benson and his friends, told me he considered them to be wizards of the deep. More applause. But I took exception to my comrade's well-meant remarks. A wizard, as we understand one nowadays, is a mere pretender, a sleight-of-hand man, a jack at cards. I would offer a more fitting title, and in all sincerity, when I allude to Jack Benson, Hal Hastings, and F. Somers as the young kings of the deep. Tremendous applause. Here we will leave the submarine boys briefly, but we shall come upon them again in their next succeeding adventures, adventures that make a fitting climax, in the next volume, which will be entitled The Submarine Boys for the Flag, or Deeding Their Lives to Uncle Sam. End of Chapter 24. End of The Submarine Boys Lightning Cruise by Victor G. Durham.